Is that
That
literally all I do?
should be.
Um, well,
Well,
this
what are
is.
you? Are you like trying to start the stream from YouTube or OBS?
I started it from OBS.
Right.
But last time when I did this for the Star Wars ranking, I had to also click live on YouTube to show that I'm actually live on YouTube.
Well, Streamception because you're live, my guy.
Oh, I am live?
Yes.
Okay, well, wait, hang on. What? Hang
Yeah,
on,
let
I'm
me see
so.
it.
YouTube, fix your site. I'm
You
so
should. Yeah,
confused.
you should be
Or
live
just put
then.
that complaint in the 3,675 complaints that other YouTubers have.
Right.
Oh, wait, yeah, there we are. What the hell? Okay. Well, cool.
Yes, sir. You are live.
Okay, well, cool. I don't have to do anything else on YouTube. Sweet. But anyway, what's poppin', brotherins? Welcome to today's very, very organized stream today. Uh, we are going to be talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe as it stands currently as of 2021. And it's actually kind of funny to realize we can let go of the fact now that Marvel used to post out like 3 movies a year.
Right.
And let alone the fact that they did 4 movies, they did 9 projects throughout all of 2021. They did.
Yep.
What did they come out with? They came out with 5 Disney Plus shows and like 4 films, and the 4 films that were released in like half a year. In like all the second half, they did nothing in the first half for movies, and then the second half they just come out with everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, because of that, we are now down to we're now up to 32 projects in the MCU. I don't even know if I can count that high to 32. I'm not
I
even
hope
kidding.
you guys are ready for a 6-hour stream.
Honestly, probably. But there are going to be some that we're probably going to like blast through really quick because they're probably going to be pretty self-explanatory. But for those of you who are used to my YouTube, for those of you who were familiar with the Star Wars ranking that I did a couple years back, we're going to be doing this kind of like the same format, except different point values. Point values are going to be swapped because, last time in the Star Wars ranking, it was like, the highest number of, like, the movie with the highest points was like the highest ranked movie. But this time it's going to be swapped. The movie with the lowest points is number 1, and the movie with the highest points, 32, because I don't want to have to count up to 32 points for whoever's in first place. I'm not doing that. So we're gonna live with this. If you guys don't like that, I don't care. We're living with it. But before we move on, I guess I should probably introduce everybody else that's in here. You guys could see their YouTube URLs in the chat. We got BiGb and DL Vince currently on the Discord call. How you guys doing today?
Living.
Good. Good.
Good, just good. How are we feeling about the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Are we getting too much content, or is this enough?
I mean,
I
okay.
feel like.
Yeah, you go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Start it. You start it.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like we're. Things are starting to turn around, but I feel like we had a point where it was just too much happening. So it was just like after Endgame, it felt like there was a point where it was like, oh, where do we go now? And even though they knew where they were going, but it was like,
Yeah,
you know,
they had
yeah,
a plan, but like the 9 projects throughout 2021 was kind of a lot. Not gonna lie.
yeah. That's why a certain film is on the bottom. But
Yeah, we'll debate about that. But yeah, I'm in a similar boat as Big B. I already felt like it was a lot when they were. Remember the times when they were just releasing 3 projects a year, and now
Yeah,
we're at fucking 9. Like, oh my gosh! And I know a lot of people, well, maybe certain people that thought that they probably blew their load with the end game, and so it feels like the MCU's kind of like in a awkward stage of like we're trying to figure out how we can keep the momentum going, and like Kevin Feige's trying to hold up until X-Men and Fantastic Four are eventually coming in, and that's when we'll get more intrigue with the MCU. And the big streaming wars between everyone with HBO Max and Netflix and Paramount Plus and Peacock. You know, Disney got to be in there with Disney Plus, and we gotta booster up content for that as well. So that's why we're here. You know.
Yeah, it's actually funny to find out that Spider-Man: No Way Home is actually not going to be on Netflix or Disney Plus when it comes out on digital release.
Thank you, Sony.
Right.
With your bummy ass Sony picture universe of spider characters without Spider-Man. God damn it.
And I guess that kind of leads me to my next question. How are we feeling about the future of the MCU with like any of the other projects? Is there anything that we're really like mostly excited for at this point, other than Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness? Because that's gonna fuck everybody up.
I was gonna say that's probably the only thing that I'm really excited for. I mean, I do want to see the MCU's interpretation of Fantastic Four whenever they get around to that. Besides that, I'm mainly wondering about the future of Spider-Man. But
Okay, I'm just saying, I've heard a rumor that John Krasinski's Reed Richards is in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. If that's true, I will not have any more popcorn for the rest of the movie because it will be across the room.
Right.
It will be the best Marvel casting since RDJ.
Right. I was gonna say at this point with the possibility of Professor X being in there, I honestly am not surprised. I'm not surprised anymore with the possibility of this movie turning into the Illuminati. I'm not surprised.
Bruh, Illuminati! Illuminati! We're about to get Illuminati! Oh my god! I'm ready! I'm fucking ready! But yeah, man, I would say I'll put this out there for people that don't know. I am the DC guy, and my most anticipated comic book movie this year was Black Adam. But after the Doctor Strange trailer, I'm like, I'm sorry, Black Adam, you just gotta wait your turn because this looks insane. But other than that, yeah, I mean, I'm curious about what they're gonna do with She-Hulk and on Disney Plus, and I was excited for Black Panther 2, but all the controversy going on behind the scenes and them not recasting T'Challa, I'm still mad about that. But you know, we'll see how that goes.
Okay, I'm gonna defend the people that don't want to recast T'Challa, and here's why. You can't. I'm one of those people that say you can't recast Chadwick Boseman's like phenomenal performance just from his standalone movie. How do you recast that?
You can't recast Michael Keaton's phenomenal performance as Batman. You can't replace Christian Bale's phenomenal performance as Batman. You can't replace Ben Affleck's phenomenal performance as Batman. You can't replace Tobey Maguire's amazing performance as Spider-Man.
There's a difference. They're different universes. They're within different universes of Batman.
I mean, I get what they're doing because it's like out of respect for Chadwick Boseman, which I get, but like at the same time, yeah, they probably should. Depending on what story they were trying to tell, you know, like if they were trying to tell a story where like, yeah, T'Challa's the main character, then yeah, they probably should recast. But
if they recasted Banner and they recasted War Machine. Like, what makes this? I know Chadwick Boseman was fantastic as T'Challa. Like, no one could take that away from him. He was phenomenal. But to say that he's the only actor who could play this character, when we've seen in other media, huge characters being recasted so many times, I don't see how this makes it any different. Now, I'm not saying they need to recast immediately, because that would be jarring. Like, I would say give the movie time. I would have pushed back Wakanda Forever, but, you know, Kevin Feige got to stick with his plan or whatever. But it's just like, for them to just bury the character, even though his story was not done, clearly, you know, it's just not going to feel right to me. But I believe in Ryan Coogler. I believe he's going to do the best with, the best project he can with this. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, no, I mean, I think it'll be fine. I also think that if they didn't recast Spider-Man, because like in the Hulk with like the Hulk movie with Banner up until like Man 2, there weren't any eyes on the MCU there are now, so now they're like, oh god, people are gonna
Not only that, but like the recasting of like War Machine and Bruce Banner were mainly those recasts were mainly because of actors just not like getting along on set.
right.
Like they weren't getting
right.
along with the creators of
Right.
Well, to
Terrence
me, I
Howard
don't.
wasn't working well with like the people on Iron Man, and Edward Norton was trying to make his own version of Hulk like a bajillion times.
Right. But I also feel like if those movies were made like now, when like there's so eyes on the MCU, they probably would hesitate to recast.
See,
Is
this
your
is-
internet messing up?
Yeah, you sound kind of.
You sound kind of like messed up right now.
Yeah.
Um,
But what I will
can you
say,
guys hear me properly now?
it's still
I
a
did
little
not get
choppy.
that.
It's still a little
All
choppy.
right, give me a second.
I heard
But
that.
yeah. But I will say, like, I feel like the reasoning is irrelevant because I feel like this is setting a dangerous precedent in Hollywood because, like, if we had this mindset, we wouldn't have any more Jokers after Heath Ledger. Just think about that, Like, we can't be so personally attached to an actor. Like, it's more than just the actor. It's the character and the story that they're telling. At the end of the day, we can love an actor's performance, but at the end of the day, they are a tool to tell the story. So we can't just be caught in our emotions with, like, no one else can play this character. Like, there's going to be a new Wolverine. I'm sorry. For people that don't want to accept that, there's going to be a new Wolverine, and we have to deal with it. And like, we can't just put in judgment and be like, no one can be better than Hugh Jackman because we don't know. We don't know the talent that's out there, So it's like, I don't know. I'm very, very passionate about it, but I understand how people. I understand people, are sensitive about the topic, and it's okay. But I
get it. Yeah, I get it. I can stand behind that actually. The more I hear about it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think we're just about ready to hop into this 6 to 8 hour stream because we're probably going to be taking that long talking about the MCU. So,
let's go.
yeah, we're not going to waste any more time. Let's just get right into it. But while I am changing up the slides here, are there any other comments before we get into talking about the MCU? Like, how are we currently feeling about the MCU?
I just want to put this out there before we start getting into this because I'm sure I'm going to say a lot of things that's going to trigger some diehard MCU fans. I just want to establish, as much criticisms I'm going to bring up, I still enjoy the MCU. I am a Marvel fan. Am I a hardcore Marvel fan? No. But I still enjoy the movies. No. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just trying to give constructive criticism. I just want to put that out there before we begin, because I know I'm going to say some things that's going to trigger people.
Right, it is all opinions.
Yeah.
And also, just for reference, this list will be completely spoiler-filled, so if you guys haven't seen anything especially from 2021's MCU lineup with WandaVision, Falcon Winter Soldier, Loki, Black Widow, What If, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Hawkeye, or Spider-Man No Way Home, or just anything else that you probably haven't seen in the MCU before that. If you haven't seen anything MCU related, what are you doing here? Stop watching this. Go watch anything that you haven't seen currently, because this will be spoiler filled. We're not going to try and dance around the topic. This is going to be completely spoiler filled. We're throwing it all out there. So
With that being said, let's talk about our proto copy of Multiverse of Madness. Nice,
right? Yo, John Krasinski was sick. Anyway.
Yeah, Tom Cruise is superior Iron Man. Can't wait.
Right. But anyway, first movie we're going to be talking about, Last Place here. This one is one of those films where I feel like we're just going to be blasting through this pretty quickly because it's widely regarded to be one of, if not, the worst MCU film. Captain Marvel. Out of all of the rankings that I've done on IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes, Metacritic, all of our rankings, Captain Marvel was received the worst out of all of us. And it's not very difficult to see why, but most of this came from how the audiences felt about this film. Because I think that there was some weird controversy with Brie Larson giving out some statement about how she is working with like directors and whatnot. I don't know what that whole situation is, but I feel like that was what mainly hurt this film in some regard. But at the same time, it's not necessarily an amazing film, except the only thing that we can really take away from this is the unique 90s aesthetic. And it's nice to see like a different side of Nick Fury that isn't so cynical or, you know, something that we're used to seeing. We get to see like Nick Fury in a different light, even if some of the execution to how he was created in the way that he is, the execution wasn't really done in the way that we had anticipated. It is nice to see Nick Fury in a different light, but that's really all I can give this film, honestly. I did rank this a little bit higher than a few projects, but we'll get into those projects in the future. So what do we think about Captain Marvel?
This movie sucks.
Right.
So on my list, like it's second to the last. It's second to last because you guys know there's another specific film that I think is a little bit worse. But yeah, this movie is probably the most boring Marvel film of the entire slate. Like I barely remember anything about it outside of Nick Fury. The Skrulls were okay, and the alien cat. Outside of that, this doesn't feel anything special. I think it's more frustrating because Kevin Feige and Marvel were pushing her so hard to, you know, that she's going to be very important to the MCU going forward, and that she's one of the most powerful characters in the MCU, even though that's clearly not true. But
not at this point. Let's wait until Doctor Strange 2. I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. Wanda is going to mop the floor with you, but you know.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, but me personally, I'm not a Brie Larson fan. I think she's a very bland actress. When she was casted at this character, I'm like, oh boy, it's not gonna go well. And pretty much my fears came to fruition. She is so bland, working off of the other Marvel characters, and I think this movie commits the biggest sin that the Marvel films could do. Like the movie could be boring, the movie could have a bunch of plot holes, the movie could have this and that. But what makes us want to continue to see more from whatever they establish in the movie is if the characters are good. If you like the main character, we can forgive that their movie's not that good. If we enjoy the characters and we want to see more from them, then it's fine. But this is the only Marvel hero in the universe who I don't give a shit about. If she died in The Marvels, which is going to come out soon, I could give two shits because she's just that unlikable and that bland of a character. And her power set is nothing special. We've seen stuff like this before, not only in this franchise, but in other films as well, with DC and other stuff like that. I don't see anything special about this character. I hope she improves in The Marvels, but I highly doubt it. Because Brie Larson, she's phoning it in. She's phoning it in. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. I don't understand why she's winning awards, but yeah, that's my whole rant about it.
Now, to Brie, in the defense of like Brie Larson, I haven't seen anything else that Brie Larson has been in besides this role. But I know that she's
Kong Skull Island.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen Kong Skull Island. I haven't seen her in
Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Nope, I haven't seen that.
Oh.
Surprisingly enough, which is on my bucket list. Don't get me wrong, it's on my bucket list. But so I think because I have only seen her in this role, I would probably say, yeah, she's probably not that good of an actress, but only in this role. I can't base her performance off of one role. So I was actually going to try and give her like another opportunity by having me watch films like, Scott Pilgrim versus the World or Kong Skull Island, whichever other films that Brie Larson probably won awards for. But based on what I'm seeing her as an actress in this film, she's not bad of an actress, but she's not great for the character. I think is what it is. I don't think that she fits the character's criteria in what they're trying to deliver.
No, she's not heroic. She doesn't feel powerful. She just feels like herself. Like, I don't know. There's nothing that really like shows that, oh, she's heroic, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say, at the same time, we have seen Marvel actors that have acted like themselves in their respective roles. Robert Downey Jr. has milked his character as Iron Man, and Chris Hemsworth has sort of started to pick up a bit of steam, especially after Thor Ragnarok. But that only works because they themselves fit the characters. Brie Larson as an actress doesn't fit Captain Marvel. That's my real main issue with the character, is that she's too human to play a cosmic being that's said to be the strongest character in the MCU, which, yeah, probably is not the case anymore. But, so yeah, I don't know. Mike, what do you think?
So I have, outside of Scott Pilgrim versus the World, I haven't seen anything else that Brie Larson was in. This film was third from the bottom for me. It would have been fourth from the bottom if a certain other film was on this ranking. New Mutants, but you know, I didn't. Outside of the film on the bottom of my ranking, when it comes to me ranking a Marvel film low, I don't think that the film is horrible. I just think that it's not the best by Marvel standards, outside of the last film on this list. But I'll get to that when we get to that film.
Right, because I think Captain Marvel still visually looks all right.
Right.
It's all right.
Right.
Like, I like the aesthetic that they're going for.
Right,
it's
right.
just like the character that they're doing it on is just not.
Right. So
you're not committing.
Right. So I mean, I'll say that the film isn't memorable to me. I did like it enough to like watch it a few times, but the film wasn't exactly memorable to me. As far as Brie Larson's casting and portrayal of the character goes, I think she got better about it towards like Endgame and everything. But yeah, no, I mean in Captain Marvel it felt kind of like comparing her performance in Captain Marvel to where it was in Endgame, it seemed like it was not, I think uncomfortable is the best way that I can put it, like uncomfortable territory for her considering her past roles that you guys listed off, I guess. Like it seemed like she wasn't too used to being in that kind of role. But
yeah, she hasn't. I don't think she's really been in that big of a blockbuster besides Kong Skull Island, which is still sort of a reach.
Right. Now that being said, by the time she got to Endgame, I feel like there was a slight growth with how she is as that character. Even if it was slight, I feel like there was like a little bit of a growth there.
Again,
Yeah.
yeah, but then, like you guys said, like she hasn't been in other like huge blockbusters before the movie. I can't even let her slide on that because where did Chris Pratt come from? Where did Paul Rudd come from?
I actually don't remember.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's like, you know, when I'm seeing we've seen so many characters and so many actors that came from random, you know, other places we didn't think they would be in a superhero franchise, and the moment they step into the MCU, we love them. Like it feels like they were natural. They've been doing this for years, you know. So it's like, it's just strange that Brie Larson comes in and she just still feels so awkward. Like, I don't know.
Though I also feel like giving her the benefit of the doubt because, and this is also kind of not giving her the benefit of the doubt at the same time, when it comes to these actors and actresses coming in and playing these characters, a lot of them have gone on record saying like while they were in production and before production, they did their research. Brie Larson did not until Endgame.
Well,
so I'm both willing.
Keep in mind, when she was filming for Endgame, she didn't know which character she was playing.
Right. So that's why I say like by the time that Endgame was finished filming, she'd started to do her research.
Yeah,
until that point, she didn't really know who Captain Marvel was. So that's both giving her the benefit of the doubt and also not giving her the benefit of the doubt.
I was gonna say, like, at the same time,
So-
like, a movie where she didn't know which character she was playing as, her performance in that movie was better than the movie she did her research on.
That's so strange, isn't it?
Not only that, she had, what, 15 minutes of screen time in Endgame? 15,
About.
20 tops?
Right,
Yeah.
and like I said, there was a slight growth with that character because towards the time of filming, she actually did her research. I think it was mandated at that point, but
Honestly, I feel like
Probably.
the Russo brothers came in and was like, okay, we're going to do the best with what we can with the
Right.
material. I don't know
Right.
who's
So-
the new up-and-coming directors for Captain Marvel. You feel the difference in direction. I'll just say that.
right. So I feel like if they made her do her research before that role in that movie, she would have portrayed the character better. I feel like because of that slight growth that she had in Endgame.
Maybe. If it was
Right.
if Captain Marvel was the first thing that she worked on, maybe.
Well, not even that. I'm just saying that if she would have done her research on the character before before filming Captain Marvel.
Yeah, that too. I'm meaning in, like, because Avengers Endgame was the first film that she worked on, and she didn't do her research. She did her research on Captain Marvel, and she sucked in that movie.
Wait, Endgame was filmed before Captain Marvel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay.
Because I think Endgame and Infinity War were filmed around the same time.
Okay, wow, I didn't know that. Well, I mean, in
Yeah,
that
because they were
case,
going to be part
I
1, part 2, right?
was gonna
Yeah, they were
say
going to be
in that
Infinity War
case-
Part 1 and Part 2.
Right, I was gonna say in that case, I would chalk it up to the Feige brothers just excellent direction at that point because they probably, because sorry, yeah,
You said Feige brothers.
Russo brothers, my bad, yeah, no, chalk it up to like their fantastic direction then because at that point they probably, whatever they did, it seems like it just didn't stick, I guess. So,
But they
I don't
still
know,
did it
maybe,
better than the directors of Captain Marvel.
Right. So I mean, like, I'm hoping that maybe in the future that whatever research was done sticks, but I don't know.
I hope she
don't
did
know.
research by now. It's been a
Hopefully.
couple years.
And I also hope that there
mean-
weren't
I
any
mean-
fans, like, outraged at this character, hoping that Brie Larson dies or anything like that, because we don't
Right,
need
and
that
I mean,
again.
right. I mean, plus, like, looking at, I'm very limited on comics when it comes to Marvel. I am similar to Dwayne. I'm a DC guy. Like I as far as the comics and like animated films go, I'm deep in that. But like the limited stuff that I've seen with like Marvel comics, it seems like Captain Marvel, at least as she is now, is kind of similar to how she is in the films now. But I don't know.
All right. Well, as we're rounding out our topics on Captain Marvel, as expected, not a particularly appreciated film among the rest of the films on this list, and that kind of brings me to our next film, which is another one of those films where it's probably better to sort of skip out on this one. Probably, I'm not entirely sure, but as I get this loaded up, because
Objection. I don't even know what film you're pulling up, but objection. Anyway.
Yeah, it could be anything.
oh, trust me, it's going to be pretty bluntly obvious when I pull it up. Thor: The Dark World.
Oh.
Pretty yeah. Oh yeah, Thor: The Dark World. No, you should go see this movie. It's so good.
That is
Like
essential. That's the
Malekith,
first
definitely awesome.
Yeah. This is the first MCU.
One of the greatest villains of all time.
But no, this is another one where you can sort of like, if you skip out on this one, it wouldn't be that bad. I mean, like Malekith is probably widely regarded to be one of, if not the worst MCU villains. Like he's literally hunting the galaxy for red dust. Mm-hmm. And there's
And we don't even know what it does.
And there's little to no intrigue about it, which sucks because I hate it when like rising actors, right? There are these rising up and coming actors that get casted as these great characters or potentially great characters, and they just sucked in the execution. It was Malekith in Thor: The Dark World. It was Bill Skarsgård's character in Eternals, which we'll get to soon. It's just you gotta step it up with the villains. And
Yeah.
so Marvel has done a good job at giving us villains, good villains. But it's things like this where, Malekith is just this bland guy wanting to hunt down red dust with no intrigue about him whatsoever besides, he's a dark elf. Call me allow me to channel in my, Tobey Maguire, Bully Maguire face. Cool. What else can you do? And then there's like some alongside all the like narrative issues and whatnot. I do see some sort of entertainment from this film in its own regard, because Kenneth Branagh is like the big like Shakespearean director guy, right? Because we've seen Murder on the Orient Express back in 2017. Death on the Nile just came out about like a month ago or something. At least it's what it feels like. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it was just okay. But you could see just by Kenneth Branagh's direction that he's kind of like the big Shakespearean director guy, and it shows in his first two Thor films.
Actually, he did not direct Thor: The Dark World.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. He did not.
Did he not?
No, it's a Game of Thrones director directed this movie.
Hold up.
Originally, fun fact.
Alan Taylor. My bad.
Alan Taylor, yeah. Because, like, that's one of the things I really enjoyed about the first Thor film. We'll get to later, but it's like his direction, like, was so good in the first Thor film. That's one of the criticisms I have with this movie, that it feels smaller in scale compared to the first film. And a fun fact: Patty Jenkins, who directed the Wonder Woman movies, was originally supposed to direct this, but
and I think they fired Patty Jenkins for like having creative differences or something. Which I guess whatever ideas that Patty Jenkins had for this film, it probably would have been better than what we got.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. But then again, we also got Wonder Woman 1984, and I heard that was just meh. I haven't seen it yet.
I really liked that one. I really liked that
1984?
one. But that's
Really?
a whole other discussion. Yeah. No, I honestly loved that film.
Okay.
I.
You one of the 10 people I heard love the movie, so that's But that's cool, man. It's cool.
But yeah, do we have any thoughts on Thor: The Dark World? Really, do we need to like go into like discussion on like why this is like so low?
The only thing that I need to clarify, because you're the only one that's really able to see my list. The only reason that Thor: The Dark World is above Captain Marvel on my list, and mind you, it's directly above Captain Marvel on my list. The only reason that it is because at least the actors did their research on the characters.
That's true. Thor and Loki's chemistry was good in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh man, they were great.
Oh yeah. No,
they were probably the best part, though.
They were great. They were great.
Yeah.
They were great. That is the only ground I will ever give this film. Their chemistry was great.
It's actually kind of funny because this film actually kind of shows that like this was sort of like the kickoff to like Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston's like connection. You could argue Thor and you can argue the Avengers. I feel like it was really strong in this movie.
I'll actually also say I enjoyed the ending, like the very ending of the film, like with Loki being revealed. Oh, I'm masquerading as Odin right now. It's like that was
That was an interesting twist.
Yeah, that's a unique twist. But then how did you play off his death?
That's one of the things that frustrates me about Loki dying, not dying in the MCU. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
I don't like any of those sequences besides his death in Infinity War.
So the only reason I like it is because it's it fits in the nature of his character. He's a trickster,
Yeah.
But like, how do you can fake that?
Yeah.
He's the god of mischief.
Okay, but like, still, even if you're the like god of all things, you can do that.
I mean, the guys faked a lot of things before. I believe it. I mean, on top of that, it just felt weird for him to have that sudden development in one movie. Okay. So I'm glad that they didn't like actually kill him off and then gave him that opportunity to let's develop him a little more.
That's true. I mean, at that point, I was like, I wasn't getting tired of it. You know, that's when they were starting to do it. So I'm like, okay, let's see where it goes from there. It's just that, yeah, like I said, after Infinity War, I'm just like, okay, yep, now
Yeah,
I'm sick of it.
yeah, well, yeah, with the Loki series, right? But like in
Yeah.
Infinity War, like like killing him off the way if they would have killed him off the way they did in Dark World, it would have kind of felt like, oh, there probably was a little bit more potential with this character. But when they killed him off in Infinity War, it was like, oh, they killed him off at just the right point to where it felt premature, but we had like that closure.
Yeah, it felt like
Like, it was
mattered.
enough. It was enough.
Yeah.
You know?
But yeah, I'm pretty much emulating what Big B's saying. Like the best part of the movie is Loki and Thor. Whenever they're on screen together, and they're bantering. It's some great stuff. And I love their chemistry in the first Thor and the Avengers. So it's just adding on top of that. And I'll give the movie a little bit more credit. There's some entertaining fight scenes here and there, like the Dark Elves invasion on Asgard was pretty cool. It reminded me of some Star Wars influences here and there.
Sure.
And I like the portal fight between Thor and Malekith. That was entertaining. And
To
the
an
curse
extent. To an extent.
to an ex- to
But
an
sure.
yeah. And the Malekith's bodyguard, whatever, the cursed, I think that's what his name is, the cursed one or something like that. He
I
was
think
a
it was
cool
the
design.
cursor,
Yeah, he's more intimidating than Malekith.
which isn't saying much.
Yeah, that's not saying much. And that's pretty much all my positives. Yeah, Jade Foster is just as bland as she was in the first movie. Kat Dennings. Oh, God. Terrible. And then forget the
Stellan
scientist's
Skarsgård.
name. Stellan Skarsgård. You having him walking around in his underwear for most of the movie? Are you fucking kidding me? What is this? And how is he he's still getting messed up by Loki's mind control stuff, but there's other characters that got mind controlled by him and they're just fine.
Yeah.
Huh? What? But yeah, and the huge amount of plot holes in this movie, especially regarding the ether, the red mist stuff. We have no idea where it comes from. We have no idea what it does. We have no idea how Malekith saves to attune to his powers. It just happens.
Yeah, it's
So,
just
like,
there.
It'll come into play in Phase 6 of the MCU.
But it was already used in like the other like 2 phases. Especially in Phase 3 for sure.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, is there really like anything else to talk about? Like this movie is it's there. I wouldn't say that it's a terrible movie by cinematic standards.
yeah, people saying it's one of the worst. It's one of the worst comic book movies. Like, no, it's not.
No,
We have Howard
no.
the
If we're
Duck.
talking like if we're
Howard the
talking like
Duck.
grand scheme of comic book movies, yeah, no,
No.
no.
And,
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say it's one of the worst films in the MCU. I will say that. Comparing it to everything else, it's dude. This is like right above Captain Marvel and another film we'll get to. So it's low, but like,
I actually
Yeah.
have this lower than Captain Marvel.
oh, really?
I don't blame you.
Personally.
I don't blame you. Like I said, the only reason I put it above it was because at least the characters did their research.
Yeah,
but-
they already have like characters that you like, so you're still invested in their journey somewhat. You know, that's why I put it higher.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I guess like I'm still just sort of like intrigued at like with Captain Marvel's like 90s aesthetic. That really is sort of like that's kind of a game changer to me because like now we could do this kind of technology with a bunch of properties. We could actually do this in Star Wars now.
Yeah.
They tried doing it in Rogue One, and then
Well, that happened.
I mean, I'm of the personal belief that if you're going to go back in time in a franchise, just do the Back to the Future thing and just make everything practical, look-alike actors and whatnot. But
Yeah,
that's
good.
not a bad approach though. Honestly?
However, the de-aging, if you guys watch Book of Boba Fett, I'm not gonna say anything, but if
I
you
haven't
watch
seen
when
it
you watch
yet.
Book of Boba, oh, you guys haven't seen it yet? Oh man, I was going to ask you guys.
I've been spoiled on all the big twists.
I've been spoiled too, but I still don't care.
So I won't say anything for people that haven't watched it yet, but I will say when you see the de-aging in the show, you're going to be shook.
Oh no!
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna
the
say it
de-aging
right now.
technology is there now. It is there
Yeah.
now. But like, but
I was literally like, did this person just come from a time capsule, like time machine? Like,
oh yeah,
dude.
no, we're there now to where like even like series on like Disney Plus can have that level of like. So we're there now. But like,
Yeah, for sure. But okay, as we wrap up our thoughts on Thor: The Dark World, let's move on to number 30. Hey, Dwayne, I got a question for you. Why is Eternals at number 11?
Oh, me? Oh, me? Oh,
Why is
wow.
Eternals at number 11?
All right.
I
Talk.
thought my list was messed up. Wait a minute.
Well, this is where I start triggering people. Let's go.
Why is Eternals?
I didn't think we'd get here that soon, but hey, let's go. I'm ready. Okay.
Oh,
No.
Mike, don't go anywhere. You're next.
No, I know.
Okay.
I know.
So, let me start by
Why?
saying this. Okay, let me
You're
start
the
by
only
saying...
reason why this movie is not at the bottom. Probably not. But why is
Yeah.
this not... You're one of the only reasons why this movie is not at the bottom of the list. Why? Why do you
Okay,
hate
yeah.
us?
Because y'all tastes are weird, but anyway.
God.
So, let me start by saying this. Do I think this is a great movie? No. I recently rewatched this on Disney Plus, and I did notice some more problems than I did the first time I watched it. So, I'm not saying this movie doesn't have problems. It does have problems, for sure.
So this motherfucker was late.
I was late to the party. But anyway, but what I really, really liked about this movie is, okay, I will say the I do agree the plot is messy. The plot is messy. I will agree with that.
It doesn't
And
exist until Act 3.
Yeah, and then the villain. There's
Who?
not much of one. There's not much of one. But what I really liked about this movie is I like the direction that Chloe Zhao gave to the movie. It felt so different from what we've been getting from Marvel up until this point. And this is probably just my personal taste. This is not me objectively saying this is better than other directions we got for the MCU.
Sure.
But me getting slight fatigue from getting the same thing from Marvel films over and over again. It was just nice that Chloe Zhao came in and was making something a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more earnest, a little bit more crazy. This movie is nuts when it comes to its concepts and how more cosmic world building that they did in this movie. It's stuff we haven't seen before. And I personally was really, really interested in that. And one thing I can say about this movie that is better than Captain Marvel, again, is that I like the characters. Most of them. There's a couple of them that I didn't really care for, which is Sprite. I don't like Sprite. And the Superman knockoff, no. Didn't like either of them. But
Okay,
I liked all...
That's a start, but okay.
Yeah, I liked all the other characters. I don't care what you guys say. I was invested in their...
Oh,
I was
boy.
invested in their development. I was. Now, there are some things... continuity-wise and world-building-wise that's not consistent with other things they established in the MCU, but I'm not going to blame it completely on Eternals because it already started getting weird after Loki, and then What If established this, and then Endgame established this. But wait, Doctor Strange is about to establish this! And then Eternals is establishing this. So they're already inconsistent before Eternals even ever came into the picture. So I'm not going to blame it on the weird stuff that they're establishing with the cosmic world building. But at
Okay.
least I thought it was interesting.
Okay. Here's the thing. Before you go on with that, the thing about
Yeah.
the continuity of why the Eternals never did the things that they did to battling the army of against Thanos. You mentioned the stuff with Loki and the stuff with the multiverse. That stuff I feel just works better than what Eternals is trying to do because we had the build-up. We were set up to expect all of this to happen. Whereas Eternals were just coming into the fray saying, hi, we're random millennials we're random people that are thousands of millions of years old.
We're gods.
We're gods. Okay, why didn't you fight against Thanos? Who? You know what I mean? It's just like
I've already asked that question with other characters before that, so I'm already walking in here and be like, okay, you're not making sense. Well, let's see how crazy you're gonna get.
But like the Eternals were like made to like have these powers for so many years, right?
Yeah.
So they would have done something in the battle against Thanos. Now, granted, I will give them the benefit of the doubt that it would have ended Endgame like an hour earlier if we were fighting against Thanos or whatnot. We would have had like one less movie if the Eternals were introduced in Phase 3. I'm not gonna dance around the topic there. Eternals would have probably kicked Thanos' ass.
And I bet you when Guardians 3 comes out, when they're about to establish Adam Warlock, a bunch of people are going to be like, why wasn't he in Avengers fighting Thanos? Because he actually defeats Thanos in the comics, but they don't, you know. But yeah, that's neither here nor there.
But at the same time, it's all about the execution. The reasoning is there. Like, you know, we're not allowed to, like, intervene with human world stuff, but like the way that they executed that made me not believe that. So it made me less interested in wanting to go on to this adventure with them. Granted, it's not really an adventure. It's more of like a getting the band back together kind of a film, which is another thing. That concept for a movie doesn't work when A, you're introducing 10 characters, and B, you're introducing 10 characters. This would have worked if you had like 5 characters to work with. That would have been fine, because at least you had the time to actually make them interesting. But in this film, you're trying to make 10 characters work so well, considering how powerful and unique everyone is. But the only thing that's unique about them are their powers. But at the same time, most of them actually like sort of do something. What does Cersei do? You know, Makari is super fast. Angelina Jolie's character is, you know, just badass by default because it's Angelina Jolie. Icarus is Superman Marvel Edition. Ajax is fucking Mercy from Overwatch. Like, Gilgamesh is big Donkey Kong guy.
Heck yeah.
And, like, okay, that stuff is cool.
Yeah.
But, like, I can't get around them, like, as characters. I can't follow them as, like, good, entertaining characters.
See, and I disagree. I thought they were good, entertaining characters, except for Sprite and Superman knockoff. But
Now,
like, I actually was invested in their characters.
Well, see,
they were likable.
Here's where I'm at. The only characters that I liked from Eternals were Gilgamesh, Thena, Makari, and Phastos. Those were the only ones that I actively cared for, and it hurts me that Gilgamesh was killed off.
Yeah,
One of the only good Eternals was killed off. I get why you're wanting to do that, but why do you do it? Do it in Eternals too.
Yeah, that's true. I would have.
Do it in Eternals too, when it actually matters. Not when we're introduced to the guy. You know what I mean? Yondu worked so well as a character, and we cared about his death because we've seen him before. We've seen him in another movie be this badass and be this character that we just love. Gilgamesh is a character that we love, but died a movie early.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with that. I definitely.
You know, but because now all we have left is Thena, Makari, and Phastos, who Phastos is just okay at best. Everyone else, Ajax gives nothing to the Eternals. Cersei is there just to be a leader, literally for no reason outside of that. Icarus, I can stand behind you. Icarus, his reveal sucked, and him as a villain just sucks. Sprite is a 12-year-old girl falling in love with a 40-year-old man. I was already turned off at that point. Druig I haven't even gotten to Druid and Kingo yet. They were two of the worst Eternals for me.
What? No, they weren't.
Kingo
they
sucked.
were not.
Kingo and Druid sucked. They sucked.
No, they did not suck. They did not suck.
What was the point of making Druid just hate everyone for no reason? And why does Kingo have to bring this stupid-ass director with him with nothing to go off of besides cracking a joke?
Okay, so here's the one thing about that. Because you guys know I have low tolerance for the childish comedic Marvel bullshit that they do. But for some reason, that cameraman, I laughed at him. He was funny to me.
What did he do? What does he do besides crack a joke?
I don't know what it is about him. He's a character I should hate. He's a character I should hate.
He's a character I hated. And then, not to mention, hold on. Not to mention that Kingo decided to pussy out at the last minute, moments before the final battle, saying, "Yeah, you guys got this. I'm gonna go take the plane home. Take my cameraman home."
What's he gonna do in the final battle? What's he gonna do in the final battle? First of all, what's he about to do in the final battle? He's gonna get killed. That's what he's gonna do.
He could help the Eternals.
Do what?
What else do you do?
What? Help the Eternals do what?
He was on the Eternal side.
Okay, what's he gonna do?
They could have ended that final battle a half an hour early.
He's gonna die in the middle of the battle. He will get incinerated
Kill
within
him off
5
because
seconds.
no one cares about him. Kill him off for all I care.
And okay,
I don't care about him.
Now let's go back to Druid real quick. You didn't like that. You're like, oh, he hates everybody. He's actually one of the few characters
He has no reason to hate anybody.
No. There is a reason. There's one.
He has no reason.
No, there is a reason. Now, it could have been more fleshed out. I will give you that. But he brought in a dynamic that I actually thought was interesting for what they were setting up for these characters. Of like he wants to be more involved in humanity and the world, but he has these set rules of being like we can't do anything. Him being like we're so powerful, we're able to help these people, evolve and become better as as a society, but for these stupid reasons are holding us back when we have so much power, like we have these gifts and we're not able to do anything about it. Why? Like that's an actual conflict that's interesting.
The Eternals weren't holding anyone back though. They were actually doing what they were meant to do, and Druid just said, nah, I'm a purist.
I will give you there were some inconsistencies, but I did like that he was one of the few Eternals that were questioning the rules that are established by the Celestials. Now, speaking of Celestials, dude, you cannot tell me that the ending of the movie, when the Celestial came in and was like, okay, you Eternals fucked up. I'm going to take y'all with me, and then I'm going to come back to set judgment on the Earth. I'm like, and then the movie just ends like that. Okay, you cannot tell me that was fucking awesome. I was like, what the fuck is this?
There's a difference between looking at a scene and calling it awesome and watching your characters that you hate getting fucked up. I looked at this as a scene where, maybe these characters could be better over time. Maybe Kingo, Cersei, and whoever else was captured gets better over time. Maybe all of the Eternals get better over time. But for the ones that were captured by the Celestial at the end of the movie, I didn't care about it. And at the same time, that's how you set up Eternals too?
Yeah! What's about to happen? Celestial's about to come in and fuck this shit up. Let's see that. And then okay, here's the one thing. Harry Styles coming in as Star Fox.
Yeah.
Thanos' brother.
Oh, we haven't talked about this fucker. Talk. What are your thoughts on this boy?
I had no idea who this character was going in, so, and then Harry Styles, the only thing I've seen him in is Dunkirk, and he was terrible in that, but everyone was terrible in Dunkirk, so I can't really judge him on that. But it's really weird that they got Harry Styles to be in the MCU, but I have to think that Marvel Studios casted him for a reason. Most of the time, when it comes to their casting, they're spot on.
And
except
Marvel
Brie Larson,
casted Brie Larson for a reason.
You're right. So it may turn out to be another Brie Larson, but I'm willing to see where it goes with Harry Styles. It is very strange this is comic stuff that like is kind of new to me because like, how is he the brother of Thanos and they don't look alike at all? And what's with the Leprechaun Man?
If they make this boy band freak actually a good character in the MCU, I will give you $20.
Boy band freak.
Cash App, like stat, because there is no way that they are making this character any better than his appearance. Like, there's that Marvel has hit an all-time low from that. How do you come back from that? Besides Spider-Man: No Way Home, how do you come back from that?
I was gonna say.
How do you make him good?
But hey! You can't be saying that because there are other characters that were first introduced, and we're like, oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, this is horrible. And then we see them in the next movie, and they're like,
true.
Oh,
that was
wow.
Thor for me. That was Thor for
Right?
me. And now
Right,
Thor is like a pretty good character. He's fine.
Right. So you never know what's gonna happen. But yeah, Harry Styles, I wouldn't put him in the MCU. So it's definitely, I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Are you just trying to appeal to the teenage girls? I don't know what you're doing here.
Why?
But,
Well, better question. Why is he acting?
Truth.
because Christopher Nolan was like, you know what? I want you in a movie. So everyone's like, oh, if Christopher Nolan casted him,
Yeah.
we should have him in a movie.
By the way, Mike, we just totally like skipped you out
Mike-
on this entire
yeah,
conversation.
Mike,
What are your thoughts on this
it
movie?
is the very bottom of my list, and
Damn.
And
like,
rightfully so. Thank you.
You've pretty much already touched on my reasons why. Like, I watched this movie once and immediately was like, I would be good if I just never saw this movie in general.
Truth.
Pop
off. Keep going.
There were certain characters that I liked. Like, yes, what was it, Gilgamesh? I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I liked that character, but
Truth. And then he died.
yeah. Besides that, it was like, I don't really like. The only reason that I saw that movie was because the theater for Venom 2 was booked.
Are you telling me Let There Be Carnage is better than Eternals?
Yes,
I liked
actually.
it better.
Yes,
I
actually.
liked
Way
it
better. Yes. Venom 1 was better than Eternals. Venom 1 was better than Eternals.
like I will give it the benefit that the characters were portrayed better, that they than Captain Marvel. I will say that they did their research.
Because if you said it was better,
I will most certainly, every other movie on this list, I will give them that ground. Every other project on this list, I will give them that ground.
Right.
But besides that, I tried to. I really did. I tried to like it. I watched the movie twice. I tried to like it. I couldn't.
I tried to stomach myself to watch the movie twice, but like I couldn't because I'll level with you. I wanted to love this movie because it looks like Doctor Strange level good. Like in terms of scope, like it's a pretty large scope for a movie where you're introducing new characters, let alone 10 characters.
Now I will say that whenever they do get around to watching doing Eternals 2, I will watch it.
True,
because I will agree with Dwayne. The ending, I actually really liked it. I really liked how they just straight up ended that, and it was like, oh no, but
See, I would have liked it if it didn't happen so suddenly.
But that's why I like it. It was so sudden.
You need time to build up on that. When it was kind of predictable that it was going to happen, but like,
dude, we're 30 movies in, we're 30 projects into the MCU, and you want to build that up?
Right.
Come on.
Probably.
Plus, I feel like
something, if anything.
Well, plus I feel like with everything that's been like building up over time, like having something that happens suddenly like that is a nice change of pace, and also. We're not even touching on the post-credits scene that actually kind of really got my attention.
Oh, the
Black
Blade
Knight
one?
and Blade. Black Knight and Blade.
Yeah, the Blade, yeah. That's another thing. Kit Harington's character throughout the film, I was okay with. He was cool. There's a setup to him between him and Blade, which is, I guess it's going to be Wesley Snipes, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, it's not Wesley Snipes.
Oh,
I
it's
think
not?
He's
Okay.
a cameo, but
Mahershala Ali.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
okay. That's
No,
not bad.
like that scene alone, I will say that unfortunately, that scene alone was the scene that made me leave the theater with a smile, was just because I love Blade so much, but
I honestly, I believe it.
that's
I believe
And apparently, according to people that are hardcore Marvel fans, like you guys seen on my channel, Kree, she knows the Black Knight character, and she got really excited when they set them up. So I think he's going to be a big deal in the next Eternals or whatever they bring him back.
Blade
So,
in
Maybe.
general is a
Hopefully.
big deal, man.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll see.
maybe.
Blade in general is a big deal.
Yeah,
I mean,
Blade,
Blade,
in general
obviously.
was
Yeah.
Just in
Yeah.
general, the second that he shows up on that, like, the only thing I hope is because apparently, from what I hear, Wesley Snipes is mentoring the new actor on like how
That's
to play him.
just a rumor. It's a rumor.
That's
Yeah,
a
I
rumor.
heard
That
that
is
was
a rumor.
probably
That
just
is
a rumor.
that is a rumor. But if that rumor is true, then I have like 10 times more faith in like how this character is gonna be now. But
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny to think about like Blade. He's not only interesting. He's not only important to us as like a comic book character. He's important to us because he was one of the three.
yep.
He was one of the three starter comic book films that sort of kickstarted this like comic book live action universe. It was Blade, it was X-Men,
Spawn.
and then Spider-Man 2002 paved the way for everything. But
Can't
Blade
forget
was sort
about
of like the
Spawn, man.
starting foundation of like, yeah, comic book movies, like especially Marvel comic book movies, are really cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's all. I mean, you're always gonna get that reaction out of a crowd. Like if you bring a character to the big screen that hasn't seen the big screen since like before comic book movies were popular. Like like those characters you listed off, or like Spawn, or like something like that. But like,
Yeah. But yeah, do we have any more thoughts on Eternals before we move on to why Mike is wrong?
Well, I will say, I appreciated, the different direction. There are holes in the plot for sure, and I apparently like the characters more than you guys did, and I like the twist and like the very wide scope of cosmic world building they just threw in your face. Now, if this was earlier in the MCU, like Phase 1, Phase 2, I probably wouldn't have liked it. But since we're so far ahead in the universe, where a whole bunch of stuff has already happened, this type of stuff didn't catch me off guard as much. So I was willing to be okay with it. But what I will say is, for Eternals 2, I'm sorry to say, Chloe Zhao, please don't come back. Please don't come back. It's
Yeah.
clear that it's the first time you're doing a big budget movie and you still have kinks to work out. So, Chloe Zhao, I appreciate you, being ambitious for this movie, but like I don't know if you should come back to do Eternals 2, but we'll see.
That's something else I wanted to bring up, is that like Chloe Zhao is sort of like, she's sort of channeling what Ang Lee did for Hulk in 2003.
Oh shit.
Where she's coming off of Oscar fame from winning, like, what did she win? Best Director for Parasite? Or did Parasite win Best Picture?
No, she won best
picture.
Yeah, she won Best Picture for Nomadland.
Oh, Nomadland. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yep.
Parasite was like another Oscar winner film.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Nomadland. She won an award for Nomadland. Much as like how Ang Lee had Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon nominated, and then Brokeback Mountain won Best Picture. So the fact that these like award-winning directors, or like directors of award-winning films, going on to direct big blockbuster films like Eternals, and then like I guess Hulk 2003, I don't know, it depends on your matter of perspective, but like and yeah, that's it's just but yeah, I don't know, I don't think you could do that. Like we've seen we've seen it happen before and it didn't work. We did it again, it didn't work. It didn't work again.
It's very hit or miss when you get indie directors to do big budget movies. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Like
Truth.
yeah, like most of I think all the directors for the MonsterVerse were all indie directors, and the quality. I love the MonsterVerse personally, but it's like you could feel that, okay, this is the first time doing big budget movies. There's some stuff that's kind of awkward and glucky here and there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the MonsterVerse is like the MonsterVerse have very good Taco Bell films. where some of them are not good, but like you're entertained by them regardless.
Yeah.
So
Love
gonna
Godzilla
say,
versus Dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, speaking on like those, like going from like kind of a smaller budget film to a bigger budget film, Fantastic Beast.
Fantastic Beast.
Yeah.
But oh no, that was
I think that was David Ayer. Or
yeah,
no, not
David
That was
Yates.
David Yates.
David Yates. Yeah, David Ayer.
But
Whoops.
he did the last four. He did the last four Harry Potter movies. So
Yeah,
they
he
were
did
like,
the last
okay.
4 Harry Potter films.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. But I will say, David Yates, get off of Fantastic Beasts. You're done.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
get out of the wizarding world. You're done.
You've had enough.
Deathly Hallows Part 2 was good enough. We got that. We don't need you anymore. That's.
I will say, Order of the Phoenix and Deathly Hallows Part 2. Those are your good ones. Everything else, you're
I
starting
didn't
to get
like
a
Order
little
of the
shaky.
Phoenix.
I know. A lot of people were like, yeah, about it. I
I
personally
was
really
just.
liked it. But...
I liked Half-Blood Prince more than Order of the Phoenix, but that's
Yeah, I
just me.
didn't like Half-Blood Prince at all.
I know. Not a lot of people like it. I think it's one of my favorite Harry Potter movies, but that's a discussion for another time. Okay, moving on to 29.
Right now,
let's-
for the shoe to be on the other foot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about why Mike is wrong in having Iron Man 2 at number 2 on his list. Now, keep in mind. Hold on. I asked him like a couple minutes ago, send me your list for MCU. He sent me it with only the 27 films. So he had Iron Man 2 at number 1.
I did.
But then when I asked him, you forgot the Disney Plus shows, that knocked Iron Man 2 down to number 2. Mm-hmm. So by movie standards, Iron Man 2 is number 1. Mm-hmm. Why is that? I need to hear this. Why is that?
My main reasoning for it is because of the different character growth and character moments that are within Iron Man 2. So, with Tony Stark as a character, you don't solve all of his issues. You don't solve all of his, like, narcissistic tendencies or, like, his whole, like, just selfishness or whatever. But you do get a lot of closure with the character that I really liked, especially with how Iron Man has some of my favorite films in the franchise. Now, of course, everything is opinion related, but like the moments that he has with like, the closure with like his father and like solving all that, the moments that he has with Rhodey. God, I couldn't think of his name. The moments that he has with Rhodey, even the small moments that he has with Pepper. All those, as well as like the kind of like bigger setup towards Avengers, all those things were like kind of just big moments for me that made that movie just, pretty much cream of the crop for me. Now, I know that a lot of people don't like the film. I know that a lot of people have their reasons to not like the film, which are very justified. There are a lot of flaws with the film.
This is second to bottom from me.
That is fair. I will acknowledge that the film has a lot of flaws. But as an audience member for films, my main thing that I like is character moments and character relationships, and I feel like there was an abundance of that in this film.
Now, say that about Iron Man 1, and I would agree with you.
I will agree. There was a lot of that in Iron Man 1, but I feel like it was more fleshed out in 2.
Here's the thing. Iron Man 2, I feel like has one of the weaker Tony Stark appearances out of all of his entries in the MCU. I feel like this was compared to his first outing in the original Iron Man, where he had incredible chemistry with everyone. This film felt like a downgrade, because I'm not a fan of how you go from an amazing character in the first film, and then in the second film, you make him like just not care so much about who he's turning out to be, this new Iron Man figure. He's not setting a good tone for who Iron Man is supposed to be.
That's true.
And not to mention, I'm not a fan of his relationships with some of the characters in the film. Yes, his relationship with Rhodey works within the context of like who they are as like, how they interact. I didn't like his interaction with Pepper Potts. I actually think that Pepper Potts' appearance in this film was actually her weakest appearance Worse than Spider-Man: Homecoming.
I will agree. Like she's had like I said, it was small moments in this film when it came to Pepper. Though with regards to him becoming this figure that like just doesn't care, I understood it, and that's part of why I liked the film, was because he found out that this reactor that he has in his chest is killing him. Up until that
Yeah.
point in that film, when he found that out, he was like the same old Iron Man. He was sitting there like, oh, you guys can't have my technology. I've privatized world peace. Just cocky, all that. Then he finds out, oh, you're dying and it's happening soon, and he's like, oh, well, then I just don't care anymore. I'm gonna go out with a bang. I'm gonna go out enjoying life or whatever, which I liked that. And then he has that turn of a character once he has that closure with his father. Once his, that hologram, or not hologram, but that like recording of his father is like, oh, you're gonna find the solution to the things that I've been trying to find out throughout my life. Like, you are my greatest invention. Like that, then seeing that change in his character where he's like, oh, no, I do have a purpose. Like, I do have a reason to keep on fighting, and I have to keep fighting so that, Hammer, or yeah, it was Hammer Tech, right?
Hammer, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so that Hammer Tech doesn't, go and pretty much drag my technology through the mud with this, with these inventions that they're making, these like sentinels. So I liked his how his character wasn't consistently like the same Iron Man throughout the film, that he had these different shifts, these different growths that kind of, to me, made him feel more human than he did in the first film. Because in the first film, he felt like, just this rich guy, he's got all this technology. Yeah, he had his down moments, but for the most part, he was always on his high horse. In this one, he got knocked off his high horse by a big old tree branch and just stayed there for a while. And
See,
then had to, like, get that support to get back up.
Yeah, see, I could see that, but his appearance in Iron Man, I can stand behind all of this. However, in Iron Man 1, it seemed like he was only like a millionaire because of how poorly he was treated in his past. And how his inventions like sort of like start to affect not only him but the people that he's inventing for.
Right.
You know?
Right. Though, and I agree with that. Though I will also say that, in my opinion, towards the end of Iron Man 1 and then going into Iron Man 2, his character still felt pretty one-dimensional in the sense that, like, he wasn't really fighting to save the world. He was more or less fighting like, oh, I look good. It's cool. Whatever. And then by the end of Iron Man 2, he's like, oh, no, I've got an actual reason to keep on going.
Yeah.
So,
I guess. Yeah, Dwayne, what do you have to say?
Yeah, sorry, we've been talking fast.
no, you're good.
We pulled whatever we pulled on Mike for Eternals. We're doing the same thing for Dwayne for Iron Man 2.
No, you're good. You're good. But what I will say is that there are a lot of really good ideas in this movie. Like, mostly everything on paper, this should have been better than the first movie. Mm-hmm. Like, you have the thing where, the condition on his chest, that's about to kill him. You have the conflict with Whiplash where, he felt like he was wronged by, Howard Stark and all, his company as well. Mm. You have Stark Industries battling a rivaling business in Hammer Tech. You have Rhodium coming up to becoming War Machine. And you sprinkle in Nick Fury and Black Widow in there to set up the Avengers and stuff like that. Oh, and you have they kind of touch on Tony's alcohol stuff, a demon in a bottle, stuff like that. Right. All that, it makes this should have been a fantastic movie. The problem is that it's all jumbled together.
Yeah, there's too many cooks in the kitchen.
There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Now, the really interesting stuff that they put in the really interesting story points that they put in the movie, they don't put enough focus on it. Demon in a Bottle is one of Iron Man's most personal stories from the comics of him battling alcoholism, and it's resorted to a joke pretty much in this movie. He's drunk at a party and he pees in his suit. That's the extent of and he gets in a fight with Rhodey in the house. That's the extent of them doing the stuff of them addressing the alcoholism. The stuff affecting his chest, it doesn't feel like it's as serious as they're making it out to be, because we don't see how it's I mean, yes, you have a few scenes of him addressing it, but you don't see that directly affecting anything that he does in the movie. Like, it doesn't affect how he's fighting. It doesn't affect, like, this stuff going on with Hammer stuff. Like, it's stuff that happens, like, while he's doing nothing. Like, it doesn't come into play when serious stuff happens. And then how they resolve the issue is it's just fixed like that. He creates a new element in his house and puts a new arc reactor in, and he's good to go. And this is something that Nick Fury should have told him a long time ago.
Yeah.
But he's just making him just sit on it, being like, oh, you don't know? Oh, you're going to figure it out at the house. You're going to be on house arrest, even though you're not really in house arrest because you left the house many times. Like, it's just dumb stuff like that. And then Whiplash had the potential to be a great villain. But once again, he's not given enough development either. And
Played
all
by
the stuff
a great actor.
Played by a great actor in Mickey Rourke. And it's like he feels like secondary or lost in the shuffle to everything else going on. So it's just like there's too many cooks in the kitchen, where it's like all this stuff they're putting on Iron Man either doesn't feel as important, or he's acting like it doesn't feel important. That's why I didn't like him as much as he did in the first movie, because yeah, he could be an asshole, but he didn't have that heart of gold that he had in the first movie. This one, he just felt like, oh, yeah, I'm big shot now, I'm Iron Man, no one can touch me, and it's like, I'm not going to be as sympathetic to people's feelings.
Yeah,
you know?
like, I'm indestructible in Iron Man 2, and you can't get past my wall and bubble of, like, perfection. Whereas,
like, for
like,
example,
that didn't necessarily... Whereas, like, that existed in Iron Man 1, but, like, he finally had a reason to, like, actually do something with his life.
Like,
you know?
yeah, and you felt the stakes were more urgent in the first movie. For example, something as little as Obadiah using that, like, whatever, that device to make him, like, go, like, paralyzed or whatever.
Yeah, he
passed out, and he took the arc reactor out of his chest. And, like, you felt the urgency of, like, if he doesn't get another arc reactor in his chest, he's about to die, you know? Right before, you know, he had to go into a suit that's only, like, 30% powered. Like, you felt the stakes there. We knew from the beginning of the movie that the reactor in his chest is dying, and I forgot about it literally 20 minutes later. So, yeah. I don't know. Like, I really wanted to like this movie. I really did. There's some entertaining fight scenes here and there. Like, the fight scene on the racetrack, that was cool. The War Machine and Iron Man fight was awesome with Mega Whiplash and his mega suit. That was cool. That's about it. There's not a lot of action in this movie either.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention, like, considering that,
yeah,
first, how much this is a superhero, like, action movie, you get the fight at the race, you get Tony Stark against War Machine in the middle of the movie, and then the final battle. That's all the action there is in this movie. Now, granted, the result of this film, I can't necessarily blame all of this entirely on Jon Favreau.
I don't either.
Because he was mandating a 3-year turnaround after Iron Man to make Iron Man 2. So this movie he wanted to release in 2011, but the studio gave him 2 years.
Yep. And they're like, we're about to set up the Avengers. We need you to do these stuff in the movie. You need to put Nick Fury and Black Widow in there, even though they didn't have to be in the movie. Then we have to put in this Captain America shield in there, even though it doesn't need to be in the movie. Oh, we got to have Agent Coulson leave his house arrest duty for no fucking reason. Well, actually, there is a reason. So he can go to New Mexico because Thor's hammer just crash landed on the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
what?
it felt like there were, like, two creative mindsets for Iron Man 2. This is what I mean by, like, there are too many cooks in the kitchen. There were, like, two writers for this film. They walked down the hallway. This is what it felt like. They were walking down the hallway with both of their ideas. They run into each other, and their ideas just get scrambled onto the floor. They pick it all up and say, yeah, let's just work with all of it. You know? Like, we have, like, the Iron Man 2 sequel, and then we have the Avengers setup. That's what this... There's too much going on for this movie to the point where you could split this into two. Like, you honestly could have probably done Iron Man 2 and 3 before... Like, you could scrap any ideas from Iron Man 3 and release Iron Man 2 and 3 before Avengers. Iron Man 3 we'll get to soon, but as at this point, like...
Oh, that one, yeah.
You could have done Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3 before Avengers with the ideas that you had for this film. You know? So, I don't know. It's like there's stuff happening in it, but like it's too much for a Marvel movie, especially this early into the franchise, to handle.
Yeah.
You know, so
That's fair. That's fair.
but other than that, I really have no other thoughts on this movie. Do we have any final thoughts before we move on to our next film?
No, I mean, like I said, like all the pieces were there to make it like not only better than the first movie, but like one of the best films in the MCU. I just felt like, I just wish they toned back some of the ideas and, focus on the stuff that actually, was actually interesting, not be afraid to be a little bit more somber and dark, especially when you're addressing dark matters like the demon in a bottle stuff and Whiplash's backstory, whatever. Those, I don't know, it felt like it was taking a backseat.
Yeah, that's fair. Mike, do you have anything? Last thoughts, Iron Man 2? I know that you have like a lot of like thoughts about this. Like any like final thoughts before we move on?
No, I mean, I've pretty much already laid out everything. Like I said, I mean, I mainly value the character moments that were in the film. That's, or the kind of cycle that Tony went through in this movie. But that's,
Yeah. All right, well, let's move on to another movie where I think we're probably going to be talking about this one for a little while too, because it kind of seems like, the black sheep of the MCU. You
This
probably
is
already
the black
guessed it.
sheep of the MCU?
Or is it the green big muscle guy that was, which is the only movie created by Universal Studios, The Incredible Hulk. Number 28.
Yep.
So I don't think that, again, this is one of those movies where like I don't think that this is a bad movie cinematically, even though I do think there are some faults within like the plot and whatnot. But if you look at it as like a movie where you can turn your brain off and just watch it for entertainment, this movie delivers that to an extent. But it definitely feels different from the MCU because it's not only is we're super early in the MCU, it's like the second film in the franchise. And, Universal Studios made this film or distributed it. And, Edward Norton stars in the lead instead of Mark Ruffalo. But you could definitely tell that, the MCU that we have today has tried to relate so much to this film, especially with the introduction of William Hurt's character with, Secretary Ross in Civil War, as well as including Abomination in Shang-Chi, which I thought
Betty Ross now came back in What If.
Yeah, they brought back Liv Tyler to reprise her role for What If. Like they're trying to make this like part of the MCU now, which is great, but the problem is, why is this still not on Disney Plus?
Because Universal.
Universal. Why are you not making this Disney Plus?
Same thing with Sony. Why you don't see the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies on Disney
Okay, well,
Plus.
Sony, I can understand because Sony has like owned Spider-Man for like so many years. They've had a history with this character. Why are you gonna do that to Hulk though?
Yeah, there's no reason. They're
Why are
holding
you
him
gonna
hostage.
do that to him?
They're holding him hostage because they don't want to share the. They don't want to. If they want to make a Hulk movie, they have to go through them, and they don't want to share the profits with them. So.
Now, granted, I don't think this is an amazing film by like, even still cinematic standards, because like, again, the faults in the plot really start to show. And I really think that Edward Norton, does the best that he can with this role, but I just can't really stand behind him trying to change up the movie and his vision like countless times on set. He tried to make his own Hulk film like throughout the whole production, and it just the end result of it, like, again, it was just him not working well with the directors and the creators of this film, and the effect of it really shows.
So I might be in the minority in this. Incredible Hulk is in my top 10.
Number 7. Oh, number 9.
Number 9.
Oh, I thought this was. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I really liked this movie. I will say the first time I watched it in theaters and like the couple times it was out, like I wasn't digging it as much. I was on the same trade as you. But like I guess I started to get more of an appreciation because of how Mark Ruffalo's Hulk ultimately ended up as. So I started to appreciate Edward Norton's Hulk a little bit more. And you know, for me, undoubtedly, this was better than the 2003 Hulk with Eric Bana.
Oh, it's no competition. Are you kidding?
Yeah, bruh. I remember seeing 2003 Hulk in theaters, and first of all, I was put to sleep, and I was angry. I'm like, what the heck is this movie? But
I heard about this movie as a kid, and I decided, nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't about this.
choice between Spy Kids 3D and Hulk.
Spy Kids 3D for sure.
Yeah,
As a kid?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
the guy? You kidding me? I'm good.
Heck yeah. But for me, like I mean, I don't know like exactly what direction Edward Norton was trying to do with his versions of the Hulk. But like I liked what we ended up. I liked that it was a darker story than what we were usually getting from the MCU. It's more earnest and you know what jokes they did have, you know, it didn't like take me out of the movie. Like, and this is, I feel like it's appropriate for the character of Bruce Banner and the Hulk because he is more of a serious character and is more an anxious type of character. So I liked it, and it was a different dynamic from what we got from Iron Man, which was literally the same year. So so definitely like seeing a different dynamic with that. And I thought Thunderbolt Ross was great in the movie, and I know people want to shit on Liv Tyler's Betty Ross. I actually liked her quite a bit. I thought she was better than whoever was Betty.
Yeah,
better
she didn't
Ross.
do that bad of a job in this film.
Yeah, like
Honestly.
whenever I talk to other people, they're like, "Oh, but he's just talking so breathy and she's so bland." You know what? Shut your mouth, guys.
She talked like that in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and y'all loved her in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, y'all
right?
love this character in that trilogy of films.
Right. So, but yeah, I didn't really have as much problems with the plot. I mean, yeah, there was some convenient stuff in there. You could tell there was meddling here and there, but like I didn't feel like it was enough to ruin the experience. I still pretty much enjoyed everything with the movie, and like all the Easter eggs and like, you know, world building they were setting up for the Hulk's world. Like there were just little things in there that I really appreciated. And you know, if they continue doing more Hulk films, we could have seen more of that stuff fleshed out. Like Mr. Blue in the movie they're setting him up to be the leader in the next film, and it's like, no, we're not. I don't think we're ever gonna get payoff from that, which freaking sucks. But it's like the little details there, and I like the homages to the old TV show. And they even had the guy that played the Hulk did a cameo in the movie, which I really appreciated. And the Abomination fight in Harlem, fucking love.
That's like top 10 final battles for me.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man, it was gritty, it was intense. Like, this is what I want to see from a Hulk fight. Not him, like, wrestling with Hulk dogs, bruh. Like, and whatever thing Absorption Man was. But, like, this is a Hulk fight, man. This is what I've been waiting to see in a Hulk movie. Now, my one criticisms with the Hulk, his design was kind of weird for me. It was kind of strange. The CGI wasn't all the way there.
Yeah, it's strange, but, like, I can understand what they were wanting to do with Hulk. They were wanting to make him, like, so, like... They wanted to make him more, like, dark and grittier, which fits Hulk in some regard, but I feel like Universal was a little over the top with it.
A little bit.
Just a little.
And I guess they wanted something to match, like, the kind of match the design of Abomination. I thought Abomination looked awesome, so... You know, I get what they were trying to do, but I did feel like they improved on his design with Mark Ruffalo, and they actually have any motion capture stuff, because I didn't know who motion captured Norton's Hulk. I had no idea.
I don't know.
They don't even look the same. That's why it set me off a little bit. But you know, that's a nitpicky thing there. This is the best Hulk movie. This movie's so underappreciated, and because of Universal, it's just swept under the rug. It's like, come on, man, make more Hulk movies. Like, I don't know. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Mike, what do you think of this film? We keep ghosting
No,
you for some
no,
reason.
it's
We're
fine.
not meaning to do this.
No, I mean,
Yeah, we
it's,
did
it's,
mean to do this.
Speak up.
it's at 27 for me. I wasn't
Holy
too big.
crap!
Yeah.
I think it's about that
Yeah.
low for me too. It's
Holy
not.
crap!
It's not a terrible movie.
Yeah, like it's not a terrible movie. It
Yeah.
wasn't really my cup of tea. Like, no, the Abomination fight was great. And overall the visuals in the movie were great for
Watchable.
the time. Yeah,
Like,
they were great for the
were
time.
Nothing really like stood out as like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, they were great for the time. But like, it's a movie that didn't really leave an impression on me, and it's a movie that like is at my house on DVD, but it's like I watched it once. And unlike Eternals, where I was like, I'd be fine if I just never saw this. This one, it was like, okay, I'd be fine just seeing it like once or twice. It's not really something I'm going to go back to. That's the only real reason that it's so low on my list, is just because it didn't really leave an impression on me. And that the same goes for a lot of the films that are lower on my list.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't mind like seeing this movie again, but like, if you were to ask me like, okay, Seth, we're gonna sit you down. Do you want to watch Incredible Hulk, or do you want to watch like Iron Man or Guardians or Avengers, or even like any of the Spider-Man films? I'm more so gonna go with those. But if you ask me like Hulk or Eternals, Hulk or Captain Marvel, Hulk or Iron Man 2, Hulk or Thor: The Dark World,
Well, that's not fair.
I'm probably gonna choose Hulk. I'm probably gonna choose Hulk.
Hold on, that's not fair, because you compared it to some of the greats of the MCU, and then you compared it to some of the worst. Like, let's say like something
Yeah,
like
great. In my
Ant-Man,
general opinion,
or what if you compared it to like to Ant-Man, or like
I'd rather watch Ant-Man.
Really?
Probably, yeah, because I can get behind, like, they had more of a structure, because Ant-Man was a better structured film, even if like the final battle wasn't as great as Hulk. It was just as unique.
Or the characters a lot more in Ant-Man.
Ant-Man was a more watchable film than Hulk was, in my opinion.
Interesting. Okay.
But Hulk is still Incredible Hulk is still watchable, just not as much as Ant-Man. I'd rather watch the little guy over the big guy.
It's incredible.
Oh boy, Mike, we're losing you.
Mike, you're breaking up again.
Mike, we're losing you. It's that AT&T Wi-Fi.
TNT.
Yeah.
That church's chicken Wi-Fi. Right?
My man is frozen at all of this. I think he also... Oh, okay, he's out.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, I don't think that Incredible Hulk is a bad movie by, typical standards. It's just, if I were to sit down and watch either Incredible Hulk or a good majority of the MCU, I'm rather going to watch the majority of the MCU. But when you're comparing it to some of the worser entries, like Iron Man 2, Captain Marvel, Thor: The Dark World, for me, Eternals, I'd rather watch Hulk, personally, because it's still an entertaining movie. And I'd rather watch an entertaining movie than a movie that's bound to frustrate me.
Yeah.
Which Eternals frustrated me. Captain Marvel frustrated me. Iron Man 2 frustrated me. Thor: The Dark World, more so bored than frustrated, but like you get what I mean.
Yeah. I will say, like, the story for Incredible Hulk is very, very simple. Like, there's not as much to dissect as a movie like Iron Man. So that's the one thing. That's another thing holding it back from being like, oh, this is as great as Iron Man or the Avengers. So I'll give it that.
This movie would have been a lot lower if this movie was longer than 2 hours.
Yeah, it was the right length.
That's how simple the story is.
It was the right length. Yes.
Yeah.
And we didn't wait over an hour for him to turn to the Hulk.
No, he turned into the Hulk at the beginning of the film.
Yeah, I mean, compared
there was that, but then
compared to 2003, where we waited over an hour for him to turn to the Hulk.
Yeah, okay, I get you.
Yeah.
But okay. Do we have any more? Do we have any more final thoughts on Hulk as I'm setting up my next transition or setting up the next film?
Nope, I'm good.
Nothing. Come on, man. You gotta help. You're supposed to help me out here. Because
But-
now
but
we have.
I can't say I do.
Yeah, we talked a good bunch about Incredible Hulk.
Well, come on. Well, now we gotta wait for like another minute for me to actually like set this up for you guys.
Oh, if you
because-
want some filler, like okay, so let me talk about the ending scene with Tony and Thunderbolt Ross at the bar, because like I gotta say, like
that was a neat
watching
little
our-
connection.
yeah, like
I
in the
liked it.
first, yeah, like in the first Iron Man movie when they did the Nick Fury thing at the end, like I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. At the time, I was like, oh, that's a really cool ending scene. That's really nice. But this Avengers movie's not gonna happen. But that was cute. But when Tony Stark came in at the end of the Incredible Hulk, when in the theater, I was like, wait a minute, wait, they're serious? This is about to happen. We're gonna do the Avengers?
We're
Oh,
about
boy.
to do this.
Like this is this the real life?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a cool little thing that they had there.
Which is another way how we can actually compare the Incredible Hulk to the MCU, in my opinion. Which it wasn't really much of a giveaway, but okay. Moving on to our next film. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this film. It was kind of hard for me to actually like place this film in some regards because I do understand how some of the comic book fans despise this movie, Dwayne. But like it does hold some entertainment value to me on some level. Iron Man 3. I think that personally for me, the way that Tony Stark is written in Iron Man 3 was better than what he was written in Iron Man 2. Like the way that he was presented and the way that he spoke the way that his dialogue was written, it not only fit Tony Stark, it fit Robert Downey Jr. sort of trying to morph into this character. So there are great character moments in the film. Now, granted, there are moments in the film that sort of, this movie has positives, but really low lows for me. Like, it tries to, like, bait you into thinking, yeah, the Mandarin's going to be this really great, awesome villain. Ben Kingsley stars in the film. Midway through the film, no, he's just some doofus actor guy named Trevor. So that was wasted. And then we get to the end of the movie and we figure out that, frickin' the grittier version of Human Torch ends up becoming Mandarin, which, what kind...
Aldrich Killian.
What kind of a reveal was that? And then all of a sudden Pepper Potts ends up getting, like, the same abilities that Killian does. And then... the abilities that they do just in general, like their whole purpose is just to self-destruct, to end the world or whatever. It's just like, okay, give me something like cool and not like suicide bomber-ish. But again, at the same time, the movie does have some pretty big positives. Like for me, I really enjoy some of the action sequences in this film, specifically with the airplane rescue. I really think that was a really interesting scene. It was a very entertaining scene, and it really sort of like brought out Robert Downey Jr. as an actor, as to like how he not only communicates with like Pepper Potts, how he communicates to just other strangers, which is why I love his relationship with the kids so much, even if it shouldn't be as important as it is. So I think this movie, sometimes I feel like this movie can be overly hated, except that from comic book fans. I can get behind why some of you comic book fans really don't like this movie because it just doesn't follow up with the comics at all. I can get behind that. That can frustrate me as a viewer at some point because I don't really read the comics, but I still want the films to relate to comics so that I can sort of look at the movie as if it relates to comics so that I don't have to worry about reading the comics. But this movie makes me want to read the comics to see how it was actually supposed to be done, which is not the initial reaction that I should be giving off this movie. So ultimately, I don't think that this is a terrible movie. I placed this at number 25, so it's bottom 10 for me, but like for as entertaining as it is, I don't think that it's necessarily bottom 5 for me. And I know that Dwayne really wants to like explode at me for not having this at the very bottom. I could see he is holding in the anger, the hate, the aggression.
Give in to your anger.
Okay, Mike, we'll start with you first. We'll let Dwayne process it. We'll let Dwayne process this. Mike, what do you think about this film?
So this film is towards the middle for me, and honestly, after rewatching it last night, I've considered putting it lower on my list. But
which is understandable.
Right. The main reason I had to rewatch it last night is because I genuinely did not remember what happened in the film. Like, genuinely. But, like, I like, I've already said before, I'm a sucker for, like, character moments and everything. So I did like what they did in terms of, like, character development and character direction in this film. However, I will also say that there are things that
rub you the wrong way.
Yeah, like certain things that were like set up that like didn't make sense to be set up the way that they did, or certain characters that show up that you think, oh, they're gonna do something with them, and they don't until like relatively recently. Like for example, the kid in Iron Man 3 that Tony runs into, where everyone's sitting there like, oh man, this kid's gonna make like a huge appearance. They're probably gonna be like some main character in the MCU. We don't see them again until Endgame, but
yeah, like I had to look up after that funeral scene in Endgame. I had to look up like who's that kid at the end of the film?
Teenager here, like
who's this angsty teenager guy? It's a kid from Iron Man 3. Like,
right, like okay.
Oh,
I knew that instantly when I saw him at the funeral. I'm like, oh, it's them.
I saw that. I was like, okay, that might be him, but like, why out of nowhere now? And then I was like, okay, so maybe we'll see more of him in like future films. Still have yet to see him again, but
maybe an Ironheart. Maybe an Ironheart.
It's
a stretch, but
I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
But like, even after watching it again, it was like, it's in the middle, but honestly, I feel like it probably should be lower for me. Honestly, I'm actually about to just swap it with, let's see, we'll swap it with Homecoming real quick. We'll do that real quick. Yeah, just swap that.
Oh yeah, when we talk about Homecoming, I'm leaving the list the way it is for now, just because of how I had to rank this list. But
yeah, no, I'm just swapping. Yeah. So I wasn't too big on this film.
I wasn't either. And,
so now it is sitting at 28.
Yeah.
It's a little too high, but
Look, I had to make room. I had to make room for Dark World, Captain Marvel, and a couple others, including Eternals.
Fair.
Yeah.
Including another one that we haven't gotten to yet, but I can already tell I'm very far off from whatever people ranked it as. So,
you're number 31, Mike?
Yeah, my number 31. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that later.
We'll get to that.
I'm wondering what that 31 is. But okay.
All right. Okay, Dwayne, lay it off on us. Why is this the worst MCU film?
Okay, so I'll preface this by saying, like, from a filmmaking standpoint, from a direction standpoint, from a performance standpoint, I can't say this is the worst MCU movie. There is some effort put into this movie. But for me personally, Iron Man 3, I hate the most out of all these Marvel films. This is number 32 for me. It's at the very bottom. The reason why is because this is the biggest waste of time for me of all the Marvel films. Because all the other Marvel films, there's some element to that movie that builds on one another. You feel like there's significant stuff that happens in this movie that will set up other things. And that's sadly how I have to look at the MCU. I can't look at them as standalone films anymore. It has to set up to other things. Pretty much, Shane Black. Shane fucking Black. I don't like Shane Black as a director. I haven't liked anything that he's done. And he also murdered the Predator for me. I did not like the Predator at all.
The most recent Predator?
Yeah, the most recent Predator.
Yeah.
That's the only Predator film I don't like. And then Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is aight, but like it's overrated. I don't really go back and watch that over and over again. But Shane Black pretty much wiped his ass with this movie. Like, as far as his dialogue, his direction, it feels so Shane Blacky that it doesn't fit with what Jon Favreau established with the first two movies. I wasn't a big fan of Iron Man 2, but there was more substance with that movie than this film, and that's not saying much. I don't like... Okay, I am one of those people that didn't like the twist with the Mandarin. I didn't like that they made him this goofy character, but
okay, well, not a lot of people did anyway, so you're not
Yes.
really in the minority.
True, but like I understand that with the MCU, you're not gonna get a straight for straight remake of stuff we read from the comics. They're doing their own thing with it. They're doing their own variations, and I accepted that. But you have to go to why did they make these decisions? Why did they think that the creative choices that they made was the best way to tell this story? And for me, them turning the Mandarin into what they did wasn't the best way to tell this story. Because Aldrich Killian ends up being another generic villain in the MCU that does not challenge Iron Man as a character at all, and pretty much is ripping off of things that we've seen from other movies. The beginning of the film when they're establishing, oh, he's a dorky dude. I'm trying to get Tony Stark to do my inventions. Batman Forever, anybody? I just talked about that in my most recent stream of Batman Forever. Go watch it if you haven't seen it on my channel. But like literally, Aldrich Killian is just another generic businessman villain with a very contrived thing with the what is it? I forget what it was called in the comics with them turning into lava people. That was so thrown together. Like, what is this? What? There's nothing that interesting about Aldrich Killian in the movie, and then you just turning Mandarin, who is one of the biggest Iron Man villains, turning him into a joke. Because you didn't want to go supernatural with the Iron Man character, even though he just fought aliens in the last movie. And he's dealing with PTSD from that. And the whole PTSD thing they were trying to do in the movie fell flat. It was pretty much pointless. Because at first they were taking it seriously, but later as we go on, it's turned into another fucking joke with the kid. And then they want to do this whole thing of like, Iron Man is just as capable of as a regular dude as he is in the suit. We don't really see much examples of that other than he made some arts and crafts to break into Trevor's mansion. Okay. And he did some stuff here and there, tinkering with the kid in Chattanooga, whatever. But that's pretty much it. I don't feel like there's anything in this movie that significantly said that he's just as interesting out of the suit as he is in the suit. There's nothing really that holds that emotional weight. It just feels pointless. And then he ends up using all of his suits at the end of the movie, so anything you were trying to build up in the first 3/4 of the film was completely pointless. And also consider the fact that most of his suits in this movie are fucking bullshit, because you throw a rock at a suit and they fall to pieces. Especially his Mark 42 armor that he was pushing so hard in this movie is probably the worst suit that he's ever created. And he has so many other suits that he could use to defend his home, which he pretty much gave his address to the whole world for the Mandarin to know. And of course he's gonna come to your mansion and blow up your shit, and you don't use the right stuff to defend your home. You're using your prototype Mark 42 suit that doesn't do fucking shit. You are an idiot. You are a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. This Tony Stark is not thinking with his head. He's thinking all emotional, and he's getting Pepper killed. He got Happy killed, almost killed. He got in the hospital. Like, this is not the smart, like, you know, common sense Tony Stark that we got from the first movie. Not even in the second movie, even though he wasn't that good in the second film. There's so many blockheaded decisions, and then he wants to quit being Iron Man, and he blows up all of his suits. And then The shrapnel in his chest, that was a big struggle for his character throughout all these movies. They fixed that in the montage. This whole thing he was struggling with throughout all these films, he's able to fix it within 15 seconds in the hospital with him pulling out the shrapnel in his chest. Like he could have done that the whole time. And then you know how bullshit this movie is when all the other films after this ignore most of the events in this movie because Shane Black decided to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do with Iron Man's character that's not consistent with anything they built up before that point. And so all the other films are like, okay, we're just going to ignore that happen because that doesn't line up with the stuff we're trying to build with these other movies. In the hospital, like, you're trying to have him quit being Iron Man after 2 movies and 1 Avengers film. Fuck you, Shane Black. I can't stand this movie. If we were watching all these other films and we ignored Iron Man 3, I wouldn't miss much. I wouldn't miss much at all. Pretty much, I'll be more confused. So yeah, that's why I hate Iron Man 3.
Yeah, there's actually. I've actually wanted to mention something about we'll let Dwayne breathe, take a step back for a little bit after all of that. But the thing about how they ended it off in Iron Man 3 with how, Tony Stark blew up all of his suits and he got the arc reactor out of his chest, that was originally because the studio didn't know what to do with Iron Man after this film because they didn't really have any plans for him in Age of Ultron.
Kevin Feige didn't have any plans for Iron Man for a second Avengers film?
No. So originally, they were going to end it off the way that they did because they didn't know if they were going to have... Well, it all boils down... It all refers back to Robert Downey Jr.'s contract with Marvel, where he's signed up for all of these movies. He originally wasn't signed up to do Age of Ultron, as far as I'm aware of. So the way that they ended Iron Man 3 was so that he could actually... in case he doesn't show up for Age of Ultron... they gave Tony Stark their version of the happy ending that they would have given the character so that he doesn't have to live through all of these problems anymore. He could just go back to being a normal dude. But then all of that is immediately retconned with his first appearance in Age of Ultron because he's flying a suit. Because they did... But that, again, that isn't because of Shane Black. It's because of Robert Downey Jr.'s contract with Marvel. Because they didn't know if they were going to keep him going throughout more of these films.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
That's why they ended it in the way that they did. So it's not like it's a terrible ending. It is sort of like cut short, but like...
I still think it's a terrible ending because even if that's the case, if they want to end his character with this movie, fine. But this is not a satisfying ending. I'm just confused because they wrap everything up within 2 minutes. Everything that they were setting up with Iron Man just felt shoehorned in at the last minute. There was nothing fulfilling about this last story. If this was Iron Man's last story, if this was his last movie, I'll be mad. Because, they had so much other stuff with Pepper and Rhodey that just was put to the side for this stupid Aldrich Killian bullshit. So... This is what this again. I don't have a problem with them doing changes to the comics or all this other stuff. If this was, they were unsure that Robert Downey Jr. was coming back. That's fine. But you thought the choices they made in this movie, they thought this was the best way to end Iron Man's story. Was this way? No, it's not. So that's my whole thing about it. Oh, sorry guys. And then, man, we haven't even got to all the movies that I didn't like in this movie, in this franchise. We haven't even got to all the movies yet.
Not yet.
This is the pre-show to a couple other movies I don't like, but
Well, we already got a pretty good kickstart of it with Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah, that too.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we all know now that Iron Man 3 is a really good movie.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
Top 3.
Doesn't really piss anybody off.
Not
in
at
any way.
I loved everything that they did in that movie.
Yeah, everything else that Dwayne said about Iron Man 3 being an embarrassment. Yeah, Good joke.
Just
yeah.
kidding.
Yeah. April Fools. Just kidding. It's not April.
That means I'm dead ass serious. And fuck you, Shane Black, for ruining the Predator films for me. There you go.
All right, let's move on to our next film, which again, this is another one of those films where like I'm sort of like another in between on all of this. I'm not necessarily a big supporter of it. Thor.
First one?
First Thor.
Oh, we gonna fight today?
That one's low?
Yeah, it's at number 26.
Oh, we definitely fight. Oh man.
Compared to where did I put Thor? I think I probably put Thor around the same area.
I put
Thor is
at
24.
19, but
Thor is 24 on my list.
I put Thor at 19, but like that's not saying anything against it, you know.
Thor is 7 for me. It's in my top 10.
And I think the main issue that Thor really has is that the film really revolves around the character's ego so much that it kind of just undermines everything that he does right at the end of the film. That's probably one of my main issues, is that he's not as established for him to be portrayed in the way that he is. So he kind of falls under that sort of same category as like, yeah, I don't really like this character. I'm not a fan of how cocky this character is. But like by the end of the film, I'm like, okay, so maybe there's some redemption. You know, but like he wasn't that much of a likable character throughout the film. But at the same time, you know, the whole Shakespearean grandeur with this time, yeah, now I know that this is Kenneth Branagh. His whole Shakespearean grandeur of Asgard is incredible. And even like the fish out of water comedy stuff on Earth does land in some regard, but at the same time, whenever we're on Earth, the movie just gets weak. In my opinion.
I see why you say that.
I don't know. And that might just be because, you know, Kenneth Branagh is more of this, you know, Shakespearean guy. So, of course, he's going to excel well in the Shakespearean world of Asgard. Whereas if you're doing stuff on Earth where you have to make everything seem natural, it's hard. It's hard, especially when you're trying to, like, mix those two worlds in the same film, because they don't necessarily work cohesively as, you know, partnering worlds, or like worlds that would like work together in one movie. You know, that's really my big issue with Thor, and it's a pretty big issue too, because, you know, I have this at number 24 on my list, and so part of the reason is probably because, you know, there are some movies in the MCU that just do things better than Thor does, but I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts about Thor? You guys seem a little bit too surprised at how low this is.
Yeah, it's like I did not expect it to be that low. I mean, I know you weren't a big fan of it, but it's like for it to be like that low, like in the low 20s. But here's why I put it at number 7. This is a movie for me that gets better every time I watch it. Because the first time I watched it, I was lukewarm about it. I was like, it's all right. It's all right. And going into this, I was not a huge fan of Thor. And when I heard they were making the Thor film, I was like, oh boy, they're going to fuck that up. There's no way you're going to do Thor in live action. It's not going to make any sense. There's no way it can translate. But man, they proved me wrong with this movie. Kenneth Branagh's, as you said, Kenneth Branagh's Shakespearean direction and just the way he shot this film. It was so cool. They made Asgard look so cool. They have a rainbow bridge, and I'm not laughing at it. It looks cool.
Yeah, the
like
Rainbow
the
Road.
costume. Yeah, the costume design, the Rainbow Road on Mario Kart. But the costumes are great. The Asgardians speaking in their Shakespearean ways. I was invested in all that stuff. That was some of my favorite parts of the movie, surprisingly enough. I thought all the characters were great. I thought Odin, played by the great Sir Anthony Hopkins, perfect casting as Odin. Thought he was amazing. Tom Hiddleston is Loki, even though he's not like the prime Loki that we know now. I thought this was a really good starting off point for his character. And I did really like the dynamic between him and Thor. They were really good. Sif and the Warriors 3, I even like them, even though I wish they had more to do in this franchise. But I still thought they were really good. The action was really entertaining. The stuff with the frost giants was really cool. That fight in their world was really cool. The even I even started to warm up a lot to the stuff on Earth. Like that was still probably one of my weaker points of the movie, because like there was some goofy stuff, I'll admit, like when like Thor doing some slapstick here and there, and then him going to a pet store and being like, I need a horse. It's like, we don't have one, we'll give you one large enough to ride. Like, okay. It's like, or when he's I don't know, he's drinking orange juice, he's like, another. Like,
Right.
there's some funny stuff here and there. I started to warm up to that kind of stuff because I think it's charming. And the thing you said about like he doesn't feel like a likable character in this movie, I completely disagree. Because it reminds me a lot of The Emperor's New Groove. Because he goes through a very similar development with that. He does start off arrogant. He does start off pompous. But like, even though he is that way, he's not a bad person. You still feel like he's caring to people, you know, like he's not being an asshole to people. Like, yes, he's on his high horse because, you know, he's about to be king or whatever, but he still is charming. He still, you know, does stuff for people, even though he goes through his arrogant stuff. But like throughout the movie, he learns to be more of a humble character. He learns to put others before himself. Like he goes through a progression in the movies. Well, by the time he gets his powers back, we're totally in. We're rooting for him. Like when he was about to sacrifice his life against that destroyer thing, like he was about to put his life on the line for Jade Foster and all of them, and you know, Warrior 3. He put his life on the line for them, even though he knew he was gonna die. But he shows that he cared for them, you know, to put himself on the line. And when he got his powers back, and like that was such a F yeah moment, man. I was totally in on that stuff. I really, really like that. And also the Easter eggs and setups to other movies, because they're there. Agent Coulson is there, and they introduced Hawkeye in this movie, but it didn't feel slapped on. Like if you didn't know anything about these two, it still felt natural to the story, you know? So that's what I really appreciate about it as well. Because I was worried after Iron Man 2 when they were shoehorning Avengers stuff in there. But this actually felt natural. And, you know, my only thing about it is that I still wasn't a huge fan of Kat Dennings. She wasn't as bad as she was in Dark World, but I was still like, okay, you could tell she's being the comic relief of this movie. And then Jade Foster is still just fine. And they were pushing so hard the romance between her and Thor, and I wasn't feeling it. I bought them as friends, as colleagues, but as lovers, I felt like that was rushed. But
yeah, Jane was too generic to be in this movie.
Too generic, man. Like, just a few steps up from Padme, in my opinion. But, like, man, I really enjoyed a Thor film, and I really wish that the future films kept this tone and structure, well, the other two movies, because like I feel like they start to lose what made Thor really cool. And it's not that it's like it feels like a Flash Gordon movie and it's zany and over the top like Guardians and all that stuff like that. But no, the Shakespearean, larger than life type of stuff. They handled that really well. That was some of the best parts of the movie, and I feel like they started to lose that as the movies went on, and making them more like silly and Guardians like, and I just didn't appreciate that. I wish they just kept the tone for this movie. You know, this is my favorite Thor film. I know that's gonna raise some eyebrows because it's like, but Thor Ragnarok. We'll get to that when we get there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Mike, any thoughts whatsoever? You seemed a little surprised about it too. You have this at like what, the middle of the pack?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. I mean, I liked it. Honestly,
I liked it.
Yeah, I mean,
you said it so peacefully and like.
Yeah, I liked it. Next movie, please.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, I will say I liked it more than Ragnarok, personally.
Ah, my man.
That's just because I I like having him trying to get used to like this planet's customs and everything, and like learning to not be this arrogant character, as opposed to what he was doing in Ragnarok, which wasn't bad, but no, I mean, there's not really a lot that I can really say on it that you guys haven't. I just liked the film.
Mm-hmm. It's sort of a straightforward film once the momentum gets going.
Yeah.
Like, once we get to Earth, you sort of, like, understand what the rest of the film is. Thor's probably going to get redeemed in some way, and he's probably going to come back to Asgard or something. He's probably going to fight Loki, which is how they set up Loki to be. He was probably set up to be as, like, the villain of the film, and, Thor's going to fight him. It was pretty, like, even watching this, like, back in the theater in 2011, it was pretty, like, straightforward.
It was like a coming of age thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's how you do it, Green Lantern. Came out the same year.
That was too early.
Is it? Came out the same year and like wipe the floor with Green Lantern.
Truth. All right, but yeah, let's move on to our next film. Another one of our newer films, back from 2021. I wasn't huge originally about this film coming out. Dwayne already knows what it is.
You what?
But you already know what it is. But the more I watched it at home, I start to warm up to it, but that doesn't mean that it's a great movie. Black Widow.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, when this film was announced, like a few years back, it was slated to be released in 2020. Pandemic hit, didn't work out. I wasn't on board with this film originally because of how they ended her off in Endgame, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people, or a few other people, could probably agree with me on this. It feels odd for this movie to come out after killing off this character in such a major way, because like there's no real way to bring back Black Widow in any way. It's really just them trying to set up the people that care about her, which I can get behind. I think that Florence Pugh is probably the big takeaway of this film, which isn't really a good thing because there shouldn't be somebody else taking over a film more than Black Widow. When her name is... Yeah, she's better than the title character.
Yeah.
Nah. But I guess the same thing can be said for Loki too with Thor. But no, Florence Pugh was definitely a big takeaway, or the big takeaway from this film. I do really like David Harbour's charisma as this role. It really sort of reverts back to his role in Stranger Things for me, especially with how they introduced him.
Yeah.
And then everybody else was just kind of there. The mother was all right. I think, who was the villain? Taskmaster is her name.
Like the henchman to the main.
It's like the one that got fucked up because of Black Widow or something, and was out for like revenge and started to mimic everything Black Widow did. They were. Yeah. I feel like they did more, or I wish that they did more with this character, but like they were still.
Yeah, a lot of Taskmaster fans wish that they did more with this character.
Oh, for sure.
The Taskmaster fans were pissed.
But yeah, aside from all of its like unique aspects in terms of like characters and whatnot and like its style, it feels like just another typical sort of spy movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was kind of hard to. It wasn't really hard to swallow after coming out of the film in the theaters, but like it was hard for me to like sort of come around and sort of like warm up to this film as like an entry in the MCU, because now I can sort of see this as like, yeah, you can bridge this between Civil War and Infinity War pretty well. You know, I think they did that well in Injustice, but as a movie, like standalone movie, I think it's just like it's nothing too spectacular. It's kind of there.
Yeah,
You know, there's nothing
yeah.
really special to say about it. What do you guys think?
I was gonna say it's I mean it's yeah, it is just something that's kind of just there. It's at 25 for me. I actually this is the only film that I haven't seen all the way through. I missed it in theaters and then I started to watch it on Disney Plus and then I think I fell asleep or something. But that's not to say that I got bored while watching it. But I was just
Damn.
very sleep deprived that day. But no, I mean, I just put it somewhere where I kind of felt like it would fit based on what I've seen so far. Like, and I've already been spoiled on it, so there's no worries on that. But
I
no,
mean,
like
the spoilers really don't give anything away either.
right,
Personally,
right. The main reason, I mean, and it was kind of funny. The main reason that I was watching this film wasn't because of Black Widow. It was because of Taskmaster, because Taskmaster is just such a fascinating character to me. Like essentially being the death stroke of the MCU or the Marvel universe. So I was like, yeah, no, yeah, like
Yeah, that's
that's
what I wanted to
got
know.
me.
As someone
Right.
who's a massive Taskmaster fan, how would you feel about how they handled the character?
They handled them better than they did in the Avengers video game.
Ah.
So
damn.
I will I will say that I did like it from what from what I've seen and like yeah there are a few things I probably would have changed but like I'll reserve all of my judgment for that until I've fully seen the movie through but like I said I've already been spoiled on everything but I will say that they've at least done it better than the whiny mess that's in the Avengers video game, which was my main fear because the Avengers video game came out shortly before this film, and then the Taskmaster in there was like, I think there was a line where Black Widow was like, "Oh, your photographic memory or whatever," and then Taskmaster was like, "It's called photogenic memory or whatever," and I was like, "Ah, dude."
Yeah, I saw it. I'm like, really?
Yeah. So. But from what I've seen so far and from what I've been spoiled on, I think it's a good film.
So, uh, I'll say from the get-go, I didn't want a Black Widow spinoff. I didn't. Not
Same.
because I don't. Yeah, and
Same.
it's not because I don't like Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow. I think she's actually one of the best characters in the MCU. But I just feel like it was unnecessary. I liked that with her and Hawkeye, you got glimpses of her development here and there when she's in, ensemble films. I don't think we need origins for every single character. But I did say if they were going to do a Black Widow movie, they should have capitalized on it after Age of Ultron. But like the perfect place is what you guys said earlier between Civil War and Infinity War would have been a perfect place to do a Black Widow movie. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why they didn't do it because like executives back then were unsure if a Black Widow movie would be successful or whatever. It's the same people that didn't want a Black Panther movie. But 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 seeing it in theaters, and also it didn't help that this movie got pushed back so many times because of the pandemic. Um,
Yeah.
so the momentum going into this film kind of died after a minute. Um, but I will say, watching in the theater, for the most part, I had a good time with it. But I forgot about it a couple weeks later. Um, it
Yeah.
it's just this movie was not really worth the wait. Even though I enjoyed it for the most part. I didn't feel like it was worth the wait. I didn't feel like it was worth them pushing it back so many times. Um, it's just a middle of the road action movie. I did think Scarlett Johansson was good. David Harbour was good. Rachel Weisz was good. Of course, the MVP of this movie, you've heard it so many times, it's Florence Pugh. Florence Pugh is the breakout star of this movie, and she's going to go far in the MCU. I guarantee that.
Oh
She
yeah.
came on the scene and just chewed up everything. Man, I didn't even expect that. I'm a Florence Pugh fan, but I didn't expect how good she was going to be in the movie. Um, as I established, I'm not a huge Taskmaster fan, so whatever changes they were doing to the character, it didn't affect me personally. And I thought the way they handled her in the movie was fine. It was fine. It reminded me a lot of Bucky and Winter Soldier, though. Yeah, I felt some similar stuff with that, but I thought it was fine. I thought the main villain, I don't even know his name, who was running Black Widow stuff. I thought that was a bit undercooked.
Yeah.
The Black Widow stuff in general felt undercooked, and there could have been some really like psychological dark stuff they could have tackled, which they do slightly, but they could have done more. Like the first 20 minutes of the movie, going into the title sequence, I was thinking, oh, we're in for a great Marvel film because it felt so dark. They handled some really, really messed up subject matter in the beginning part of the movie. That's something we haven't seen from a Marvel film in quite a while. So I'm thinking we're gonna get something really cerebral. We're gonna take it back to Winter Soldier era type stuff. But it just went from another generic action Marvel movie, which I don't know. And there's some dumb stuff like, how do they have a base up in the sky and nobody knows where it is? It's just a cloaking device. Like,
Yeah.
really? You have Shield, Hydra, all these organizations out there, and nobody knew where it was. Thunderbolt Ross didn't know where it was. Like,
Somehow.
huh? What in the hell? So there's some contrived stuff like that here and there, but it's fine. The movie's fine.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we, as we move on to the next major film, there's not really much to talk about with Black Widow. It's just sort of like the long lost film in Phase 3 that was released like 5 years too late.
Yep.
But as we move into the next film, I'm actually a little disappointed that this film ended up being in bottom 10 because I really do like how they gave I really like the origin story to this character. Captain America, the First Avenger, ended up being pretty low on here. I actually have this at number 13 for me. I really enjoy the Steve Rogers origin story and how they set him up to be this great person. Not so much of a perfect soldier, but just a great person is what I needed from this film. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he's willing to sacrifice everything in his body to save the people that he loves is just everything that I wanted from I guess not so much of a typical comic book superhero, but that just screams like a good starter comic book superhero, especially in a franchise that's running for this long. This film is now over 10 years old, and for it being the 5th film in the franchise, this was probably like the best time to release this film. The problem that I have with this film, though, that keeps it out of my top 10 for me, because it could have been top 10, but it just montages through years of World War II, and there's no substance. It just, we're going from Act 1 to Act 3 with only like a couple minutes of Act 2. So like his payoff is sort of like referring back to how he was in the first act, more so than how he was doing it throughout the entire second act.
Yeah.
I just wish that they did more in that middle act. I don't know if it's the middle act, but like whenever they montage through years of World War II, that's when the movie loses momentum for me. Because otherwise this would be top 10.
Yeah.
All right.
So being the DC guy, I want to reference back to the first Wonder Woman movie, which also was set in World War One. The reason why the no man's land scene and all that stuff there, it hit more because, as you said, Ruby, we actually see it play out. And we see how Wonder Woman's influence on the soldiers and the innocent people, how they're affected by Wonder Woman's heroicness. Now, we do get that here in the first Avenger, but it's only one scene. And then everything else is skipped over through a montage. So the impact of the war feels a little too clean in this movie. And this is the same director who did The Rocketeer, so I guess that kind of makes sense. But yeah, that's what kept it from being a great movie because they could have dove more into the psychological nature of war and seeing how Captain America, how he's become this big influence that he is. Like we do see it, but it's like they could have went into that more. Another reason why this keeps it from being a great movie is Red Skull. Red Skull to me is probably the biggest disappointment in this movie because even though from the comics I was not a huge fan of Captain America. I thought he was a really cheesy character, and once again when I heard they were going to make a movie, I'm like, y'all just scraping the bottom of the barrel, aren't you? This is not going to work. But hey, dude, and they got Human Torch to be Captain America. I'm like, this is going to fail. But to my surprise, Chris Evans was amazing in the movie. But Red Skull, he's actually a really good villain in the comics. And you had Hugo Weaving being cast as him. Perfect. But he felt like just another generic bad guy. And they didn't let him chew up scenery like we know Hugo Weaving can. This is Agent Smith from The Matrix and freaking voicing Megatron in the Transformers movies. And they don't let him chew up scenery. They don't let him be as over the top as he can be. And the prosthetics on his face didn't work for me. Didn't work for me personally. Like if you see Red Skull in the comics, he looks freaking scary. But in this movie, he looks so cheesy. Like Hugo Weaving as himself looked more scary than his actual prosthetics. But outside of that, man, they made me buy into this over-the-top character as Captain America. I liked seeing his development when he's just a skinny, short dude, and when Bucky Barnes with them, they developed the friendship there, and you see him wanting to, serve into the war, and being like, it's not all about muscles or strength, it's about the heart, it's about him being heroic, him putting himself before others. That was all there with Captain America, and they did it very, very well. And, the cast they have for this movie is also really good. They got Tommy Lee Jones in this movie. They got Stanley Tucci. They got,
Haley Atwell.
Haley Atwell as Peggy Carter. Freaking great. Just freaking great. But yeah, I loved all that stuff. This was a really nice, heartwarming story. It just keeps it from being great because, Red Skull, they could have done more with him, and they could have done more into the war aspect of it. It just felt too clean. It just felt too pretty. It still had those cheesy moments. Like, they could have made it a little bit more serious. But I like the movie. I think it's a very, very solid film.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very, very solid entry in the MCU. Now, granted, even though I have it ranked at 21, that's only because of certain other films, one of them being Thor Ragnarok, but other films that we haven't touched on yet. But no, yeah, I mean, like you said, Dwayne, the casting was great. The characters were great. Hugo Weaving as Red Skull was a little bit. There was something to be desired there. But like overall, like, yeah, no, I didn't expect. I never would have if before the first Captain America film came out, if someone told me, oh yeah, that guy who played Human Torch, he's gonna be Captain America. If someone would have told me that, I would have been like, oh well, okay, MCU's just doomed then, I guess.
Oh hell no.
We're done.
Right. But like you see him in that role, like just absolutely crushing it, and it's like I feel like that was like the start of like characters that did horrible in other superhero films getting like their second chance in other superhero films to like do well, or just actors in general that just weren't that good in other productions getting a chance to just crush it in superhero films. And no, like I was very pleasantly surprised with how he was there. And like to the point where like it didn't even click in my mind while watching the movie, like, oh yeah, this guy was Human Torch. But
Yeah,
Michael B. Jordan is actually another one of those actors that like sucked in one superhero movie and then got a second chance with Black Panther.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, like even looking towards films that aren't even out yet. Like, granted, this actor is
Oh, Ryan Reynolds, Green Lantern, that he went to Deadpool.
right. Yep,
Yeah.
him too. I was gonna say Robert Pattinson, but he's done really well in other films, so that's
Twilight Boy.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say,
Oh, yeah. Very proud of that
He's
boy.
been in great films before Twilight, even so you don't even have to consider like Robert Pattinson as the like symbol of Twilight or anything like that,
Right.
because like you can cast him as these other great roles. He's gonna be coming out with Batman soon, and
Yep.
I think this Friday, right?
Yep.
Is it this Friday?
It might be this Friday actually.
Yo!
It is. Oh
But yeah, we've seen him in other
that's
better
crazy.
projects.
Alright.
We've seen him in other better projects before, like The Lighthouse, probably like his most recent one before the Batman. He popped off in that movie with Willem Dafoe.
Yep.
I mean, popped
though
off.
Yeah, that was a crazy movie, but he was really good. And even though I didn't like Tenet, he was pretty good in that.
But
I never saw Tenet.
that's I want to see that one. But
Yeah, me too.
that is to say that just that I was pleasantly surprised with the film, and even though he's not in the MCU anymore, the Captain America films have yet to disappoint me. So
Okay. Good
Yeah,
for
because
you.
at least to me, Captain America never really had. I know that Dwayne has one bad Captain America movie, and people in the chat don't listen to this buffoon.
oh boy,
He does
You know
not
what?
know. He does not know what he's talking about.
You know what? Mike had his turn with Iron Man 2, so give me a break, bro.
Hey, you also had your turn with Eternals. You cannot.
True.
You can't come back from that.
True, I'm waiting for Seth to have his controversial opinion. I'm
It's-
yet to hear
I'm
that.
waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
Honestly, it might be coming. I don't know, but yeah. Let me set up this this next one really quick. Our next major topic. But yeah, I'm also just looking for one that's like gonna throw some people for a loop for some reason, and then I'm gonna be sitting here like eating my bag of chips and cheese dip and listening to you guys saying, why are you so wrong about this project or whatnot, and I'm just gonna be sitting here like, I'm not.
Actually, I am right and everyone else is wrong.
actually.
Yeah,
Actually, if you would.
But okay, I think this one might be a little bit controversial because I actually haven't talked about this with anybody. This will be one of our first Disney Plus shows that we're going to be talking about.
Oh boy.
When I saw this, like fully from beginning to end, it had a decent setup, but the finale was kind of weak. But at the same time, that kind of goes for like a couple of other MCU.
You mean all of them? All the
Plus-
shows?
No, not all of them. Like I think What If was probably like the one that actually had like a good ending.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But like this is one of the ones where like, yeah, I actually didn't really like the ending. Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Oh.
I have this in my bottom 5.
Whoa. Okay.
I'm actually not mad at that.
I mean, I'm not mad at that. I'm surprised.
There's so much in this show that feels like, they could have done quite a bit with not only just with some of the characters, but some of like the world building as well. I think the villain in this show forgot that they were a villain.
Oh, the Flag Smashers?
Yeah, they tried to make the girl that was what's their face in Solo.
Yeah.
The girl from Solo.
The girl with the mask and the staff is yeah.
Yeah, they made her the villain in the show, and I think they forgot that she's the villain because they tried to make her too relatable. Like they tried to make another one of those like Killmonger type characters or like Thanos type characters where you're trying to make a villain that's so relatable but also threatening.
And also ignorant. She's
And
fucking ignorant.
Yeah, they made her relatable, but not necessarily evil. So there wasn't really any high stakes in this show. Now, also with what's his name? The the make believe, the first Captain America in this show. What's the character's name?
Oh,
I forgot his name.
I don't know, U.S. agent. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. There we go. We'll go by Google standards. U.S. agent. Yeah, I appreciated what they were wanting to do with that storyline. Give this some other person that doesn't deserve to be Captain America the role of Captain America. I just wish that he was more. I don't want him to be likable. I want him to be more watchable as a character instead of just like, you know, I'm Captain America. Y'all gotta follow me.
Yeah.
I'm leader of this bitch or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was
Kurt Russell's son, bitch.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it. There were some very big missteps in the show where I feel like they had the whole format. They had the formula in front of them that they could have made the show awesome. It's just not. And they just fumble on it. And it just makes me not really want to watch this show again. Honestly, I don't know. I was a little disappointed. Not gonna lie.
Okay, so I'm gonna say up front because I feel like I'm gonna repeat myself a lot. Because I don't have a lot of nice things to say about the Marvel shows, and most of them have the same issue. So Falcon and Winter Soldier, I think I'm the opposite of you. I thought the first half of the show was very weak, and then the second half of the show started to pick up. And by the second half, I mean the last 2 episodes. But yeah, this movie, it's not even a movie.
Hey, we're so used to the MCU being movies. Like, you might as well call it a movie. It's fine.
Right. That's the problem, though. This doesn't feel like a show. This feels like an extended movie. They're trying to stretch it out into a 6-episode series, but it's like that's what's the problem with it. The pacing of these shows are up and down, up and down.
Yeah, the
like
pacing is really off.
It's really, really off, and it's like there's just a bunch of filler going on in the first 3 episodes, where it's like they could have, and it's like the development that they are trying to do for Falcon and Winter Soldier. There wasn't a lot. There wasn't a lot. It just felt like meandering. And it's like, and once again, we got to deal with Falcon being so wishy-washy of, does he want to be a hero or does he not? Does he want to take the mantle of Captain America or does he not? He's been doing this stuff before this show came out, which kind of made me frustrated about his character overall. But by the time he does become Captain America, I'll admit, it's kind of a fuck yeah moment. Seeing him in his Captain America suit, it was so cool. Now, the build-up to that was kind of sloppy, but at least I'm like, they had the balls to make him Captain America. I never thought that would actually happen, so I'm happy about that. But it's too bad Bucky is taking a back seat to him in this show. Like, now I'm not expecting him to become Captain America because there's already a bunch of conflict that he's dealing with, so I wasn't expecting that. But the show could have at least played with that idea more since he's in the freaking title. Like, it feels 70-30 Falcon's development and Bucky's development. He feels like a sidekick to Falcon in this show, and I don't understand why they keep doing this to Bucky. Bucky's actually a really interesting character in the MCU, but they don't want to give him the time to actually grow as a character. They just throwing some random stuff at him, and it's just like, oh, yeah, he's there. Yeah, he does this little thing. Oh, he may get through this. Like, some of the most compelling stuff in the show, like, it's funny how this always happens. Whenever you put in an element from Black Panther, it automatically elevates the show. When the Dora Milaje came in, I was like, oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere. When we actually see him getting, fighting his PTSD from when he was working with Hydra and the Dora Milaje was helping him get out of that funk. That was some of the most emotionally compelling stuff in the entire show, and they only resorted to 1 episode with him. Now there was another thing with the old guy that was an experiment of super soldiers experiment. That stuff was actually compelling too. That was actually really cool. It is funny how that's more compelling than what we're getting with Falcon and Winter Soldier. The stuff around him is getting more development than him. And then the Flag Smashers, they sucked. They fucking sucked.
They really did.
Like, man, this is some of the suckiest villains I've seen in Marvel anything. And they suck so much that Zemo ended up becoming better as a character for me. We haven't gotten to Civil War yet, but I will say Zemo actually was an interesting character this time in this show. Now I didn't like that they were kind of making him an anti-hero, even though I guess I was expecting that. And he only wore the purple mask for one freaking scene. Okay, nice
Right.
little tease there, whatever. But they actually made him interesting. And I appreciate that. And the stuff with Sharon Carter?
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff where they're building her up to be some sort of underground leader of something. Okay, that may be payoff in other stuff in the future, but that was undercooked as well. But like Lily, the only things I cared about in the show was when Falcon became Captain America, the little development we got from Bucky with Wakanda, and the stuff with the old guy. Everything else, wash. I did not care for the show that much. It was very underwhelming, but I'm looking forward to Captain America 4. I will say that.
Whenever that
Yeah,
villain
no,
comes out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll agree. The only things I really cared about were, Falcon becoming Captain America, and then, just the stuff with Bucky there, with his, like, essentially tying up loose ends. But no, I mean, I cared about I was excited for the series coming out until it came out.
Yeah.
Which,
That
like,
was me too.
yeah.
That was me.
Yeah, like, I was pumped for it, and then it came out, and I watched the first episode, and I was like, But, like, yeah. No, I mean, I liked it. And, I mean, I did like how that was, like, the start of the MCU starting to do, like, their whole, like, series for stuff. Like, I liked that they took their time with that in the sense of, like, making it a series rather than trying to cramp everything into, like, a 2-hour or 3-hour movie. I feel like if they would have done that, the story would have been absolutely horrible, would have flopped tremendously. But,
Yeah.
So I like that this was the start of of Disney starting to see, okay, it's fine for us to take some things, turn them into series, and allow things to build up that way for the movies, instead of just trying to cramp everything into, like, 2-hour movies and then try to develop all these different storylines all at once.
Right,
Like,
and don't have a bunch of random filler at the same time.
Right. Like, if Iron Man, like, even though I have it ranked at, like, the top of my list, if Iron Man 2 and, like, this one's not at the top of my list, it's towards the bottom, but if they had, like, Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3 as, like, series rather than, like, as, like, movies, I feel like they would have been more well-received. It would have given them a lot more time, like, seasons worth of content to just build up different storylines. But,
Yeah, for sure.
That being said, this is at 15 for me. So
Yeah, I was gonna say you seemed a little bit shocked to hear that I put it in my bottom 5.
yeah, I was very shocked.
Like I was kind of turned off by it, because like I was excited to see where they were gonna take this, another political thriller show, and it ended up not really being a political thriller, and that's what made it kind of suck.
That being said, there were a couple episodes that ended up being a lot more topical than I think they meant to because of when they were released.
Yeah.
I would say Falcon and Winter Soldier is 24 for me. Just let you know. But,
Yeah, that's not too far off. Okay,
Yeah.
well, we just covered our bottom 10 of MCU, so I say, this would be a good time for just a quick 5-minute break before we start talking about the middle of the pack that's not top 10. So we have time to, like, go to the bathroom and, like, grab some snacks and whatnot, because the rest of the list is probably, like, the next portion of, like, 22 or, like, 21 to 11, that's all going to be stuff about, like, yeah, it's either, like, yeah, it was good, or, yeah, this was too high. So,
Okay.
all right, but yeah, let's take a quick 5 minute break. So for chat, we'll be right back in about like 5 minutes. We'll be back at around like 4:50 is probably a good time to pick back up.
Sure.
Probably.
Okay, we'll be back at around 4:50. Take care.
All right. Gotcha. Gotcha. I'll run and grab something real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna get a snack.
Yes. Like I said, I'm a sucker for character moments. I put that towards the top. It was just the character path that they had Tony on there.
That's cool. Yep. Yep. I like that it took risks. I like it took risks, and I enjoyed the characters more than you guys did.
Definitely, you did. That's cool. I'm gonna take the quick opportunity to cash in on the Pokemon gift. Arceus. That's 30 Ultra Balls, man. I'm about to catch a whole bunch of alphas with that. Have you been feeding them first before you throw it?
I mean, yeah, I've been getting them to red bars,
Mm.
but they still break out of great balls. And
Yeah,
that's
no,
just risky
no,
business.
I mean, oh, no, I don't mean like damaging them. No, I've been like, I've just been doing the whole like feed them their favorite food and sneak up behind and then just hit them in the weak spot.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that too. I've been using like smoke balls as well so that they don't see me. Because they kind of work. Anyway, we're back into it. Now we move into our first tie. Because
really?
when you're making a ranking like this, you're going to probably end up with a few ties. And this list has 3 of them. This is one of them.
Oh boy.
So we're gonna go over these films one at a time, and I don't feel like splitting them up because that's just too much work, and plus I can't really split them up anyway because of how I was originally gonna do this. So let's get on with our first tie, and our first movie we're gonna talk about is Hey, Mike, we're gonna go back to you for a little bit. Why do you hate Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Well, my friend.
Oh,
Okay. When I say hate, he has this at 31.
What? Whoa! What? When?
No.
Why? Y'all need to stop hating on Ant-Man and the Wasp. I'm sick of this shit.
Oh my gosh. Now, granted, I have only seen the film once. However, the one time that I did see it, did not really care for it. It just, like...
Okay, moving on. Now, Dwayne. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
yeah. No, I mean, like... The main reason that one was so low for me was just because it just wasn't memorable for me. Compared to, like, Ant-Man, the first Ant-Man. Like, the first Ant-Man, I saw that one, and I was like, oh, man, I can't wait to see, where else they go, what else they do. And granted, they did some interesting things with the film, but, like, it just... For me, it personally didn't live up to that hype.
Yeah, I think my mentality on Ant-Man and the Wasp is that this film kind of lost its steam already since it came off of the events of Avengers Infinity War.
That's
Which-
also it. Is that the main
yeah,
point of the film? Like, the
What-
main
what was
point of the
that?
film at that... Sorry, I was going to say the main point of the film at that point was just to show, hey, what were they doing? Which was like... It was very low stakes compared to what we just saw,
Well, see, here's the thing. Like, Avengers Infinity War was a very big, like, what the fuck kind of film. Like, we need a break from events like this, which is where Ant-Man and the Wasp comes in and actually changes that up. It changes that pace. Which is why I say Ant-Man and the Wasp sometimes gets a little bit too much hate, and that's only because it came out, like, a few months after Infinity War. I feel like, this is one of those movies where, like, you see films that, like, for me, I'm going to bring up, Eternals again, and, like, films like, Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3, where they're trying to hit home runs, and they're only getting, like, singles or doubles. Eternal strikes out for me, but that's not the point. Ant-Man and the Wasp tries to not aim for a home run. They try to aim for a double, and they sort of earn that double for me. They're not really trying to make anything, like, too massive happen. They just want to make a simple, like how they did in the first Ant-Man when they're coming off of Age of Ultron. They wanted to make the first Ant-Man a simple heist film. They did the same thing here, but make it a simple MacGuffin story about just a few groups of people chasing an item. And yeah, maybe the villain isn't so massive, or it doesn't really pose as a threat to our heroes, but you still care about them.
No.
They do have heart in some regard,
Right. Now, what I will say is that the way I would have rather that they tell this story is... Ooh, sorry. The way that I would have rather that they tell that story is... You have that whole film pretty much play out the way it does. It ends with... ends with Ant-Man being stuck in the quantum realm. Sure. But then they don't show Hank or anyone turning into dust. Then you have an Infinity War. I start seeing people turn into dust. Then you see Hank, Pym, and all that, and then it's like, oh, that's why he's stuck in the quantum realm. I personally would have released it before Infinity War and just done it that way.
So you think that should have been like a mid-credit scene for Infinity War?
I feel like it should have just been part of the main movie for Infinity War. Like, I feel like they should have just kind of left that on a cliffhanger. Like, oh, why is he stuck in the quantum realm? Why did they end it there like that?
Yeah, I can get behind with you on that, because I actually sort of feel like the same way when they introduce, or like when they first start off Endgame, where Hawkeye is at.
Plus I think, didn't they show like trailers for Endgame like right when that movie came out? So it was like you kind of already knew, oh, he's just...
No,
I think it was like it was a year.
Trailers for Endgame
later.
didn't come out until like November or December of that year.
Right.
Yep.
Because that was around the same time that Infinity War trailers started to come out. was like November, December of 2017.
Right.
Yep.
And then they ended up releasing it a week early. For God knows why, but whatever.
Hey, they were that
we'll take it.
Hey, they were confident. They were like, "We got something great. It's gonna make $2 billion," which it ended up doing. So,
Yep.
um, oh, okay, I guess it's me. So I really like the movie. I really like it. Now, this is coming from someone who couldn't stand Ant-Man before the movies came out. I thought this is the dumbest thing ever. Yes, we just got a talking raccoon and a talking tree, but I'm sorry, Ant-Man, you're crossing the line. You're crossing the goddamn line. But man, now I'm ended up being one of the defenders of the Ant-Man movies. Yes, they are simple. Yes, they are kind of dumb. Yes, it's a little more playful than what we usually get from the MCU. But hey, these movies know what they are. They're not trying to be bigger than what they're supposed to be. They're in their nice little pocket space, and I feel like, as Ruby said, it's a nice refresher, compared to all the other stuff that we're getting. That we're getting something just nice and simple, and it's not end of the world stakes and stuff like that. And yeah, what I really like about these movies, the characters. Paul Rudd and Scott, so charming. I love Hope in these movies too. I really like their dynamic as Ant-Man and the Wasp. I love the relationship that Scott has with his daughter. It's so nice. The three guys that Scott hangs out with, they're very funny as well. But for this movie, I thought it was an improvement from the first film. For at least for me, because I felt like in the first film there was still some awkward stuff direction wise, because you could tell that Edgar Wright, did the story for the first movie, and they got a different director, Peyton Reed, to do it. So it felt like it was kind of awkward with them trying to figure out the direction going off of Edgar Wright's story and stuff like that. But I felt like in this movie they were more confident with what they were trying to be. I thought the villain was a lot better than there was in the first movie. Like, they actually were trying to make the villain compelling, and I thought her powers were kind of interesting. And you got Lawrence Fishburne in the movie as well. Yay, that's a thumbs up from me. Yes, physics-wise, we can pick this apart for days, the physics in these movies. How are you shrinking a whole building and you are carrying around like luggage? That does not work like that. But hey, if I can turn my brain off, I can suspend my disbelief, I can go with the dumb fun with this movie, I don't understand why this movie gets a bunch of hate. Maybe you're right, like it came out in a weird time, because right after Infinity War, where a bunch of crazy shit happened, and now we're just going down to Ant-Man and the Wasp. I remember our first review on the channel where you were like, we go from Infinity War, big fucking thanks, all that, to Ant-Man. What? So it felt kind of like that. But hey, it was a nice little change of pace for that time, and I think it's a fun movie. I think it's very fun.
I was gonna say, it was Ant-Man and the Wasp, like, for its time, was definitely weird. Like, I would definitely see this film being like lower on the list, like, solely because it came out at such a bad time. Well, not a bad time, but like, it came out like after Infinity War, which was such a groundbreaking film, and then we're going right into Ant-Man and the Wasp, which is just like it's a weird transition, I'll give you that. But like, as we had more time to sit with this film, it's not a bad movie. It's just smaller in scale compared to the Avengers films, which is a good thing, because not every film has to be as high stakes as the Avengers. Great example, the Ant-Man films. So.
Yeah, I mean, I will agree, it is a nice, like, change of pace. I think it is. I think it was like a very, like, tense time for the MCU, because you just saw like all your fan favorites die. I think one of the main reasons that the film like kind of rubbed me the wrong way when I first saw it was because, seeing the advertisements for it, I was thinking, oh man, so they're just doing like damage control after the snap. Like they're trying to figure out like whatever, what all is going on or whatever. They're just in this chaotic like world or whatever. And then as advertisements kept coming out, it was like, oh wait, no, they're not. Wait, but then you come to find out that, oh, this was something that was happening while Infinity War was happening.
Yeah, I will say it is a very odd film to like try and watch like in chronological order.
Yeah, I mean, plus it was kind of weird because it was like, okay, this like potentially world-ending threat shows up on Earth. How is it that Hank Pym never heard about it?
Yeah, where's Ant-Man and where's Hawkeye?
Yeah, given Hank Pym's like connections with Shield and everything, it's like, how did he not hear about this?
Now, granted, some of the reasons why Hawkeye and Ant-Man didn't really show up in Infinity War were because of their actions in Civil War, but like even with that, like they still found a way to have Ant-Man leave his property without being noticed.
Right. I mean, plus even then, you would still
even like
have.
If you remember in the beginning of Endgame, they showed where Hawkeye was while that was happening because his family got dusted as well. Because I think I remember at the end, like in Age of Ultron, he's like, after this, I'm done. Like I'm going back to my family. So I guess he was like, okay, I'm not gonna sacrifice the safety of my family even for the early stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, it's like. Just because of Nick Fury's like involvement in all those events going on, it's like I'm surprised that Nick Fury didn't at least like reach out to Hank Pym at least, like not even like the current Ant-Man, just reaching out to Hank Pym just because of his connections with Shield. Just being like, hey, this is what's going on. Pretty bad right now. All of the heroes are up in space. We got like pandemonium on the ground level. Like
Yeah. Well, the many questions I have.
Although,
sorry,
I thought Nick Fury didn't call up Ant-Man at all. I thought Ant-Man was just picked up by Hawkeye.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm saying like I'm surprised that like
none of the people on Ant-Man really got picked up by Nick Fury or anything.
Right, like none of them at least even heard about what was going on. Like they weren't like, hey, like this big purple alien showed up and like he's got these stones that control reality. So I mean, like, like
Yeah.
It's like that seems like something that someone from Shield would be sitting there like, all right, let's go through all the emergency contacts, alert all of them because this is just like DEFCON, like 9, like code red, everything's like the Tesseract's been compromised and all that, like like it seems like a big enough threat to where even though they have those the accords that like are keeping everyone like separate or whatever, that still seems like something where they'd be like, hey, let's just call everybody because this is just
yeah, it's everything is just going out the window.
Yep.
But yeah, honestly, I would have probably preferred to call the Pyms during like the events of like Age of Ultron or something.
Right,
wasn't like in the comics that like Hank Pym created Ultron or something?
Yes.
Yeah. But like, they weren't introduced in the MCU at that point. I'm not even sure.
That was some BS. Like that's why they should have done Ant-Man first and then Age of Ultron and then do that.
It would have made more sense if they did like Ant-Man first, but did they even have the cast decided at that point?
I think they did. I think while they were probably filming for Age of Ultron, they probably had like the cast already set up for Ant-Man. But like I think Age of Ultron probably started like filming first. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because Age of Ultron was like one of those films where like you need to start like filming this film. Actually, we can start talking about it because that's actually our next film is Age of Ultron at number 21 as well.
Whoa, it's that low?
Yeah. Critics don't like this movie.
Whoa.
Well, actually, it's got an okay rating
movie.
It's got an okay rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Isn't it like in the 70s?
Yeah, mid-70s. That's bad by MCU standards.
I thought that. I mean, shoot, I was under the impression that people liked Ultron like probably just below Infinity War.
No,
there were some people I even hear say they liked it.
That was me 4 years ago, but that's not me today.
There were some people that even said they liked this more than the first movie.
Well, and I can understand why to some regard, like back when the film came out, because like, the action is bigger, the quips are more plentiful, and there's a lot more shit happening in this film, but at the same time, like, as a story, it's like, it's probably like one of the more like confusing films in the MCU, because like we already sort of brought this up, because like in the comics, Hank Pym created Ultron, but in this film it was Tony Stark and Bruce Banner that created Ultron. So it really just sort of like created that level of confusion as to like,
at the same time, when
Ultron comes
that
out
film,
and then like Ant-Man comes out like a few months after.
I mean, at the same time, when looking at that film, it's like they made it work because you had like them creating Ultron, and then they were like, all right, well, we need to right this wrong, and then turning around and creating, Vision.
Okay, but at the same time, when you're creating Ultron, creating Ultron, such like an important character, it could be like literally almost any other villain in the MCU, but the fact that they're creating Ultron and they're not giving us, like the filmmakers are not giving us that time to, sink that in. Like they need to spend time with like, other than, Tony Stark just saying, we need peace in our time, and then all of a sudden Ultron's created.
Yeah,
like, they go off to some party.
Right. If any movie needed a part 1 and part 2, it's this movie.
I mean, it definitely
Probably,
did.
yeah.
It definitely did, but at the same time, I felt like that kind of did fit Tony Stark's character at that point in the MCU's version of events. Because Iron Man at that point in the story is definitely more of a, I'm going to just do, and then I'm going to tell you guys what I did, and then we're just going to be cool with that. And,
of course, shit. Fuck
right, right. And he's also like, and it's also like, okay, but him doing that is also going to be the start of just stuff rolling down the hill, and it just seemed like that fit for Tony's character, because he's not only like one of the best heroes in there, but he's also someone that creates his own enemies.
That's what's kind of annoying.
Even later on in films that have a lot to do with him, but he's not even directly in, like Far From Home. It's like, oh, these are all villains of his creation.
That's annoying. That's freaking annoying.
Yeah, at this point, like even after, like really, since we're after the death of Tony Stark, and we're still sort of getting villains that are like influenced by Tony Stark's like bad decision making.
Yeah, man, sins of the father.
No, but then when you're overshadowing other characters' development in the universe, you overshadow Ant-Man's development, you overshadow Spider-Man's development. Like, what else? What next, man?
Yeah. I have Age of Ultron probably like, I think I actually have this at like number 16, so I don't have this like necessarily low, but like again, if you were asking me this like 3.5 years ago or something, probably around the time that Ant-Man and the Wasp came out, I would have said that this movie would be top 10. Because this movie, this is an entertainment type film, and James Spader really does knock this role out of the park, regardless of how awkward the writing is.
Knocks it out of the park is he does
a good ass voice for Ultron.
Man, yeah, okay, no,
but how's the writing?
Okay, no. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about like the writing makes this character good. The performance from James Spader knocks this role out of the park for me.
Right now,
it's James Spader, not Ultron.
Now, I will say, this movie. I'll preface this by saying this movie is in my top 10. It's number 8. But. No, I did love James Spader as Ultron. I think it kind of perfectly fit as like the awkward yet sociopathic just killer robot, that he was supposed to be throughout the film. There were characters and parts of it that were like kind of awkward to me, like
the Avengers go to some house. And it's my guy's house. Yeah.
Yeah. The Thor goes into a pool to get visions.
Right. Yeah, those were a little odd. And then yeah, I mean like the stuff with like uh Scarlet Witch's introduction is kind of interesting, but you know, I mean I think the main reason that I like this film so much is because of Ultron. Like just everything about his character and the way that, James Spader, portrays him, I think is just great. Now that being said, I would have liked it better if it was like, oh, Hank Pym created Ultron, because like even down to like how the robot looks, it just looks like something that Hank Pym would make. But
Because that would have been the start to a that
right.
would have been the start to a two-part film.
Right,
Is Hank Pym creating Ultron?
right, yeah. No, it would have been great if they had it structured like, okay, you have the first Ant-Man film, maybe like a post-credit scene, you get a glimpse of him, working on something in like I don't know his basement or something, which happens to probably later on be Ultron. Then you probably have the start of Ultron, and then you have Ultron actually show up, and then Ultron Part 2, where like pretty much everything else happens. But
Yeah.
a lot of stuff could have been two-parters, really, when I think about it with the MCU. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Like Infinity War.
And I'm telling you, Infinity War, Endgame should have just been. Endgame is Infinity War Part 2. Why
Yeah,
did they
it
name
would have been
Endgame?
less confusing if they just had it Infinity War Part 2.
Like, no, Endgame is a completely different film from Infinity War. That
No,
doesn't
it's not.
mean... No, first of all, no, it's not. Second of all, that doesn't mean you change the subtitle. Because I'm one of those people that actually don't like the subtitle Endgame. I just don't like
I don't
it.
either.
I don't either.
Because, Infinity War Part 2 is right there.
Well,
Yeah.
plus Infinity War is an actual name of a storyline in Marvel.
And Endgame
It is.
Endgame is not, according to my imagination, right?
No, it's
Right.
not.
It's
Nope.
not. Yeah.
Infinity War is literally the storyline having to deal with the Infinity Stones, and both of those movies deal with the Infinity. But whatever.
All right, you're gonna call it Endgame because Doctor Strange says we're in the end.
We're in the end game now.
You are
Yeah.
fucking lame. But anyway, so I had Age of Ultron. Where did I have it? It's number 21. To me, this is the weakest Avengers film.
It's not surprising.
Yeah, and I was so excited for this movie. Like looking at the trailers, it looked like it was going to be so great. It was going to be the Empire Strikes Back of the Avengers films, and we haven't even gotten Thanos yet.
I said the exact same thing too. Actually, is that this is going to be another Empire, and I'm here
Yeah,
for it.
man. And I just remember the first time I watched it, and then every time after that I watched it, I'm just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Would have been great if this movie would actually like follow up on the comics.
Right? Now, BiGb said that one of his favorite parts of this movie is Ultron. Ultron is my least favorite part of this movie, and this movie's named after him. Now, I am very familiar with Ultron from the comics, and also, if you guys have watched the animated series Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes, they did a whole story arc with Ultron, which was so great.
Yeah.
And for a movie to pale in comparison to that, man, yeah, James Spader, he put in a good, really cool voice, but his character, all wrong. All freaking wrong. I did not like that they gave Ultron a personality. He's one of the few characters where I'm like, no, make him a fucking Terminator, because that's what he is. He's a freaking Terminator. He's cold. He doesn't have emotions. He will overanalyze how you're gonna lose in 12 different ways. That's how badass Ultron is. And like when he gets in a physical confrontation with anyone, you fear for the hero's lives because he's that powerful. I remember every time he fights somebody in this movie, he gets destroyed. It's like Iron Man suits in Iron Man 3. You throw a rock at him and he's down. Like that did not make him imposing at all. And with him acting like a child half the time and like having schizophrenia, I thought you were a robot. How do you have emotions? And then the stupid excuse that people want to tell me is, well, Tony Stark made him, so he's going to have emotions. Well, Jarvis don't have emotions.
Yeah.
What makes
Technically, he
Ultron
does
any
because
difference?
Vision. Technically, he does
I mean,
now.
I would
Now he
say,
does. Now he
the reason he probably would make him with emotion is because of why he created Ultron as like a peace-making sentinel. But no, I mean,
Is Iron Man a schizophrenic child?
well, fair.
No. Like, that's what Ultron felt like. If you want to give him emotions, at least have him something that's consistent with what Iron Man does if they want to give that argument. But it's not even like that at all. He's acting like so weird. He has personality disorder. Like, that's not scary, and they play it up for laughs as well. Like, he freaking chops off
Aw.
Claw's arm, and then it's literally followed after a joke. I'm like, what am I supposed to feel right now? His best scene was when he's in the Avengers mansion after the party, and he's a bunch of scraps, and he sends all the Ultron bots after them, and he's like, "There's no strings on me." That's something out of a horror film. That's what thought we were going to get with Ultron, but no, he's just a whiny, crying little bitch. That's what he is in this movie. I was so disappointed, man. Like, he could have been one of the best villains in the MCU. And literally, I forget about him pretty much a month after the movie came out. Like, didn't work.
Yeah, I will say, even though this will sound like I'm contradicting myself, I'm not. I mean, I kind of am, but I'm not. With the characterization of Ultron, it does seem like it was the start of like them rearing the ugly head of Marvel humanizing their villains. Like, I mean, that is one huge complaint where whenever we get around to Infinity War, you're gonna hear me say about Thanos, but
me too, boy.
but
yeah, as a oh, what was that?
But
Was it?
no, I was done.
I could just add this one thing, just to add on top of the Ultron being a massive disappointment, it's another thing of too much shit going on. We already got an Avengers film. Why are you setting up more shit? Okay, because we had the end credit scene with Thanos, and we got to build that up. No, you don't. No, you don't. That doesn't add the Thor going into the pool. That doesn't add anything to the future films. They don't talk about that. They don't address that. That was unnecessary. And then, okay, what I did want in this movie is them, establishing more heroes to join the Avengers. So I was okay with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver being in this movie, even though I was disappointed that we couldn't call them mutants because Fox owns the X-Men at the time. So that was very aggravating. They had to make them experiments. I'm like, no, they're not experiments, but it is what it is. But even that felt kind of awkward with their development and them having to tie with Tony Stark again. We're like, the weapons blew up our home, and there was this missile that was on the ground, and we were waiting for it to blow up, but it never did. What?
Tony Stark creating his own villains again.
Again! Again! And then, why are they teaming with Ultron? I don't know.
Yeah.
Even though he's a murdering psychopath, I mean, I know you want revenge against Tony Stark, but he's going to slaughter all of humanity, right?
They find that out later.
Bypass that.
They find that out later. They're like, wait a minute.
Wow. And then you want to mind control everyone. Ultron wants to mind control everyone else except the two most powerful allies you have, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. You don't ever attempt to try to mind control them, even though it's probably in your best interest, because you think they're going to take lightly that, I'm going to destroy all of humanity with you on it. Dumbass! I thought you were a robot! Anyway. But yeah, it's just too much shit going on. It's like, some of the best parts of the movie is when the Avengers are together, when they're fighting together. Like, there are some stuff that reminds me of the first Avengers film, few and far between. There are glimpses, but there's not enough. And this is the last movie where they actually treat Hulk good, in my opinion. This is the last film where there's like, Hulk is done justice. No.
Mm-hmm.
After this point, it just goes downhill.
I will say one minor thing I want to amend onto that. I was one of the main things I was annoyed about in the film was how they killed off Quicksilver. I feel like right. I feel like he should have stuck around. I feel like he would have been a pretty cool character to have around. Like I was like, oh
yeah.
Characters.
But you know why they did it? Because Fox was like, "Oh, we have our Quicksilver."
They were like, "No." It's just like Venom. Anyways,
Yep.
All right, we ready to move on to the next one? I think we've had pretty much our Avengers Age of Ultron fix. For
yeah,
quite a while.
I'm good.
All right, let's move on to number 20. We're not done with Ant-Man, apparently. Number 20 is Ant-Man.
Oh, there he is.
I was gonna say, like, if we're talking about Ultron, we got to talk about the character that creates him in the comics, but doesn't appear in Ultron at all, but appears in this film.
You couldn't even say the blueprints came from Hank Pym. Nope, you can't even do that. Tony Stark did everything.
Right.
Not even. It's not too far off from where I ranked it. I ranked it 18.
I think I ranked it pretty far down too, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Ant-Man 17 for me.
Oh yeah, it's 18 for me too.
Yeah, no, I did love the film.
I thought it was okay.
It was like an interesting change of pace, like going from like all these like superhero stories and everything, and then just heist. But it was like but the way that the story unfolded was pretty cool. I liked how it started off like, oh, okay, this dude's just a thief. He gets like a lead from his friend, which I loved how he was like recalling all the stories like I heard from my friend. Like
that was funny.
Seriously, they seriously should have capitalized on that by having him give a recap before Endgame and like some trailer or something. That would have been great.
There actually was a rumor that footage actually exists somewhere.
I know, and I if it exists, I really need it. But no, I loved how it started off as like just like that simple heist. He ends up in this basement, picks up this suit that wasn't really meant for him, and ends up meeting a bunch of one of his like idols, that being the Falcon,
oh yeah.
And yeah, that whole segment was hilarious. I loved that. But and then eventually going into having that story develop with forget what the villain's name name was.
Yellow Jacket.
Yellow Jacket, that's right. Yeah, the whole like fight with Yellow Jacket. This movie was like one of the Marvel movies that meant to make you laugh, and it had me laughing a lot. Like especially during that last scene where they're fighting in his daughter's room. You see like you see like the train just like fall off the track, like it just zooms out. Things like that. I absolutely love.
And granted, this is not the first movie where it's intended to make you laugh in the MCU.
However,
no. You there? We're losing you still.
Wait,
oh wait, there you are.
There you go. You're good.
Okay. However, it was the first one to make me laugh.
Really? Not Guardians?
Wait, what?
Guardians got some laughs out of me, but not as consistently as Ant-Man.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think
Yeah,
I think Ant-Man is honestly a pretty okay movie to me. I've actually never really given my thoughts on it. I think the only thing that really holds this one back for me is how much it relates to the original Iron Man. Where the main character is sort of like getting his fame over some major businessman guy, and therefore that guy ends up becoming the villain.
Literally a carbon copy of Ironmonger.
Probably, yeah. Pretty much.
I think around that time, because what year did Ant-Man come out?
2015.
2014.
2015.
2015?
It came out a few months after Age of Ultron.
Let me check something real quick.
Because Iron Man was 2008.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. There was a time of movies with businessmen getting slated and then becoming villains, because Transformers: Age of Extinction came out around that time.
Okay, well, we don't talk about the abomination that is Age of Extinction, and we also don't even need to talk about The Last Night either.
Age of Extortion.
Age of Extortion.
I've actually also never seen The Last Night. I actually don't really plan on doing
You
so.
don't
That's
need
okay.
to. You
That's
don't
okay.
need to. Just stick to Bumblebee. You don't need to.
Yep.
I've also never
But yeah.
seen Bumblebee, which is on my list.
You need to see that one though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that
it's
one was
solid.
good.
Yeah, it's solid.
Anyway,
But yeah, I think this movie's pretty solid as well. As I said, I did not like Ant-Man in the comics. Didn't really care for him. But this movie made me a fan of his. And I actually liked that they made Hank Pym the old mentor to the new Ant-Man. I didn't expect for them to do that. And then getting Paul Rudd as Scott Lang. Yeah, definitely wasn't my first choice, but man, he was so good in the movie.
Okay, but
He
who
was
would
so
have been,
funny.
who would have been your first choice?
Well, honestly, I
For
wouldn't have.
Ant-Man.
I didn't expect for them to do Scott Lang in the first movie, so I
That's
probably
fair.
would have. Yeah, I probably would have gotten like a. I don't know, like a. I don't know, a Jensen Ackles or a Army
Jensen
Hammer
Ackles probably
or
would've been cool.
something. I don't know, or the. I keep forgetting to do his name. Shoot,
What was he from?
Godzilla versus Kong.
Oh God, no,
Nope.
you lost me. You lost me.
He's actually a well-known actor, and I don't know his name. I'm about to pull him up. Hold on a second. But yeah, while I'm pulling that up, but yeah, I thought this was a very fun movie. I like that it was not an end of the world stakes type of movie. It was a nice change of pace. It was a heist film. It was something creative like we haven't really seen. I like that it was different flavors and stuff. Alexander Skarsgård. I probably would have had him as Hank Pym.
And I would assume he's one of the Skarsgård family people.
I believe so.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway,
oh, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Thought it would be.
Who was he in? Legend of Tarzan.
Oh yeah, Legend of Tarzan. I forgot about that.
He was Tarzan and Legend. That film doesn't exist.
Nope.
He was in True
another-
Blood.
Another David Yates film, by the way. But
Oh, I know this movie. He was in Battleship.
oh shit,
He was in Battleship.
he was in Battleship.
Oh.
Damn, y'all hitting all-time low here.
Yeah,
Oh,
when they had
just
the
L
just
after
starting
L.
up the Hasbro Cinematic Universe with GI Joe.
Just L after L after L.
But yeah, I liked dang, who was the actress that played Hope?
Evangeline Lilly,
Evangeline Lilly. I thought she was really good.
who might currently be on the chopping block this time around. I don't know.
No, don't get rid of her. Don't do it. Don't do it. She's so good. Seriously, if she's not an Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, look, dude, my excitement is going lower, man. They already recasted Scott's daughter, which I'm not happy about that either. But
Okay, but there was a reason they did that for Endgame, and there was for a pretty good reason. I actually don't mind her.
I mean,
For
I
now?
don't mind the actress, but like Lily.
Wait, what?
They recasted
Scott Lang's daughter, so
Scott
that they
Lang's
made her
daughter.
5 years older.
Oh,
And she's
well, I mean, like, that
blonde.
makes sense. Well,
Why-
well,
blonde. She was clearly a brunette. Why is she blonde? Why
they dyed her hair.
No. They always do
Dirty
that
blonde.
in movies. Don't care. They always do this in movies. They replace the original actresses with hotter blondes. I hate when they do that. There's nothing. The same thing with Independence Day Resurgence. They
Michael Bay did it
recasted.
first.
Huh?
I was just Michael Bay.
Yeah, fuck him too.
Yeah.
But same thing. But yeah, Independence Day Resurgence, they recasted the president's daughter for no reason because she's not hot enough. Fuck you. The original actress was much better. Anyway,
You know what Hollywood's about.
yeah, unfortunately. But anyway, back to Ant-Man. But yeah, I really liked how creative they were with the shrinking and stuff like that, and how trained with his powers, and like it was some really creative fight scenes with the Yellow Jacket. Yeah, the stuff with Thomas the Tank Engine, that was so cool, and that was so funny as well. Once again, there's some physics stuff that you can point, you could nitpick about, but I can suspend my disbelief for the most part, just go along with it. But yeah, the one thing I didn't like at all was the Yellow Jacket. He was a carbon copy of Ironmonger, like to the T. He even had bald head. Like, come on now.
I was gonna say, like a worse version of him, but also a worse actor, in my opinion.
Yeah, did not. You can't beat Jeff Bridges. Like,
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Corey Stoll as a actor personally. I saw him in a film called This Is Where I Leave You, and I thought that he was just he's just annoying.
Oh, but I will say he was really good in West Side Story. He was very good in West Side Story.
The new West Side Story.
Yeah, the Spielberg's West Side Story.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it yet. It's on my bucket list though, and I think
It's so good.
It got nominated for Best Picture, didn't it?
Yes.
I'm so glad that it did.
Yes.
Because Spielberg needs, like, any film that Spielberg makes should be nominated for Best Film at this point.
Oh, you saying the BFG should be nominated?
I mean, well, what year did BFG come out?
I forgot. Was it like 2013, 2014? I'm not sure.
Oh, then maybe not that, but probably Ready Player One. Kind of a stretch,
Ready
but
Player One, yeah.
I can understand that.
Though, the Academy doesn't like genre films unless it's directed by Denis Villeneuve. But,
Right. Because, like, he's going to be, like, the new up-and-coming director now with Dune Part 2.
Dude. Yep.
That movie's going to blow everybody out of the water again.
Yep.
Which I thought the first Dune was just okay at best.
Yeah, I liked it. I don't think it was, like,
entertained
the best film of the year like everyone's saying it is. But, it's interesting.
Oh, I could see it being best film of the year.
You think it's going to win?
Maybe. Honestly, in visual effects department, come on.
Yeah, it is nominated for Best Picture, though. So.
Well, maybe it does maybe it does win Best Picture, and if it does,
I'll be shocked.
I'm not gonna be upset if it does. It's already made quite the impression that it has over the months that it's been out. So.
Yeah, the only one I'm upset about is Don't Look Up. That shouldn't be nominated for anything because it sucked.
Wait, which movie?
Don't Look Up.
I've never heard of it.
It's on Netflix.
Oh, I don't go on Netflix.
What?
Don't Look Up. Well, the ratings are not too terrible, but it's a 56 on Rotten Tomatoes. That's a problem.
I don't understand why this is nominated for a bunch of shit. It's not that good, but
it's a disaster film. No disaster film should ever be nominated for anything.
In quotations. In quotations.
No disaster film should be nominated for anything.
It's not a Roland Emmerich. It's not Roland Emmerich disaster. The disaster doesn't happen till like literally the end of the movie.
Okay, well, still, it's a disaster. Anything, it shouldn't exist.
Oh, you mean you're not gonna see Moonfall?
I mean, it wasn't really on my bucket list. Personally,
okay.
I don't know. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll probably warm up to it. I don't know. But anyway, moving on with our list.
Moving on.
With number 19. This one also kind of hard for me to rank. I don't know how you guys probably feel about this movie. I feel like it's kind of overrated. Guardians Volume 2.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to defend
what is
another
that, what
movie.
What is that at?
19.
I ranked it lower than that. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
well,
it's very
to defend it.
Yeah, it's very middle of the road. I don't know if I have this at middle of the road. I think I actually have this way lower.
I've got that one sitting at 24.
26 for me.
13.
Hey,
Like,
look, I can
like-
understand that. I can understand that, but at least for me, I don't think that the story, like structure-wise, worked well with this film. Regardless if some of the character moments were actually good, like Yondu was probably like the big takeaway, but like aside from that, like the whole film's setup was Rocket stole some batteries and therefore they're being hunted down by some golden army Hellboy fucking
Yeah,
I don't buy that.
Yeah. Now I'll say like you said, good character moments. This movie did not get as many laughs out of me as Guardians Volume One, but
Oh,
no,
for
like
sure.
yeah, but like
I thought it was close.
but my
No,
main
it was
thing
not
was
close.
that
I thought
my
it was
ma-
close.
It was
yeah,
not close.
my main thing was that like yeah, that story didn't make too much sense to me, but also them tackling the stuff with ego, I feel like that could have been done a little bit better. You know, maybe could have been drawn out a little more. The story became very, very like painfully predictable the second that they got um the second that they got to that planet and he was like, "I'm your dad." It was like, "Oh, well, I know where this is going." You
Yeah.
know?
It
Like I
was
hadn't even
blunt. It was so obvious even after the
yeah,
trailer.
I'd never even seen, Guardians of the Galaxy comics, but I knew where it was going. I was like, oh well, he's gonna be evil. He's probably gonna like mind control him, and then he's gonna like, kill him or something. There's gonna be some like huge twist where he was evil the whole time. Maybe he killed someone dear to him, and it was like, oh, I killed your mom, and it was like, there we go. But
Yeah, that's another thing.
no,
Like, yeah, I killed your mom.
no,
Yeah,
no, I will.
put a
Yeah.
tumor
You
in her
just
head.
dropped that in front of your
that,
son.
yeah,
Okay.
that was another
Dude.
moment that was like granted, fantastic meme came from that, but but I will also but the way that they did that scene was like very like whoa, because it's like you would think as this like omnipresent being, this like literal sentient planet, you would think that they would have enough intelligence to bring up something like that in a much more delicate fashion to someone that has a similar amount of power to them.
Well, to be fair, like, he hasn't tapped into all his power yet. Like, Ego is still
Right.
like, I can control him at any time, so it doesn't matter
Right,
how I
right.
say
But
it
he
to
also
him.
realizes that like he has that power in him. That's something that he could tap into at some point or something like that. So it's like you would think that he would be like, all right, let me do this delicately, and then I'll just keep doing my thing or whatever.
How do you
But
delicately say, I put a tumor in your mother's head?
yeah,
How do you
well,
delicately
like you
put it
said,
to him?
well, you certainly don't bring it up as like, oh, it hurt a lot when I had to put that tumor in her head. Like that you certainly don't do
Yeah,
that.
my jaw dropped when that happened. I was like,
Yeah, I was like, wait, like that? But it was like a nice introduction to certain characters, like Mantis. Really like Mantis as a character.
yeah.
She's okay.
I like her.
She was funny.
Like she's a great
She's weak ass for a hero.
she's a
She
great
is ass cheeks for a hero.
That's what I will
Well, no,
say. In
I
the
don't- I don't think
comics,
of her as a hero.
she's much more badass. So I'll give you that.
Right,
Like, she
right,
actually
right.
does things.
I don't think of her much as a hero. I just think of her more as like the comedic relief team up with Dave Bautista's Drax. Yeah. It was like that it just made the film a little more enjoyable. But
Yeah, like it was funnier with like her in it, but like as her being like her own like standalone character, it just felt like odd and out of I don't want to say out of place, but like
yeah, like she came off to me like the Starfire of the group, which was like, okay, that's cool, I guess.
not even that. I don't even know if she even
mean,
comes close.
Starfire had
She doesn't even come
development.
close to Starfire. for
Right,
me.
but I mean in terms of like the obliviousness to whatever's going on,
And that's supposed
I
to be
guess.
Drax.
I guess, but like I don't know. But no,
But no,
Dwayne,
I mean,
Dwayne,
I enjoyed the film, but it's low on my list. So, I mean, your turn to defend it, sir.
I was gonna say like what do you got for us?
I really like this movie. People keep giving this shit, and I don't understand. I don't understand. Do I think it's one of the best films in the MCU? No. Do I think it's better than the first movie? No. But I still thought it was a really enjoyable time. I thought there were some character moments that they did better than the first film. Like especially specifically with Star-Lord. Like I thought, we got more development as far as him, and I liked the stuff between him and Ego. I thought that was really good. Now, is it predictable? Of course it is. You knew from a mile away that Kurt Russell was going to be the bad guy, but I didn't. It wasn't really bothering me because like I didn't really see a way for them to make you trick you into thinking that he's a good guy, and then later on becoming a bad guy, like from the get go. there's already some suspicion from him going into this movie. So yeah, of course, we're gonna know something shady's going on with him. And pretty much, if you know Ego from the comics, it's an amalgamation of many different things from Ego's dad. Like there's very different variations they got from other comics and just mushed it all into this movie, which I thought was kind of interesting. Kurt Russell is great in everything. Like, I don't have anything bad to say about him. I thought he was very well casted as Ego. And the de-aging they did for him in the beginning, really, really good. Yeah, the soundtrack, great as always. James Gunn knows how to pick his tracks. And for me, I thought the movie was really funny. Like I said, is it as funny as the first movie? No, but I still thought it landed most of the jokes. There is some that was a little too much. There were some jokes here and there where I'm like, okay, yeah, that was a little bit, that was unnecessary. The stuff with Yondu, perfect, absolutely perfect. He was great. And I didn't care for him that much well, actually, I did like him in the first movie, but I thought he was even better in this film. It's a shame that they killed him off, but it worked in the context of the story.
Yeah, you can't have overpowered characters fighting off against Thanos.
Dude, he's so overpowered. When he killed everyone in the shit with his arrow, I'm like, holy.
Yeah, man, that like when he did that, it was like, oh, he's probably dead.
Yeah, like he's a little
he's
too
probably
powerful.
gonna die.
He's a little too strong.
Yeah, we just sent him to face Thanos, and we're good. But I will say the pacing of this movie is not as quick as the first film. You can tell in the middle part of the movie it was a little bit slower because there wasn't a lot happening. It's just them on the planet, with Ego showing his planet and stuff like that. I mean, you had some stuff with Rocket and Nebula and Groot and Yondu on the other side, but yeah, it wasn't as fast paced as the first movie, so I'll give it that. It made it seem like there's not as much going on, and I will say the other Guardians outside of Rocket, I think they tried to build his character up a little bit more, but everyone else in the Guardians, I think they didn't get as much development in the first movie. Specifically, Drax, I was a bit disappointed with Drax because he went through a really interesting story arc in the first movie, and now he's just comic relief in this film. Like, okay, we know that he's not aware of like references and stuff like that, but like he took that stuff seriously. But in this movie, he's playing up most stuff for last, which, there's some stuff that was really funny that he said, but most of the stuff was comedic. So, I don't know. But other than that, I did really like this movie, I don't know. I think this movie gets too much hate, and, it unfairly comparing it to the first movie in certain aspects, but, that's just me.
Yeah, I'll give it up. I don't think that this is a terrible movie by, again, I say this about a bunch of movies, but I don't think that this is a terrible movie in the grand scheme of things. I think that this is just a very sort of underwhelming film, especially after coming off the success of the first film. And I just don't find the characters as entertaining as they were in their previous outing. But yeah, I did really like Yondu as a character, and he really got some time to shine in this film, and it does still break my heart that he got killed off. Because he actually would have been awesome to see, even not just in the Infinity War duology, but even in Guardians Volume 3. We would have
nice to see him in What If, though.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. It was nice to see him in What If.
Yep.
But yeah, with that being said, I think we're about ready. Sorry about the dogs barking upstairs, but I think we're about ready to move on to number 17. Another tie here, and this is the first one we're going to be talking about is something that I have sort of binged watched in a single day. It's another Disney Plus show, and I was able to binge it all in a day. Because I thought it was pretty entertaining to watch, but I thought that maybe the finale was sort of a bit underwhelming here and there, and that show is Hawkeye.
Oh boy.
And that's at
This is tied for 17.
Oh, wow, yeah, I had it at 17 as well.
Yeah, it's very middle of the road. I don't think that this is. I actually have this at number 12.
Yeah.
I have
Well,
it 23.
the main reason that I had this at 17, like I was enjoying it a lot at first, but then I saw how they dogged my boy Kingpin.
Yeah, that's the only thing
Like-
keeping out of top. That's the only thing keeping it out of top
Like-
10 for me.
Like that's the main thing that brought it low for me, man.
Why it's 23 for me?
Like they did Kingpin dirty. Like everyone was like, "Oh man, Kingpin's finally gonna be in the MCU. Finally gonna be." Pow.
Bitch.
Literally, the episode before the finale, I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I was sitting there like, no.
that
he's
business
supposed to
guy.
Like, I was gonna say like, no, he was supposed to have moments with Spider-Man, and it was gonna be this cool thing, and
And you just brought
This was
Daredevil
our
in the
entry to
MCU.
Miles Morales.
like
This was it.
My thing is, and because this is a spoiler thing, I'm just gonna throw out a quick spoiler for No Way Home. Like I after seeing No Way Home, I was like, okay, certain moments aren't gonna be in the MCU. Like I was hoping that we would get a moment where, like, Kingpin sends someone to go kill Aunt May, and then puts her in a hospital, and then Spider-Man has that big meltdown where he shows up at Fisk Tower to murder Fisk. Like, it's just,
I think that's a little too much to put in this movie.
I mean, it would have been a nice.
You guys
like,
keep talking
character-
about it for a little bit. I gotta take care of something real quick.
All right, it would have been a
Okay.
nice like character moment for him. And granted, we got a similar moment in No Way Home, but like it would have been a nice character moment to have with because like Kingpin is supposed to be this like big bad for Spider-Man that like causes a lot of development for the guy, and along with like other characters in the MCU like Daredevil and everything. So it's like and like the fact that we're never gonna this means that we're never gonna get to see Kingpin and Daredevil on the big screen in the MCU together is like
Now, part of
Yeah.
me thinks that they didn't kill him off. I think that's a misdirect. But like, even if
I'm
it is,
hoping.
yeah, because like you don't just, you just brought in Daredevil, so it's like it will be a waste if they just killed him off like that. But even if it is a misdirect, that was a stupid way to end his character in that show.
Well,
if
plus,
that's the case.
yeah. Well, plus, even then, it was just a dumb way to portray his character because Kingpin is like the crime boss that sits behind all of his goons up in Fisk Tower, just sitting there, managing stuff from behind the lines. That man never shows up in person to do his own dirty work. So the fact that they had him on the scene multiple times, and then each time he would get just dogged out. Like every time that he was out there, like not having like even one victory is like that's mind-boggling to me. It's like this dude just seems like just your ordinary run-of-the-mill crime boss, and he's not supposed to be that.
I mean, he kicked Haley Steinfeld's ass. I don't know.
Yeah, but among the sea of L's that he's swimming in,
Yeah, that's very true.
like it's almost hard to believe that this guy's supposed to be this hulking like super strength monster or whatever. But
You're right.
Yeah.
And he chucked her through the house.
yeah,
I'm like, holy shit.
yeah.
Oh, that was great.
He had a
But-
couple good moments. But overall, it was just not how to portray the character, and it was just if they really did kill him off there, that was just like why? Come on
Yeah,
now,
like, what the hell, man?
Right, right.
But yeah, that's probably one of the few noteworthy things about this show. That and Yelena returning. Oh God, these fucking shows.
Wait,
It's-
who returning?
Florence Pugh.
Oh, she was fine.
Yeah, she was fine. You could tell she wasn't as well written as she was in Black Widow, but she did the best with what she was given. But yeah, I mean the stuff with Hawkeye and his family was nice, I guess. It's funny how he keeps having to leave his family for stuff like this.
Yeah.
Man, bad daddy. But okay, so Haley Steinfeld. You guys know I love Haley Steinfeld. I love me some Haley Steinfeld. I'll watch her in anything that she's in. And she's the one thing that's making what's the character's name?
Kate Bishop.
Kate Bishop. she is making this character as likable as she is because Kate Bishop is written terribly. But Haley Steinfeld is making this character work somehow. She's making this character watchable. If it was not Haley Steinfeld, I would hate this character. I did not like how she was written. She's just another angsty teen. Oh, my parents don't understand me. Oh, why don't you listen to me? I know how to do this even though I get myself in trouble numerous times. God, I hate this. And then she's trying to be the new Hawkeye, I guess, or Hawkeye's sidekick, which I guess is kind of cute. They're wearing matching outfits. Ain't that cute? But yeah, man, this is just some of the most basic writing I've seen for a Marvel show. Do I think this is the worst Marvel show?
No.
Mm.
I think this is one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's probably one of the better ones. You're probably right.
It's middle for me. Like it suffers from a lot of the stuff that a lot of the Marvel shows do. It starts off really good because you have like this whole thing where like you know, the one scene that was circulating around the internet where Hawkeye sees the thing, Thanos was right. You know, just like all these Marvel shows that we'll probably get into like start off really good. Very few of them end really good though.
Drop off. Massive drop off.
Only one Disney Plus show ends well.
Yeah, it's usually like episode 5 maybe. You know, like 3 to 5. One of those points is where it like suddenly just hits that point where you're like, "Oh. All right, well they peaked in like episode 2, so I guess it's just downhill now, you know."
Yeah, with Falcon and Winter Soldier, it was like we peaked in episode 4. And then in Hawkeye, it was like we peaked in episode like what 3, 4.
Yeah.
Like
it's a great idea. It's a great idea because these stories would never work as movies. Like Hawkeye would never work as a movie.
No.
No matter how long you went and made it, it would never work as a movie.
No matter how good Haley Steinfeld is being. No.
Right. So making it a series is a fantastic move. You just need to get people that are good at writing a show, man.
Yeah, like what is going on?
like I don't know, like who do they have writing the shows? Like,
oh, I have no idea. Let me look it up.
It's just, yeah, like I'm looking that up right now.
Hawkeye writers,
or even directing it, like, because they could easily have like Dave Filoni come in there probably and just whip up something fantastic because everything that man touches turns to gold. But like, you know,
Boba Fett.
Jonathan Igla and Don Heck.
All right, he's had one bronze. He's had one bronze in a sea of gold. All right.
I don't even entirely blame Dave Filoni for that, but
yeah. For pretty much everything that man touches turns to gold, and it's like you got that director at your disposal, and you're like,
they probably want him to stay in his lane, probably.
Because he's come in from Marvel stuff, hasn't he, Dave Filoni?
No, he's come from Nickelodeon shows.
Okay, well, yeah, I wasn't sure if he did any Marvel stuff, but no. But like, I still feel like they could have like gotten like better directors, better writers who have a good track record with like shows to do these Marvel shows, and it just would have been a lot better having like a consistent quality throughout instead of starting off like, oh, this is great, you know, they're starting off with a bang, and then it ends off with like, okay, it feels like the way that this ended is like if a relay racer had to run like half the track and was out of breath as they're handing off the baton, like just.
Or the first half of the episode, it's like, oh my god, there's nothing fucking happening. What's the point? And then you get to episode 5, and it's like, oh, now we're getting to the point. Now you're getting good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, even though, like, I mean, we'll get into the show in a second, but like, even though What If is like way up there for me, it kind of felt like one of those shows where it was like, okay, it's nothing really. I mean, it's these things that are happening, they're cool, and then like last few episodes was like, whoa, like, but you know.
yeah, it's like, oh, good. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's really good.
Right.
No.
Right. Whereas this is one of those episodes or one of those shows that went, oh, you know. Yep.
So,
I think really the main issue that I have with this show is that one, Kingpin was a problem. And 2, I feel like this series would have survived with 1 or 2 more episodes.
Maybe.
I feel like it ended I feel like everything happened too quickly. I should not have been able to binge this the entire day.
I feel like they should have what episode did they kill off Kingpin?
That's what I
The
hate
last
about
episode. He
Yeah,
was
the
only
last
in the
episode.
last episode.
That's right. I feel like they should have just. I feel like that what they had that came out works good for a draft.
yeah, it's a
For
draft.
a
We're
draft.
getting drafts.
They need to. That was something that needed to be just worked on a bit in the writers' room a little.
Yeah. But really, that's
But we're-
all. That's really all the complaints I really have about it. Other than that, I mean, everything else worked well in the context of what it should be doing. Because Kate Bishop, yeah, in terms of writing, not entirely a great character, but the performance really shows how great this character could, how good I guess this character could actually be. You know, she's fun to watch, and I like Haley Steinfeld in this role and in this show, and you know, it kind of seems like she's going to be working alongside with Florence Pugh as the new Black Widow and Hawkeye duo throughout the MCU, probably. And if they do, I'll be here for it because their chemistry actually works. And then,
Yeah.
you know, maybe Jeremy Renner will probably just sort of sit on the sidelines of you know, he'll stay with his family and maybe he'll give life lessons to Kate Bishop every once in a while, in every other Marvel project that Kate Bishop does. You know, maybe that'll end up happening, but you know, other than that, I think it's okay. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. Can I also mention one thing? I didn't think they could get any lamer than the Flag Smashers, but they somehow one up themselves with the stupid ass Tracksuit Mafia. Tracksuit Mafia. Did you really put that in a script? It was like, this gang is going to wear tracksuits and they're going to be a gang.
You got so many great criminal groups in New York in the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
God. Oh, Echo I liked though. Echo was good, but not. No, Tracksuit Mafia. Fuck that shit.
I'm gonna be honest. When I was watching that show and seeing that or heard that Kingpin was in it, I was like, "Cool." Now put Luke Cage in there.
Luke Cage. Where's Jessica Jones? Bring her.
Right.
Yeah,
I was like, bring out all the New York heroes now. We've already got Daredevil. Come on, bring him in.
Bring him in.
But all right, as we're wrapping up our thoughts on Hawkeye, again, I think it's probably the best of the Disney Plus shows, which is not entirely a great thing to say when it probably has
Not saying much.
Well, it's not really. It doesn't really have when it has the lowest stakes out of all of the other Marvel shows. Mm-hmm. It has the smallest scale out of everything else. Out of WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki, What If? Hawkeye definitely had the smallest scale, and it's still the best of the Disney Plus shows. That's not entirely a good thing. But again, I have Hawkeye at number 12, so maybe that's not entirely a bad ranking. What?
1T3, and you stand there.
It is at
That's
17.
fine.
It is at 17, and honestly, after thinking about the Kingpin stuff again, I'm thinking about putting it lower. But
Hey, maybe it doesn't sit well over time, but where I have it right now, I have it at number 12. Mm-hmm. So, okay, moving on to our other number 17, because this was another tie. Again, this middle road is very much, I don't know how you guys are really going to feel about this. It's really just a hit or miss of yeah, this movie's really good, or this movie's really bad, or it's just an in-between. Spider-Man Far From Home.
Okay.
that one I have ranked at 26, and I'm gonna say why.
And I have this at 18.
It's not that I hate.
I have it at 20.
It's not that I hate the film or anything. Far from it. It's just
Far from it.
Yeah. It's just that I'm not the biggest fan of how the MCU does Peter Parker. like where he's heavily reliant on Tony Stark. Like like
Yeah.
yeah, and like I liked certain things that they did, but I also at the same time, even though I liked certain things that I'm about to say, I also hate them at the same time. Like Mysterio, I love what they did with him. I also hate what they did with him because his whole creation was, oh, Tony Stark wronged me along with everyone else here, and it's like, you know, in the comics, Mysterio is like this dude who's like a magician. He's like all smoke and mirrors. In this one, he's like a scientist, and like he doesn't even really do his own stuff. He has people do his stuff for him. He's essentially just a big drama queen. And it's
That's
like,
true, but like at the same time, I do like how his main villain costume is like the same costume that you would wear as like a CGI suit.
I did like that. I did like that, and I did like, you know, the kind of stuff that he put Spider-Man through and everything, and like the kind of, because you know the Spider-Man films are just all an origin story for Spider-Man, and I liked how this one was kind of like him like dealing with like his spider sense and all that. But I'm just not a big fan of how they do Peter Parker, and I'm not a big fan of how the whole of how they did Mysterio in this. I did like how they used it to kind of lead into other things, like they had it lead into what were their names? I forget them. I will probably come back to me, but also like how, elementals. Yep. Yeah. And then it had it had like lead-ins into Secret Wars, which is cool, but like, you know,
we're
just
gonna be getting a
overall,
Secret Wars soon, aren't we?
I believe so.
Rumor, but I hope it happens.
Based on, well, because like, what was it? They
Secret Invasion is what we're getting.
Yeah, because
With the Skrulls.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, CGI artists for Spider-Man came out and was like, oh, you know, this is what Venom suit could potentially look like. And people were like, Secret Wars, but you know, it's yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. I liked Homecoming better.
I do think that Homecoming is a better movie. I honestly would probably... This is probably one of those few movies where I'm probably going to have to see it again. Because I don't remember everything that happens in it, which probably just says to me that the structure of this film was not entirely well put together. Mm-hmm. It just kind of felt like we were sort of hopping from one thing to the next without like having any real like breathing room.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, I would say that they structured it well. It's just I don't know.
To me, it just doesn't feel
also
like
the just reliance on just because it felt less like a Spider-Man film, so to speak, and more like an Iron Man film. Like it felt like Iron Man 4.
Yeah, I was saying it doesn't feel like a Spider-Man movie. Like it just feels like it feels like a Shield Iron Man-y type of film.
Yeah, because even towards the end of it, you had Happy Hogan sitting there like, you're just like Iron Man, and it was like, no,
like, get the fuck out of here.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, we don't need to hear this.
Right. I'm sitting there like, but I want him to be like Spider-Man, though.
Yes, that's the thing. Yeah, it feels too bloated for me for a Spider-Man movie. I didn't really care for the whole thing of Nick Fury bringing him in from another country to deal with these elementals, and I just wasn't really a huge fan of that. It just, I don't know. Whenever Spider-Man
and the fact that the entire movie was played by like Nick Fury and like Maria Hill were being played by Skrulls.
Yeah, that I'm like, okay, maybe this will be cooler in a future installment, but right now I'm just like, what the heck? What the heck just happened?
Yeah.
And it's like, and same thing as I agree with BiGb that I liked and hated what they did with Mysterio. I liked that actually I did like the tease that he might be a multiversal Mysterio where he actually has powers. That's kind of interesting.
Right.
It was also cool that they did a 180, which I kind of expected because it's Mysterio. He's the master of illusion. That this was all a trick, and he set it up the whole time. What I don't like is that we're gonna go all the way back to the first Iron Man to be like, oh, he has a vendetta against Tony Stark, and he's
Yeah.
the box of scraps. He's teaming with him, and he set up this whole thing because Quentin Beck didn't get the recognition he deserved when Tony Stark was giving that speech in Civil War at a conference, whatever. Like because of the technology that he was using to show whatever. I'm like, okay, wow, you're really
gave him that like Suicide Squad entrance, like you, Tony from accounting, and it was just like,
you're like, what? What are we doing right now? This is so silly. Like, would it kill you to give Spider-Man his own set of Rose Gallery? Tom Holland's own Rose Gallery. I accepted it with Vulture in the first movie because I felt it felt more natural than this. But this is just taking it to a far more extreme route. And I will say again, I don't like his suit in this movie. I don't like the red and black and white. It just doesn't look good on him. Like, I know in the comics he had red and black variation, but the suit that they made for this movie, it just doesn't look good on him to me. I did like that they had more development between him and MJ. I liked that. I started to really, really like their relationship. Mysterio's suit looks great. I like the hallucinogenic scene that Mysterio put Spider-Man in straight from the comics. Love that whole thing. That was great. Probably the best part of the movie. And it was nuts. They just end the film with everybody knows who Spider-Man is. Wow.
Right. That was an interesting twist out of nowhere. I was like, okay, whoa, where are they going now? But
Yeah.
you know.
And it kind of makes you wonder, like, after watching No Way Home, does it make it feel like Far From Home is like No Way Home Part 1?
Yeah.
And then No Way Home is just No Way Home Part 2?
Right.
Yep.
They essentially made a 2-part movie without even telling us.
Still missed opportunity for them to call the third movie Homeless, but you know.
Homeless.
Yeah.
That's the start of the new trilogy.
Homeless, homebound, home.
Right.
I don't know.
You can really go anywhere with them, personally. I don't know.
Yeah. College trilogy.
Probably, because they sort of did it with...
I don't even know if he's gonna...
freaking Tobey Maguire's Peter
Yeah,
Parker.
I don't know.
They actually
I don't
showed him
even
in
know if
college.
he's. I don't even know if he's gonna be able to go to college because he's just been erased.
Well, that's exactly how he could go back to college. If everyone's memories are erased, he could just start fresh. I don't know.
I mean, I guess, but
Maybe.
they're gonna be like, okay, what's your previous educational record? You got literally nothing.
Oh
Dog.
yeah, like you do not exist.
You like, who are you? You falsified your identity to the max. Like,
That's true.
Yeah. But okay. What was that? What was that?
I was gonna say, I'm surprised you could even get an apartment.
That is true.
I mean,
Like, what's your
originally he
credit
didn't
score,
even know
dog?
that
What's your
guy.
credit score? Your birth certificates?
But okay. So we are now halfway into the list.
We're now halfway.
About time.
I told y'all, 8-hour stream. Let's go.
Right.
So as we move on to number 16, it's another Disney Plus show.
Oh God.
I'm telling you that the Disney Plus shows are really throwing us off here.
It really is.
Depends on which one it is. Depends on which one it is.
Please be
would
what
it,
if.
would it throw
Please
you
be
off?
what if.
Would it throw you off if that show was WandaVision?
God damn it.
Actually, yeah, because I have that ranked at 13.
Yeah, I thought that this show was just
26.
Okay. 26. Okay, I'm actually in between both of you. I actually have this at 23.
I like, okay, the show did leave a little bit to be desired, but I did like how that show went. Like it started off as like a what's going on? There's like a sitcom family thing with like, well, literally Wanda and Vision. And
Yeah,
then it
they
was
did.
like,
They do like a '60s themed episode, a '70s themed, and then an '80s themed.
yeah. Well, yeah, yeah. Then it just transitions into no. This is just a huge coping mechanism. And it's like, what? Like I like this is one of the few Disney Plus shows where I feel like all the way through I liked it, just because it was kind of like a it is because you know Scarlet Witch is eventually going to become a villain. We know this.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, it's coming.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like this. Like this was like this was like that setup. This was like her first psychological break, which was like, okay, I like this. You know.
Yeah, really, all I have to say about the show is that like it falls under that category of like, yeah, the beginning and middle parts were really good, but then like the resolution doesn't live up to the setup. The finale just turns into typical.
Yeah.
The finale just turns into typical punches and kicks.
I mean that
You
is
know?
that is true. That is true. I kind of wish that they would have. Granted, it wouldn't have made sense for Multiverse of Madness, but I wish that they would have done a thing where it was like, oh, Wanda becomes a villain and she just stays that way. Like she like
Right.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah,
That's what I
like
wanted.
yeah, like this show just ends with her just going off the edge, and it's just like no man's land now, But like,
Yeah.
They may have sort of like started to do that after the
Well,
show, and they might like
yeah.
even go like further with it in Multiverse
Well,
of Madness.
I think they're gonna go all the way in Multiverse of Madness, which is like I kind of hate that they needed to save it for that because really I don't know what her impact as a character is going to be in Multiverse of Madness, but really I feel like they could have just left it as like, oh, Doctor Strange teaming up with like I don't know Sorcerer Supreme or something like that, and just leave Wanda out of it, and just let
Yeah.
her be a villain doing her own thing or something, or even have her as the villain of Multiverse of Madness, which she very well may be. I don't
Maybe.
know, but like
She
I-
should be.
yeah, right. I feel like it would be a much more interesting movie if they set it up as, oh, she becomes a villain at the end of WandaVision, stays that way, and then the trailer for Multiverse of Madness reveals, oh, Wanda's in it. Oh, so she's the antagonist of it,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, and it does feel a little like odd. Like it feels a little bit like out of place at times because like it does. The thing that really holds this one back for me is how campy it feels. I'm not entirely huge on like
mean-
how campy some shows
it
can
w-
get.
It was intentional at the beginning, though.
It was
Yeah, it's
intentional, but
intentional.
then they kept it up throughout the rest of the season.
Fair.
I think they got serious when they were in the real world.
Yeah, like they kind of got serious when it was like, oh no,
But
you
yeah,
just
like
need to come to terms with
real
fact that Vision's
world,
dead.
the real
It's like,
world
oh.
was outside WandaVision's personal bubble of like, no, you can't enter, otherwise I'll turn you into something that you're not or whatever.
Well, have you seen sitcoms of any of those eras? That's exactly how the tone is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
like Fresh
yes,
Prince of Bel Air when they're like, "Oh yeah, our lights," pan up, just studio lights.
But no, I thought it was an okay. This is as weird as the MCU is gonna get until Multiverse of Madness.
Unfortunately.
Oh yeah, no, I feel like going forward we're gonna get a lot. Anything involving Scarlet Witch or Doctor Strange is just gonna be like just trippy.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like, oh, 90% of the fan base that went to go see these movies saw them high, but you know,
Yeah. Yep, it'll actually be the Doctor Strange movie I should have got the first time, but
Right,
we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, the first half of WandaVision when they're doing all the eras of the sitcom stuff, I thought it was pretty cool. And yeah, it had a scampy factor, but I thought it actually fit with what the story they were telling at that period at least. And like there was still an underlying thing of something doesn't feel right. Something is unsettling about it. It felt like something from the
Something's
Twilight Zone. Yeah, that's what I really liked about it. Unfortunately, when we slowly start to get into real world stuff, that's where things start to get a little contrived. Just a little contrite. So, Sword has Vision's body, and they're able to make a white Vision?
Yeah,
How?
that okay. That
Yeah,
was a
that's
little weird.
I don't like
Well,
that.
because like that shouldn't even work in the first place because you don't have the Mind Stone. But
Right? And then Doctor Strange apparently knows about this the whole time, but does nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
they're gonna touch on it in Multiverse of Madness.
Oh, it better not be just a one-off thing. It's like, yeah, forget about that. Yeah, I know it
It's just
happened.
gonna
I
be
know
that
you did.
one scene when they're like that they showed off in the trailer where he's like, "Hey, I need your help. Hey, look, I'm sorry about X, Y, and Z." And
I'm not here for that. Like, what?
Mhm.
Oh, we need to talk about this. But anyway, and then Agatha Harkness. I know people are excited for Agatha Harkness, but like, she felt thrown in here. Like, she's not even the Agatha Harkness from the comics that trained her that trained Scarlet Witch to use her powers. This is not the same Agatha Harkness. What Agatha Harkness are we getting here? And it's like they made it seem like, oh, she's behind everything, but she's not. It was Wanda the entire time. So
Mhm.
why are you here? Why are you here? We'll find out
Yeah,
in the show, her spin-off show that we're
yeah,
getting. Like,
yeah. It
what the
feels
hell?
like no, God.
And then Monica Rambeau is in here, and the daughter of Captain Marvel's friend. Okay, and she ends up getting powers, and she does nothing with them. Absolutely nothing. Like she
Hmm.
gets trapped in a room with not Quicksilver from the Fox era,
Hmm.
and he doesn't. She doesn't do anything with that. Like, nope. Okay, great. She doesn't even help in the climax with her powers either. Nope, nope. Just you got to wait till the Marvels to see what she actually does. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then okay, Vision just goes off. Does he have the memories of the old Vision? So is White Vision just roaming around somewhere? What's he gonna? Okay, sure. Oh, look, Scarlet Witch is in here. Classic outfit from the comics, and she looks great. Don't ignore all the plot holes over here. Look, it's Scarlet Witch in her cool outfit.
It
And that's the show.
yeah. It feels like the Disney Plus shows are kind of doomed to have like those like just have that kind of pattern. Like even looking at things like Miss Marvel, I saw that and I was excited at first, and then it was like, oh, this is how her powers work, and I was like,
Oh yeah, not giving her stretchy powers. Nope. They make it a Green
or
Lantern.
yeah, and or even in like the comics now, where it's like, oh, how is Spider-Man inspired now? Uncle Ben? Nope. He just heard a lot of stories about Captain America growing up. Like,
No, that's not how that works. Nope, nope, nope. Huh. Spider-Man don't even like teaming with the Avengers. He doesn't even like teaming with the Avengers.
like Spider-Man. He's not in the comics, anyways. But
Spider-Man doesn't even. Okay, he's supposed to be a lone wolf, but okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's all I gotta say about WandaVision. Like, no.
Yeah. At the end of the day, when like there were some great moments in WandaVision, but ultimately it just didn't really pay off well in the end. So I always told
Yeah.
people like whenever the show was good, it was great.
oh yeah,
You know,
yeah, no,
but like the
yeah.
resolution just doesn't live up to the setup for me.
What? She gets no consequences for what she did. Not, I mean, not that they could stop her because she's so powerful at this point, but there's like no repercussions from this. She's able to go off
Yeah.
and do her own thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, my main quarrel, like I said, is just the fact that they didn't decide to just keep her as a villain.
Yeah, that would have made more sense if she's gonna go off and do her own thing because she don't care about the law. She doesn't care about what she does. She just becomes evil. That would
Right.
have.
Well, plus it would have been nice because it would be the first time that we ever get a Marvel film told from the perspective of a villain, or it being a villain origin story. Now, granted, Morbius is coming out, but still, you know.
Eh. And you got your Venom movies.
Well, but that's not MCU.
And
Yeah,
they're not,
I mean,
they're not,
neither is
they're
Morbius.
not- I don't know if they're necessarily villain I don't know if Venom is really necessarily villain stories
Yeah,
as much as like
Venom's-
anti-hero.
Yeah, Venom's an anti-hero, and I mean, granted, he might be in Andrew Garfield's universe. They might, but I don't know.
Then
Yeah,
the boys-
originally he was in like freaking Tom Holland's universe, and now he's in Andrew Garfield's universe. It's just Sony's getting.
I mean, I don't know. Supposedly, it might be the same home universe as Morbius, which in that case would be Andrew Garfield's. But I don't know.
Okay, then what about the Craven stuff or the Black Cat Silver Sable stuff they're going to do? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I know Morbius has the ability to travel through realities. That's how he's able to do. I mean, at that point, they could end up going into.
And they're probably not going to show that in the Morbius film.
That's a whole nother conversation that I had with one of my friends with the potential of them making Spider-Man 4 and then making like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 4 and making that as the setup for the Inheritors. But
yeah,
you never know.
But anyway, moving on with the list. Our last tie, we have a tie for 14th. And I guess we sort of started talking about this a little bit. I mean, we mentioned Spider-Man. But let's talk about Spider-Man Homecoming.
Okay.
That one, it's not too far off from where I have it at.
Originally, Mike had Homecoming at 28.
Now it's at 16 after I swapped it with Iron Man 3.
I'm at 14.
Oh, so Dwayne's running out of money with this one.
I guess so.
I actually don't remember where I put this.
Yeah.
Oh, I put this in my top 10.
Yeah, no, I mean, Homecoming was like very good. I think.
Yeah.
Once again, not too big on the MCU's version of Peter Parker. I like him, but the dependence on Tony Stark is very like, but
Yeah.
I did like how, even though all three of these films are an origin story for this MCU Spider-Man, this was like very much that origin story. Like, you got to see the homemade suit for a little while. You got to, see him struggle to deal with that work-life balance of sorts, and then struggling with some of his rogues gallery, finding out his identity. Like the whole scene that they have with Michael Keaton in that car when he figures out, hey, you're Spider-Man. Like that was fantastic. And honestly, the whole way that they had Vulture throughout that film was fantastic, I feel.
Vulture is definitely one of the better villains in the MCU, because even if he's not necessarily just trying to be a villain, he just does villainous things.
Yeah, like when I first heard that Vulture was the villain for this film, I was concerned about him being too one-dimensional. It's just like I'm dying from this disease, and I'm just evil Spider-Man die, but like, like he had
Amazing Spider-Man 2, anybody?
Hey, right. But like he had he has like an actual like crime organization that he runs and everything. So like the main reason that he even fights Spider-Man, he doesn't want to necessarily, but he's like, hey man, you keep getting in my way. I can't really have that. So
yeah,
like I don't want to kill you because my daughter's pretty fond of you, but
freaking Michael Keaton. You got Michael Keaton to come back to a comic book movie.
Yeah, awesome. Oh my god, yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
Let alone the last thing that he did in comic books was DC, and now he got transported to Marvel. But
now he's
going back to DC.
Now he's back to DC, I guess.
And then he's gonna come back to Marvel.
Yeah,
my man's
just the bridge between.
Yeah, get that money. Same thing with J.K. Simmons.
Man, well, then now J.K. Simmons is off in a whole nother universe in Invincible, but that's
that too. Yeah, man. So good. So good. Watch it.
You haven't seen Invincible? Dude, yeah, you need to watch that.
Don't you have Amazon Prime? Then watch it. But yeah, man, I like this movie a lot. It was one of my favorites, but then like other Spider-Man movies came out and they kind of put it down a little bit. But still, I still really like this one. I have similar issues with Mike, that there's some things with Tom Holland Spider-Man that I'm not loving, that his character development is pretty much defined by the Avengers and the MCU. He doesn't feel like, his own character yet. But in this movie, I thought they were trying a little bit hard to have him be a little bit more independent, and he's not dealing with end of the world stuff. And I actually liked that they were doing other villains outside of Goblin, Dr. Octopus for Pete. So I did appreciate that they went back to some of probably a more obscure villain in Vulture, and he actually made him interesting. And getting Michael Keaton to play him, so great. It's so great. But yeah, the only thing I don't like in this movie is the Tony Stark stuff. Now, I'm not going to say that he overshadows the movie, because he's not in it that much, but I don't like how Tony is stepping all over him. I don't like that. He downplays his importance of being a superhero, and he's the one that recruited him, by the way. He went through all this trouble to recruit Spider-Man, and whenever he's trying to ask him for help, he ignores him or thinks, oh, it's not a big deal, or he's crying wolf. That really made me mad. And then when Spider-Man is actually trying to stop Vulture, and then Iron Man now wants to come in and intervene and try to help out, and then wants to scold him for something that's not his fault. And that's why I hate Iron Man 3 as much as I do, because he's trying to throw the whole thing of, if you don't know how to be, important with you out of suit just as you are in the suit, then you don't deserve it. You didn't deserve it, motherfucker! How dare you try to give him a lesson that you didn't even learn in your own movie? So how dare you on that? But other than that, really like it.
I mean, it's another thing where I feel like this film should have taken place. This film should have taken place before Civil War. Like, just because I know that the reason Tony Stark was so hard on him was because of the Accords. If this film would have taken place before the Accords and given him more of an opportunity to be a superhero without the law cracking down on him in that sense, I feel like that would have been great as an origin for Pete. But yeah. Also,
and then at the end of the day, he gets him a new suit.
Yeah.
And after scolding him, he doesn't even help with Vulture at the end. What the heck are your priorities, bro?
Yeah. Also, gotta say, I liked how they set up other people in his rogues gallery. Wasn't Shocker in the movie?
Yes.
Yeah. So Shocker was there, and then you had the Prowler in there. Well,
pre-Prowler.
Pre-Prowler in there. So it's but it's a nice setup. I feel like he's gonna show up and probably maybe Spider-Man 4 or 5 or 6 or something, showing up, I'm looking forward to that. Donald Glover as Prowler, I'm looking forward to that.
Let's go.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I think my real main issue, aside from the Tony Stark when Tony Stark is the main issue of your movie, that's not a good thing.
That's not a good thing.
Why is that a problem? I'm watching this. The main thing that I really have for this character is why does he care this much about a teenager where we only got time for them to develop in Civil War, which wasn't really that much development. What made Tony Stark care about this character?
Right, Infinity War hasn't happened. They haven't been in any real life or death situations together. Why does he care about this kid this much?
I was gonna say, what makes him so attracted to Peter Parker? All of a sudden.
But then again, he's not. He just ignores him.
Yeah, and then he's not.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, half the movie is off vacationing somewhere.
Yeah. But other than that, I really do like how this movie actually shows the MCU from the perspective of a high schooler as opposed to a superhero per se. I do like Tom Holland's charm in this role. I do think he fits the role of Peter Parker and Spider-Man, both roles, because both Peter Parker and Spider-Man are kind of two different roles in some regard. Whereas we've had, Tobey Maguire, who was a good Peter Parker, and Andrew Garfield, who was a good Spider-Man, but not as good as not as good as the other guy.
Yeah.
Whereas Tom Holland is sort of filling in both of those roles for me. And, I ranked originally back when we had 20 movies or something, I ranked this in the bottom 10 originally because I mostly may have had a bad experience watching this film in the theaters. and that was the only time that I saw the film. So I never really warmed up to it as much as I do now. But I still think that, the Tony Stark issue just really sort of... Like, this is the worst Tony Stark appearance, in my opinion. I don't like Tony Stark in... Like, this is the only movie where I say, yeah, I don't like Tony Stark in this movie. Maybe except for Iron Man 2. I just don't like Tony Stark in this movie.
Probably was the worst one, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, again, what is his motivation for helping Peter Parker? None of that is explained right now. And it's probably not going to be explained anymore because nobody knows who Peter Parker is anymore.
Right.
So,
Peter who?
Well, at least now he can develop on his own.
Right?
Yeah, fully on his own. Jeez.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we finally have a movie where Peter Parker actually gets to be, a character that's not an Avenger.
Next movie, we're supposed to be getting Black Cat.
Finally.
Yeah.
Okay.
After 8 fucking movies.
Okay. Here's my thing about Black Cat. I'm excited for Black Cat. I'm not excited about the rumor that Anya Taylor-Joy might be playing the character.
Well,
Fine
if they're
with it.
still doing the Andrew Garfield stuff, I don't know. But if it's
Well,
Tom Holland
could you
stuff, I think it's somebody different.
Okay, but at the end of the fiscal year, could you see Anya Taylor-Joy playing as Black Cat?
I mean, granted.
After New Mutants.
I mean, to be fair, I actually could. But to be fair,
don't blame Anya Taylor-Joy for New Mutants. Don't blame her.
No, I'm not blaming her for New Mutants. I'm blaming on the people who decided to put her in New Mutants.
Her character in New Mutants
this garbage.
her character in New Mutants was probably my most enjoyed one. But
Yeah, it's probably the best out of all.
No, I mean, to be fair, if you would have asked me a couple years ago, I wouldn't have been able to see Robert Pattinson playing Batman. So, I mean,
Yeah,
That's fair.
I do feel like she may be. She seems a little young for the character. I mean, it's hard. I don't know why I'm saying that because she's in her mid-20s right now. But
I was gonna say,
know.
I think she fits with the Tom Holland aesthetic.
I guess. I'm when I picture Black Cat, I'm thinking, oh, this is a grown woman. She got that sexiness and
Right.
I don't know. I don't fully feel that from Anya Taylor-Joy, but
I feel like I feel like they might go the Spider-Man PS4 route with the character. Kind of like not so much like where they are now, but in terms of her appearance and just how she acts.
Maybe.
maybe.
We don't know, but I was more so
I don't
saying ask me this in 5 years from now, then my opinion may change because 5 years from now is probably the most appropriate age for Black Cat to be played, I think.
Well, when they officially say who's going to be playing her, then we'll see.
I feel like we're gonna be seeing it in 2 years, man.
And then depends what Spider-Verse she's going to be.
She's gonna be played by Chloe Grace Moretz.
Fuck no.
I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting what's her name?
Her name is Name.
Oh yeah, no, I was honestly expecting Emma Stone.
But she was just Gwen.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, that was an Andrew Garfield universe.
That's gonna be so confusing.
Oh my God.
Make her Spider Gwen if you're gonna bring Emma Stone back.
Right.
All right, I think we're about ready to move on to the next movie. This is the other movie ranked at number 14, and luckily this is the last tie, so everything from here on out, we have no more ties.
The last one was the last tie.
No, this one here is number 14 is the last tie. That's what I said.
Okay, all right.
But let's talk about Doctor Strange. I know that Multiverse of Madness is coming out. We don't need to mention that. It's going to be awesome. Whatever. How was 2016 Doctor Strange?
I've got that one ranked at number 11, actually. That is...
This was originally in my top 10.
Yeah, personally, out of all of the origin stories told in the MCU, this is my favorite. Or second favorite, actually. Second favorite.
This one now actually for me is at 21.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm actually not huge on this origin story. if I'm being quite honest, because I'm not a huge, as you guys could probably expect by this point, I'm not a huge fan of origin stories that involve a character's ignorance. You know, we've seen that with Thor before, and now we're seeing that with Doctor Strange.
Fair. I mean, to be fair, it was a guy that was like ignorant to like the arcane arts, and as a man of like medical,
He's still ignorant.
But like that's how does he learn magic? He has to be like, I don't believe in magic. I believe in the science. How you gotta have him be ignorant for a little bit.
I mean,
Yeah,
it probably
I know,
would have been.
But like,
I mean, I
he
see-
goes
I
through
see where
he
you're
goes
going.
through this adventure to go look for the Ancient One by himself with no hands because his hands are messed up. So like, and like the Ancient One is probably on the opposite end of the world from where Doctor Strange was.
Yeah,
How did you get there
yeah. I mean,
with no hands?
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I would say.
Like there's some weird contrivances in the film that I just can't I can't wrap my head around the conveniences that happen in this movie.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, to me, that
cool to
came off-
watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that part kind of came off as more like desperation than like, anything else. 'Cause, I mean, it would have been kind of weird if it was like, oh, you can use magic to fix your hands. Oh, okay.
But like, would a man be really that desperate?
Yes.
When you lose your hands, if
He's
you
one of the
find out
greatest
there's a-
surgeons in the world.
Right. If you
Okay,
find
but
out,
like,
hey,
would
there's a
you
way
go?
for you to get your
Okay,
hands
but
back.
even if you wanted to go to the other end of the world to get your hands fixed, how are you getting there?
He asked people for, help and resources, so he wasn't doing it completely by himself.
With his ignorant ass? No.
That happens in the movie. He asked numerous people for resources, even Rachel
Yeah.
McAdams' character. If we're gonna go that far with the he has damaged hands and he's traveling around the world. How did he put on clothes? Do you really want to see that? To see how
Well,
that
he would have just worn the same
Hey,
clothes.
careful now. A lot
He
of people
clearly
would-
didn't, though. He clearly
Careful
didn't.
now. Careful now. A lot of people would like to see that, actually.
Oh my gosh. But so Doctor Strange, I'm a big fan of Doctor Strange. And I thought he was going to have the best movie since Iron Man 1. Because his lore is just is that interesting. I'm not even the hardcore Doctor Strange fan. If you guys also see my channel when we review Doctor Strange, we have someone who knows everything about Doctor Strange. She liked it less than I did. But yeah, like I expected them to go more into his development, into his psyche and stuff like that. And this felt very bare bones for a Doctor Strange movie. It just felt like another run-of-the-mill origin film for me. It was entertaining. It's not bad. It's just not anything that special outside of the magic effects they have in the movie. And even I thought they were extremely tame in this film. And then there's some very important plot points from the comics that they just don't use at all. Like the fact that he has a younger sister that died from a disease. And that's one of the reasons why Doctor Strange wants to become one of the greatest surgeons in the world, is because he lost his sister. And so he's like, I'm going to be so great in becoming a surgeon that I'm not going to let anything like that ever happen again. They just don't use that at all in the movie. Sister does not exist. So I was kind of upset about that. I was kind of weird that they casted Tilda Swinton to be the Ancient One. And I didn't feel like there was a good reason why they casted her as the Ancient One. I thought she was good, though. She was good, but I did thought it was weird that they casted her. Dormammu and Caecilius, very disappointing as villains. Very disappointing. And you had Mads Mikkelsen in the movie. Freaking Mads Mikkelsen. He's a great actor, and he's just another generic Marvel villain. It's such a shame because they have so much compelling backstory they could have used from the comics, but they don't do it at all. And the movie's not even that long. It's not even 2 hours long. That's what I'm saying. It just felt so truncated. This could have been the next great superhero epic but they played it so safe. I don't know. It was good. I did think dang, who played Mortal in the movie? Chiwetel Ejiofor. He was great. And I think he's going to be even better in Multiverse of Madness. So they're setting up someone who could be a really good villain. And I liked Wong. Wong was really good as well. So they had the tools in there to make this a great movie. It was good. It was fine. Rachel McAdams was just another Jade Foster to me. There wasn't really anything that interesting about her. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe she ends up pulling another Natalie Portman and becomes the next Doctor Strange or whatever. I don't know.
Please do not do that. Please don't. No. Just, I don't care if you're doing Multiverse of Madness. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Nah, we're good. But yeah, I think, like, for me, like, visually, like, this is the only thing that's really keeping the film out of bottom 10 for me, is that the film's visuals are honestly, like, really cool to watch. And
it's really
like,
cool.
It's super trippy, and I love it, because it's not overly trippy. Like, all the effects are, like, thought through. It may just be, like, CGI being thrown at the screen, but it's creative CGI.
Yes.
You know, there's like some cool things that you could do here instead of just like making someone jump 20 feet higher in the air. Like, yeah, everybody could do that. Like, we don't need to see that unless you like can somehow make that cool. So
that's why I feel like Multiverse of Madness, as I said earlier, I think that's going to be the Doctor Strange movie that I wanted from the first film, because that looks like it's just going to go completely nuts. And Sam Raimi coming back to direct it. Oh my God, I'm ready.
That's gonna, yeah. I think Sam Raimi is probably going to be the most exciting part about this film. That and probably like a bunch of the callbacks and like the characters being brought in. Whoever the case may be, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Do we have any closing thoughts on Doctor Strange, or is it just like, yeah, it's a movie?
I hope Mads Mikkelsen's better in Secrets of Dumbledore.
you know he's not.
I think he will be. I think he'll be a good Grindelwald. It is going to be jarring from Johnny Depp, but you know, I think he's going to be good.
Yeah, I think him. Okay, yeah, I think Mads Mikkelsen playing the character, I think will probably be pretty good, but like the movie itself, I think is just going to suck again.
I'm trying to have faith in it.
I want to have faith, but after Fantastic Beasts 2, I wish I did. I really wish I did. But I just don't. I'm sorry.
Not the best, but not the worst. Not the best, but not the worst.
No, Crimes of Grindelwald is the absolute worst one.
I still think Half-Blood Prince and Deathly Hallows Part 1 is worse.
That's a debate, but I honestly think that, like, okay, we'll talk about it later, but because that's another thing that we could probably go at it for hours on, and I don't feel like we have the time for that. Moving on to our next film, another one of Dwayne's favorites, Thor Ragnarok. Great movie. This movie's at number 13. And I think I actually have this film at number 13. Either that or... Oh, no, I have this at 11. Just barely outside my top 10. But no, I think this film, honestly... Like, I appreciate that this film actually is given some new life to it, because as much as I like Kenneth Branagh's Shakespearean grandeur to the films, and as much as how I think Thor: The Dark World tried to do something, I think Thor needed another change of pace. And I think having Taika Waititi having to inject the heart of this film with Red Bull and a double dose of vibrance and color, this is probably the most colorful film and probably one of the better looking films in the MCU. I love looking at Asgard in this film compared to like all of the other ones. For some reason, Asgard just appeals to me in this film. And I think while injecting that Red Bull in this film, I think it just makes Thor not necessarily a better character, but gives him something else to play off of. Besides the Shakespearean feeling for 5 movies in a row. You know, as much as some people would like to keep on seeing that, I don't mind him being this funny in this film. I still think the relationship that he has with Loki is still there, and the relationship doesn't fail at all. Hela is one of the best MCU villains, by far, because we're not going to gloss over Cate Blanchett. We need her as a Saj Ventress. That's not gonna happen, but it needs to.
It needs to.
But you know, the action I think also is really good. I think it just looks like a fun movie to watch. And they do some of this like fish out of water comedy, being like having us be introduced to like this new world again. Like they make it so they give it a new life, and they give this new world a personality. The only thing that I have an issue with is that it can be too funny in some places. They can undermine the death of some certain characters just to crack a joke. And I don't think that some of those deaths to crack a joke were earned. So I've said this to people multiple times. If they cut out like 5 or 10% of the humor in this movie, this movie would be 20% better. Just by default. Because this movie is too funny in its own regard, and I'm actually not a fan of how they utilized Hulk in this film. I'm in the minority on that. I get it. I don't really like Hulk in this film. He's just another negative of mine, and that's probably another reason why he's like barely out of my top 10. But still, entertaining. It's fun. Very colorful. One of the most colorful films to look at, and it's probably one of the most visually appealing films on this entire list, probably for me. If I'm being honest. I don't know. Like, I know that, you know, Eternals is up there, but, like, that movie sucks. And, but yeah, and, like, Doctor Strange adds in this, like, level of, you know, they do their creative CGI and whatnot. But, like,
Best
Thor...
part of the movie.
yeah. But, like, Thor Ragnarok, it's just, they get the color right. It's just fun to look at. I don't know. What do you guys think?
So,
Go first.
all right, yeah. So I mean, I like the film. It's, you know, it's not
Mike has this pretty low.
high
too.
on. Yeah, it's on 20. I like the film, but I will agree I didn't like how they used Hulk in this. Some of the humor in it did feel very, very
Forced.
Yes. Yeah. That's the word I'm looking for. But one of the things I did like, though, and you know, definitely was glad on, was that they you know, used it to improve the chemistry and relationship between Thor and Loki. You know, Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston, and I liked how they where those characters ended up towards the end of that film. You know. No, I mean, I liked the film, but I feel like it could have been executed a little better. But overall, I liked how it was, the story that it told, especially with like the whole like Ragnarok, you know, for Asgard, you know, having that, you know, having his sister come into play, and then, you know, taking away Thor's hammer and being like, all right, now what are you now? You know, how are you gonna?
It's
How do
interesting.
you
It's
go
actually
from there?
interesting to see how they actually played off like the Ragnarok bit. It's just again they undermine it with a quick joke after Asgard dies.
Yeah, no, I mean, it didn't feel as impactful as it probably should have. But,
Yeah, it could have been handled a little bit better, But again, like, just cut out some of the humor in this film, and then this movie would be probably higher than Homecoming for me. In my top
That's all
10.
I really got to say on it.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. It's just not a lot really to say. So we'll let Dwayne rant about this film for about like 10 or 20 minutes because he probably needs that much time.
Hopefully I don't. But Taika Waititi is on my hit list as well. So Thor Ragnarok I have at 28. It's right above Thor: The Dark World for me. Okay. If I turn my brain off and forget anything that I know about the Thor lore, it's a fun movie. It's entertaining. It's colorful. It has some funny jokes here and there. But sadly, I think this movie is for people that don't know anything about Thor, or they think Thor is lame. That's what this movie is for. And I really question people that love Thor and they love this movie, because this movie pretty much goes against what Thor was in the comics character-wise and world-building-wise. It feels like an FU, pretty much. You said that this was like a Thor film that had someone gave him Red Bull to. I disagree. This is a Thor film where they gave tequila, bath salts, freaking Scooby-Doo snacks, Mountain Dew, and cocaine. That's what this movie is. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. This is the modern-day Flash Gordon movie that everyone wanted. This fucking movie. Yeah, man, I did not like the tone. And I'm gonna call some people out right now. All you motherfuckers that said that Guardians wasn't funny, but then you like this. You are full of shit. You are full of shit. Because this is even more ridiculous than in both Guardians movies. This tone does not fit for Thor. And whoever said Chris Hemsworth was funny, shut the fuck up. He is not funny. I'm sorry, he is not. I've seen him in other movies where he's trying to do the comedic bits, and it's not working for him. He's not a funny actor. People telling him that, stop. Please. Didn't work in Ghostbusters 2016, and it does not work in Men in Black International. It does not work here. It didn't work in Vacation. It does not work here. And I hate that he doesn't even feel like Thor in this movie. He feels like Chris Hemsworth. I did not like it. I didn't care if they cut his hair. It's whatever. But like, I just did not like how Chris Hemsworth was playing him in this movie. And as you said, they are undermining really serious moments with the jokes. It is overdone in this movie. And there's some really intense, heavy scenes that happen in this movie. Hela comes into Asgard and slaughters everybody. Everyone. And then it's intercut with Thor and Hulk doing goofy shit on Jeff Goldblum's planet. What am I supposed to feel? This is the end of Asgard, and they're treated like a joke. They treat Surtur like a joke. Like, what the fuck? Surtur is one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe, and he's just a tool to blow up Asgard, and that's it? With Hela on it? That's what you resort him to? What the fuck is this movie? I will give you this. Kate Blanchett is Hela. She is one of the best villains in the MCU. She was great. She was phenomenal. Now, it was fucking stupid how they just throw into this movie like, oh, by the way, I've been holding your long lost sister in a realm this whole time using my mental powers, and I'm about to die. So when I die, she's gonna be your problem. Good luck. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this earlier, but here it is. Are you kidding me right now? You're just gonna be like, oh yeah, you just so happen to have this sister that is the goddess of death, and if she ever gets loose, y'all are fucked.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? What the freaking hell? Carl Urban as the executioner? Fucking waste. It's a fucking waste. Oh my god, I hated it. Jeff Goldblum was stupid in the movie. I'm sorry I didn't like him. He was just doing his Jeff Goldblum-ism. If you like that shit, you'll like it in this. But me, it was too much. It was too freaking much. Everything's a fucking joke. And as you guys said, I don't like how they did Hulk in this movie too. I said it went downhill after Age of Ultron, and this is just like, what the? They take the Planet Hulk storyline and just shoehorn in this movie, and it's a fucking joke now. Okay. Great. Everything's a fucking joke in this movie. This is the amalgamation of stuff that I hate in these Marvel films is in this movie right here. And everyone's just like eating it up because it's funny. Yeah, colors, right? Action sequences, right? No, I want compelling stories. And this is not what Kenneth Branagh established in the first film. And even in Thor: The Dark World, even though it's not that good, at least it felt like a Thor film more than this movie. This doesn't feel like a Thor film. This feels like a Taika Waititi joint. And I don't want to smoke it. I'm sorry. No, I don't like this movie. But as I said, if I turn my brain off and not think about anything, it's an enjoyable time. It's fun. It's colorful. I see why people like it. But for me, it's a no.
Yeah. And I can understand like part of the criticisms on that because like it is hard for us to like sort of get used to the fact that it doesn't necessarily feel like your typical Thor film where like at least from what we've seen from like Kenneth Branagh or whoever directed Thor: The Dark World, it can feel very jarring to sort of like transition from those films and then into this. And I do agree that Chris Hemsworth is not a comedic actor. I don't think that guy is very funny. I think the people that do think that he's funny is sort of like they're sort of like entering this new age of comedy that just isn't really working in this day and age where like you just need to like do something else because like again it didn't work in Ghostbusters 2016 and it didn't work in Men in Black International and the only time where I would say that it would work is if he's playing as Thor, because that's really where the comedy is really going to come from at this point. Because I guess not a lot of people were really into this like real serious Thor. As much as I like the Shakespearean Thor personally, but not so much as like I do like how they were doing the darker, sort of grittier version of Thor. More so than what they're currently doing, especially after the events of Avengers Endgame. But I wouldn't say that he's generically bad in Thor Ragnarok. I actually prefer him a lot more in the film that he appears in after this, which is Avengers Infinity War. I think that's my favorite version of Thor.
Yeah, that's a good balance between the Shakespearean and if they wanted to make him a little bit more funny, like it wasn't too much.
Yeah, it was a mixture between what we got from Thor Ragnarok and what we got from his first two Thor films. And it made sense. I can vibe with this character. But in this film, like you said, he just gets too funny to the point where like nothing is really serious. But like it's still a fun film to watch. On just like entertainment value because like the final battle is still fun in its own regard. It's just meant to be like a good like fun film that people can sort of get behind.
But this is the end of Asgard and you just want to make it a fun little movie?
Right.
Like that's what's weird about it, you know? Because the stakes are like the highest it's ever been in the Thor film and this is the time they want to make it like lighthearted and comedic and silly. Like I don't.
Again, cut out like 5 or 10% of the humor, and the movie would be 20% better.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
It would honestly be in my top 10 if they cut out like a little bit of the humor.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me try and I'm gonna change up the slides really quick as we move on to number 12, which is another Disney Plus show. I know the Disney Plus shows are really throwing us off here. I don't know why they're doing this. I can't wait to be done talking about all of this.
About
just so that we can
these
solely
Marvel
talk
shows.
about like we need to talk about the movies.
Yeah.
Like we're here for the movies. But
yeah.
Regardless of how we feel about the Disney Plus shows like as a whole, there are some that are generally good, I guess, in some regard. And a good example of that is Loki.
Yeah.
This is another one of those shows where it's sort
See
of
that
like
look, Blaine?
this is another one of those shows where it sort of feels like, you know, it's sort of like it's another like mess you up kind of show. And I feel like this is another show that's probably going to be heavily involved with Multiverse of Madness whenever that comes out. I struggled trying to find a good placement for this film, but I ended up going with number 19.
I put it at number 12.
Yeah, I think well, you're right on the money with this one.
25.
Damn, you really don't like any of the Disney Plus shows. Actually, maybe except for one.
Except for one. That was kind of solid. But
But yeah, I think really this is another one of those shows where like it just needed like 1 or 2 more episodes to be good. For me, because this is a lot of information just being thrown at us, and we only get information out of this show in like
the last episode.
Which is supposedly meant to be the setup for Loki season 2.
Yep. And also setting up a possible threat for other films.
That's just completely like out of the blue.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, yeah, there's like a complete army of other me's in all these other dimensions and multiverses that you're gonna have to take care of if you kill me. Like, are we supposed to kill you? Or like, that's my issue with this guy. That's my issue with He Who Remains. Is that like, he's supposed to play out as our villain, but again, he's not necessarily doing villainous things.
No, it's the female
or antagonist
Loki
things. It's Sylvie that's doing
Sylvie.
villainous things, but she's not a villain either. You know, so
motivations are all over the goddamn place, and I'm sick of people talking about this show. This is the one show everyone goes crazy over. Oh, it's the best Marvel show. Sure, well, no, I don't believe so, but I guess I see what they're saying. My proxy, it's probably the most consistent as far as quality wise throughout the episodes. It's at a consistent mid tier for me.
I guess. Yeah,
Mid-tier.
consistent mid-tier is probably a good way of saying it.
Yeah. Now, I'm already sick of seeing Loki at this point. Like, after he should have stayed dead after Infinity War, but no, they brought him back after Endgame. It's not even the main Loki we followed throughout all these movies. It's a different timeline of Loki after the first Avengers. So all the development from that character is kind of cut in half because of that. But like. And then they want to introduce another thing of, there's the Time Variance Authority that apparently is policing different timelines of people that mess with stuff in the timeline, and they put them in this prison. And okay, so there's a bunch of crazy stuff that's been happening with the timeline with other variants or other people. What are you doing with them? Like, it's supposed to happen. The whole stuff with Infinity War and Endgame, that was supposed to happen. I'm like, bullshit, fucking bullshit. What do you mean this is supposed to happen?
Right.
But yeah. So the Time Variance Authority to me is just a huge plot hole that we have to deal with, but it's whatever. Loki, I will say he was good. Tom Hiddleston was good. And I was kind of invested in this anti-hero type of stuff, even though I didn't want it. But, it's hard to dislike. Sylvie, I liked at first until the last episode. That's when I was like, what the fuck, Sylvie? Fuck you. But, like, up until that point, even though it's kind of weird that Loki's having feelings for himself, even though that's kind of expected, it's Loki. But I
actually thought that was a neat little like contrivance that he ends up like technically falling in love with himself.
Right. And
oh man.
Dang, what's his name?
Owen Wilson's character.
Owen Wilson. Who would thought he would
Morbius? No, not Morbius.
Mobius. Not Morbius.
No, he's not a vampire.
Not a vampire. Yeah, man.
Owen Wilson is
Hey,
Morbius.
look, that would have been a better casting than Jared Leto. I'm just saying.
Hey! I think he's gonna surprise you. He's gonna surprise you, man.
Maybe he does. Maybe he gets his Captain America moment where like he played as Joker first and then he plays Morbius and maybe Morbius ends up being good. I don't know. We'll see.
But yeah, I didn't expect Owen Wilson to be in this show, but he was actually really good. He was really really good. He fit right along with it. He wasn't doing his usual wow, yeah, oh my god, wow. No, he's actually putting in a performance. I liked him a lot. I did not like Gugu and Batra in this show. She was just meh to me. But like, I don't know, man. They were just making this such a huge deal, and yes, they do. I guess the multiverse stuff officially branches out from this show, but like, once again, it just feels like a bunch of random stuff happening till we get to that point. You know, I mean, okay, not completely random. There was a linear story, but it's like it's just not as engaging as they want it to be. You know, it's just, I don't know. It feels like it's just forcing Loki to still exist in this universe because he's popular. That's all I'm feeling from this show. And like, oh, by the way, multiverse stuff happening. Kang the Conqueror, there he is. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know why people love this show so much. I don't know. It was fun to see a bunch of Lokis fighting each other. You know, that was kind of funny. There's a alligator Loki and a black Loki and a kid Loki and a president Loki. Like, I want to see that timeline.
And a Richard E. Grant Loki.
Richard E. Grant Loki. Fucking nuts. But I don't know. That's probably like the best part of the show is, you know, all the Lokis together. But other than that, I'm just like, That's all I'm feeling,
Tara Strong was also kind of a nice little addition as Miss Minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like her jump scare, though.
Oh, that was... I was like, what?
I didn't like her jump scare. No. Don't do that.
No, I don't know that.
Nah,
It's
fuck
too
you.
creepy.
Like, hey, nope.
No.
But yeah, Mike, did you give your thoughts on it? I forgot.
I haven't, but no, I mean, I liked the show. I like I said, put it at number 12. And you know that was because it started off, you know, a little slow, but still like good enough to like hook you. And yeah, no, I will say that like towards the end, it suffers from what a lot of MCU shows do, and it just kind of like has like that kind of drop off at the end where it's like,
yeah, they have a very like non-existent ending.
Right. But I liked the
doing the Planet of the Apes, the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes thing. Where like, remember that weird ass twist at the end of Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes? It's the exact same shit here.
Yeah,
God.
Like they introduced some like interesting concepts, like, you know, the concept of the multiverse and this police task force that takes care of any like not multiverse, the timelines. And like this police that takes care of the timelines that may have been created by stuff that happened in Infinity War and Endgame, but you know,
at that point they should have just arrested the Avengers.
Right. Then you see, well, yeah, but then they're like, this was meant to happen, which is like, I don't get what, but you know, you have you know, the stuff with the Lokis. Like, yeah, no, I agree. I loved the stuff with the Lokis. I loved that because when they said that they were hunting down a Loki initially, I was like, oh, okay, so it's going to be like some sort of like true evil Loki. I genuinely was surprised when it turned out to be, you know, a female Loki. And I was like, well, okay. And I do love
attractive.
Right. I do love the dynamics that they had between like all the different versions of Loki. You know, I liked that. But...
And I mean, stones don't work in the TVA.
Yeah, they're just paperweights. I liked that.
These are multiversal objects. How do they not work in the TVA?
Right. And I loved Mobius. I loved the like twist, which was kind of like something that you probably saw coming by the time like the third episode came out, but like that twist that was like everyone in the TVA is just people taken from different timelines. Yeah, which is like. I liked that twist. I loved that twist. And I loved like the development that gave Mobius as a character, where he started questioning things and was like, you know, I enjoyed the life that you guys took from me, you know, and all that. Like, it was just, you know. I do like that show, and if they're doing a season 2, aren't they?
They
Yeah.
have to do a season 2.
Right,
Yep.
right, right,
That's
right,
confirmed.
right. So I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Hoping that they do better with like the tail end of it than the first season, but
Yeah,
I'm
let's
looking
hope.
forward to it.
Hopefully Loki season 1 just feels like act 1 of
I get
something
the
that we're
feeling
gonna
that
be
that's what it
seeing.
might end up being for
Yeah,
a
and then
lot of these
act
shows.
2 is going to be like, you know,
Well, I feel like that's going to be a lot of these shows that are getting second seasons now. You know.
yeah. And I guess like shows like getting a second season, much like our number 11, which is What If.
Yes, finally, a solid Marvel show. I don't
That's
care
number
what the
one for
haters
me.
say.
This one is number 15 for me.
This one's number 1 for me.
Yeah, this one's number 1 for BiGb.
This one's is number 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know I might be in the bit of a minority from everybody. It is interesting to see all of these timelines getting merged together so that, you know, we get to see Marvel like in a different light, like in a different like we get to see what happens if the timeline changes to this thing. Like, what if Captain Carter becomes like the new Captain America, or becomes like Captain Britain or whatever? What if T'Challa was Star-Lord? What if Thor ended up becoming this person or whoever?
I mean, even without them bringing the timelines together, it was just nice to see storylines that wouldn't work in MCU typically, like Marvel Zombies. That would never work in our main
Yeah.
MCU timeline.
Yeah.
And
then
getting
it-
to see that.
And it all just like comes together in like the last like episode or two with the Guardians of the
Yeah.
Multiverse going against what should have been the true creation of Ultron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna be honest. I honestly wouldn't have even minded if they never brought the timelines together. If this was just a hey, let's just take a journey through different universes and see how things panned out in each of these realities.
I thought that that's what this was going
just
to be.
right. That's what I thought it was gonna be, and I was totally fine with that. I'm like let's go. Let's see
Yeah.
what would happen if
Yeah, like,
if T'Challa
alright.
was Star-Lord, right? But and I do like that it also kind of paves the way for or let Marvel know that the audience does want to see some of these universes get fleshed out in maybe their own series, like Marvel Zombies, which is apparently getting its own show, which is like that's great, but no, I mean like I just straight up love this for being able to take concepts of series that would never work in the MCU and then making them work in their own universes.
Yeah.
Yep. Like they're able to just, take risks. This is what I want from Marvel, is like taking risks. Like you would never see something like, the Superior Strange. You would never see something like that in the main timeline of the MCU. You would never see stuff like you said, Marvel Zombies. So yeah, I like that they were able to do their own thing. It's similar to Star Wars Visions as well. It's like they don't have to worry about the main continuity of stuff. Like they're able to tell their own stories, and they're able to get weirder and crazier stuff like that. That's what I really appreciated about this show. But there are a couple of them where it's like I could kind of see something like this popping up in the main timeline, and
Now-
Multiverse of Madness, they may take some stuff for the show, which I think is very likely they will be. So yeah.
Now, here's hoping that season 2 has Spider-Man Noir in it. I'm hoping for alternate Spider-Man realities. I really am.
That would be cool. That would be cool. Like the possibilities are endless. Hopefully we could get some. I don't know. That's a lot they could do. Maybe they could. Yeah, I think there was like What was weird? Do you guys remember seeing something like they had a storyline with Iron Man and Gamora, but I guess it wasn't there because like at the ending episode they had Gamora in the whatever the similar outfit that Thanos was wearing and stuff like that. It felt like she had an episode, but it was cut. And I thought Iron Man was in it as well, isn't it?
I don't know. Maybe they'll do that in season 2, but the only episode that I could think of, well, no. I was gonna say the T'Challa Star-Lord thing, but no, that was Nebula that was in that one.
I would say that the T'Challa one I actually really liked. I know people were like mixed on like, oh, why would you make him Star Lord?
Oh,
That
I
seemed like a
loved
random
that
thing.
one.
That
Oh,
was
I was
so
okay with it.
great. Yeah, what I
It
really
was
liked about it was like just seeing how much influence T'Challa has on the universe. You know, like
right.
yeah, how he's able to change the landscape of stuff happening and like changing characters' perspective on things. Like, and it addressed one of the major criticisms that I had with Thanos, when like, why doesn't he think about this stuff or why doesn't he think about that? Like, T'Challa actually talked to him about it, and now he's a good guy. Like,
Yeah. Like this dude just
man,
took Modest's proposal too seriously, and T'Challa was like, "Hey, what about this?" And then also like how he changed people's perception of Star Lord. Like
yeah,
instead of being like the "Who are you?" it was like, "Oh, this dude's like the Robin Hood of space." Like it was just,
it's really cool. It was really
yeah.
cool. Now, is it the most epic thing they could have done for Chadwick's, last voicing of the character? Probably not, but I still thought this was a really great, you know, thing that he did before he passed away. I think this is a nice sending off of the character. If this
Mhm.
is going to be the last time, it should be, but
Yeah, it
the
was a
Or is
yeah.
it?
It was a
recast
nice
T'Challa anyway.
it was a nice kind of like swan song for him, I guess.
Yeah. Now, the only episode that I didn't like at all, I absolutely hated actually, was the Thor episode. I hated it.
Oh,
It was
I'm
horrible.
trying to
What if
remember which one you're
Thor
talking
was an
about.
only child or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely terrible. I hated everything about it. Now,
Yeah.
though, actually, the one thing that it did good, I actually rooted for Captain Marvel in that episode. I actually wanted her to kick Thor's ass in that episode because he was that bad in that episode. I hated this episode so much. That was a waste of time. Waste of friggin' time. But, other than that.
Yeah.
What was your guys' favorite episode of What If?
Favorite episode?
Besides the finale, because that one's already obvious.
Yeah, that's a given. But
Right.
it's between the T'Challa Star Lord and Superior Strange.
Honestly, my favorite one probably. I'm looking through just to make sure. Yeah, I think my favorite one is definitely the Captain Carter.
Okay, all right.
What about you?
Yeah, probably. What was it? The Supreme Strange. I liked. Or what was it? Strange Supreme.
Yeah,
Strange
Strange
Supreme.
Supreme.
That was
Yeah.
probably one of my
Like
favorite
yeah,
ones.
yeah. For me, it was definitely a toss up between that and the What If Killmonger rescued Tony Stark.
I guess my other one would probably be What If Ultron won?
That was good too. He just sliced Thanos in
Yeah,
half.
he just
Yeah,
zaps him in
yeah, Thanos
half
just walks
like
through,
he's
like,
nothing.
Cross section.
Like,
Yeah, I love that
fascinating.
exchange. Yeah, he's like, yeah, fascinating. And then just like, and then just takes the stones.
Yep. Now that is an Ultron.
Right.
Yeah, that's Ultron done correctly.
Yes.
Right, and then they're like sitting there like, all right, let's shut him down. And then they're like, we can't shut him down. What do you mean you can't shut him down? He's not in this reality. What?
What? And then the Watcher is like, wait a minute, does he know? And then here he is. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, he like jumps back. He's like, oh.
Yeah.
I loved how that episode we saw legit fear.
Legit fear on him. I'm like, oh my god.
Because it's like this is supposed to be happening. I don't. But he just gets taken through different realities. He's like sitting there like, oh well, you're gonna lose to me or whatever, and then Ultron just proceeds to just beat the mess out of him.
It's meta as crap.
Oh, good lord.
All right. Well, we're just about to we're now heading into top 10 territory, but I think this is actually probably a good time for us to. I think this is probably a good time for us to take another break. I'm willing to take about like another 5 or 10 minutes, take it up and
Okay.
stretch a little bit. But after the break, we'll be going through the top 10 Marvel projects in the MCU. This should be exciting
I'm ready.
because this should be mostly positive.
Mostly.
Mostly positive.
Mostly.
Yeah, I mean, some of my lower ones haven't been listed off yet, so I mean, but we'll see.
Yeah, and then I know there's a couple of them got some things to say, and people are going to be boiling with anger. But you know,
Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick 5 and then or quick 10, whatever. And then when we come back, we'll talk about our top 10 MCU projects out of this whole thing that we got going on. So sit tight and don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon.
Mhm. Gotcha. I'm gonna turn my light on. Feeling all right.
Yeah, a little bit.
Read it.
Oh
Right.
boy.
All right, here we
Yeah.
are. We are here with the where we got the top 10 Marvel films now. Because now all of these are films. We don't have to worry about frickin' Marvel TV shows entering the fray anymore. We could just have a relaxing time talking about the movies. And the first one that we're going to be talking about is something that came out recently, within something that came out in 2021. I was entertained by this film, I guess, but I don't know if I would consider it like top 10 worthy in my opinion. But let me just get this set up really quick before we actually start talking about it. Okay. So, number 10 is Shang-Chi.
How'd I know you were going to say that?
Well, I did say it came out recently, so that probably gave it away a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I think that this movie's okay. I feel like it's just Black Panther with an Asian twist. But aside from that, I think it's a pretty good movie overall. I feel like the critics are sort of overhyping this film in some regard because it does feel like a little bit generic in some regards for a superhero movie. But the only thing that really makes it interesting are the 10 rings themselves, in my opinion. I don't know. I guess they were sort of like teased at for like the 10 rings were sort of like teased at throughout the entire MCU. So for them to actually like get a movie this time around is actually like cool. But like it's still an okay movie, I guess. Like I enjoyed it for the most part. Trevor kind of ruins it for me, but
See, that's the thing. I actually liked Trevor in this movie.
I hated Trevor in this movie.
No, I thought he was a lot better than he was in other things, especially Iron Man 3. But like, I really liked this movie. I really enjoyed it, and I knew nothing about Shang-Chi going in. So this is a gray area of Marvel where I'm like, yeah, I don't know half this stuff. I didn't know what the Eternals were. I didn't know all this other stuff. So I'm like, let's see how they portray these characters. And for me, I thought Shang-Chi was really good as a character. And I don't think, okay, for you saying this is the Asian version of Black Panther, no,
It
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Yes,
No,
it is.
it's not.
Yes, it is. You
Go through
cannot tell
completely-
me that this is
They go
not
through-
an Asian version of Black Panther.
It is not. They go through completely different development.
Okay, that's different compared to like the structure of the story.
It's different from Black Panther. What are you talking about?
It's different, but like it's still like the Asian version of Black Panther.
What? Of course, coming from the white man, gotta put everything in a bubble. Totally joking. But fine. But man, I really was invested in his Shang-Chi's journey with his sister and the stuff with his father. They fixed the Mandarin stuff in this movie. Really appreciated that. They actually made
God
the
forbid.
Mandarin. Yes, they actually made him a really good villain. He's actually one of my favorite villains in the MCU. Like, and he's not just he actually has layers. I mean, yeah, very similar to Killmonger. He actually has a motive and stuff like that. But like, he actually was a sympathetic character. I really, really appreciate that. And Awkwafina, not a big fan of Awkwafina, but she was good in this movie. I actually liked her. I didn't think I would. I saw the trailers and I'm like, oh, she looks so annoying. It's probably the one thing I'm just not gonna give a crap about. But yeah, actually, I liked her a lot, and I liked the friendship that she had with Shang-Chi. Her sister is badass. Loved it a lot. And then the martial arts in this film. God, it's so good. There's no quick cuts and close-ups and shaky cam or nothing. You see all the martial arts on display in this film because I really like martial arts films. I grew up with the fantasy martial arts stuff like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and stuff like that, and it reminded me a lot of those fantasy Chinese action movies. So I thought they did really well with that. And then it turns into a big old fantasy film with serpents and dragons fighting each other. Most epic shit ever. I did not expect that they would go that crazy, and I thought I loved it. Michelle Yeoh, can't go wrong with Michelle Yeoh. She was great. She should have been the ancient one in my opinion, but you what can you do? She was great in this movie as well. Yeah, I did not expect to like this movie that much, but yeah, becoming one of my favorites in the MCU so far.
It makes you think that Ang Lee should have directed this.
I don't know, Gemini Man wasn't the best.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I liked this film. I had it ranked at number 14.
I think I have it at number 14 as well.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Five.
that's fair. That's fair. I loved the hype was definitely real for me for this film because I was like all about it had been a while since I'd seen like a good martial arts film, so I was like, okay, yeah, martial arts, got it. I'm gonna love the action in this film, and I did, all the way up until the end. Absolutely loved the action in the film. I loved the story between Shang-Chi and his dad. I loved that. But I don't know, it's not that I disliked it at all. It's just that I liked the other films that I have higher on the list more than it, and I was just having trouble on where I was gonna put it. But no, I mean, like I liked the film overall. It was just not my favorite, but definitely one of the ones I looked forward to a lot, and definitely delivered on a lot of the hype that I had for it.
Yeah, I will say that. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I will agree with Dwayne. I was not the biggest fan of Awkwafina's character.
I wasn't either.
I did like what they did with the Mandarin. That was nice. I'm gonna be honest. Going into that movie, because of how long it had been since I'd seen Iron Man 3, I completely forgot about it. But,
yeah, me too. I try to erase that part of my mind.
Right. But no, I liked it overall. What were you gonna say, Ruby?
I was really gonna say I was excited going into it just so I could see how visceral the action sequences were, and they are in their own regard. They have some of the most visceral action sequences in the film, and required some of the least amount of CGI just because of movements. But the only parts where they needed CGI were obviously because of the rings.
And the serpents and the dragons.
and the serpents and the dragons, which did throw me off a little bit, but I understood why they had it in the movie. I thought that ultimately, again, it feels like another one of those movies where, to me, it felt like I came out of this film after seeing it just once, and I already had compared it to Black Panther. So that just probably goes to show, at least to me, how similar this film feels compared to another MCU project that we had before this. And Trevor was sort of a letdown for me, because where did he come from? What was he doing? The creators decided, yeah, let's just throw in Trevor all of a sudden, just because, Ben Kingsley, people love this guy. Trevor, go.
They got to go out their way and be like, okay, see, we got the real Mandarin right here. He's not the Mandarin no more. This guy's the Mandarin. Just wanna step for that.
Yeah, so we need one obscure character in the movie. Who do you got? Trevor. Done.
I mean, it's the MCU. They bring back random people in the universe. Just like I didn't expect Kat Dennings and that cop to come in WandaVision.
That's true.
And I actually liked. By the way, I forgot to mention I did like Kat Dennings in WandaVision, so that was a positive.
Really? You actually like Kat Dennings in WandaVision?
Yes. She actually wasn't forcing the jokes this time, and she actually was being helpful and useful in the show. So.
Huh? I actually never expected that.
I didn't either.
But But yeah, I still like the film for like its entertainment. Although I do feel like even though like some of the choreography like is good, I do feel like the film can
Tom,
be
you
well. Okay, like like for me, I feel like the bus sequence is a little bit sort of ridiculous in some regard. Like it's entertaining, but like it just doesn't reach as high as like any of the other like smaller scale battles. I think entertaining, but like one of the best MCU fights? Nah.
I mean, no, but it's still entertaining.
Yeah, but I feel like there are some, like again, there are some fights in the MCU that are sort of reliant on CGI, which kind of hurts the film. But again, like the CGI in the film is still good, and they definitely have upped it up from whatever they were working. I'm gonna bring up Black Panther again, which we're probably gonna get to soon, but that was probably one of my main issues with Black Panther is the CGI, and this film probably doesn't have that much issues of CGI, but like the fact that we still are sort of a little reliant on CGI for some action sequences, especially in a martial arts film. I don't know. It kind of kills the vibe for me, I guess. And I guess like it doesn't. It's not exactly my cup of tea, but it's still a good movie. So that's why I put it at number 14. Is that like it's not like top 10 worthy for me, or even top 5 for some people. But like it's still a worthy entry in the MCU, and like 14, like especially for this kind of ranking, is still not bad. So like even like 20 or like 22, 24 is still not like it's kind of leading into mediocre territory, but like it's not bad.
So Mike, you see his response, and you know how much we want a live action Dragon Ball Z. This is what we got to deal with.
Right.
This is like the pre anime stage. Like, do they like this? Do they like this?
Right. They're gonna be like, Dragon Ball Evolution 2, and everyone's gonna be hit with that swift no. And then...
No, reboot it. Hard. Reboot.
With the same cast.
No,
No.
absolutely not.
No. No.
Y'all would probably know better than me. I sort of know absolutely nothing about that stuff.
Yeah. Well, first things first. Throw out the entire cast. Get rid of the director, producer, all that.
All that shit. Everything must go. Everything.
Needs to be made in Japan because they're the only ones that really know how to do an anime live action properly.
You know that's not gonna happen. You know America's
I know it's
gonna...
not gonna happen. I know it's not gonna happen. Lionsgate has the rights to do a Naruto movie. I know it's not gonna happen.
What?
Yeah, that happened like a few years ago.
Oh no. They're doing a Michael Jackson movie as well, so
Yeah.
I thought they already did that
Yeah.
though. A Michael Jackson movie.
Yeah, but an actual
Oh,
like mainstream like biopic, you
I thought
know,
that
like
did,
that.
didn't they do This Is It?
No, that was
No.
like a leading up to his last concert.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a biopic, but
Oh, well.
that was
sue
good
me
though.
then, I guess.
It's probably gonna be better than what we're about to get, but we'll see.
Probably. But okay, all right. Let's move on to number 9 here. I sort of started talking about this, and you guys love this film a lot more than I do for obvious reasons. Black Panther.
Oh, okay. That one's at
Surprise.
that one's number 5 for me.
This one is actually number 9 for me, and I can see that Dwayne has this at number 2. I know he originally has this at number 1, but
Originally.
it's number 9 for me. So I'm actually right on the money with this one. But it's mostly. Here's the surprising thing. It's number 9 largely because of the audiences. Because of the audience score and the user score from Metacritic. Black Panther is surprisingly low on both of those lists.
That's surprising, actually.
Yeah, I think...
I mean...
What was it you were going to say?
I was going to say, there's, of course, the obvious one reason that I like it, which is, like, black superhero, yeah, but, like... also, I liked how it was this, like how they built that world. How it was like, oh, you've got this whole world that's hidden away from everyone else. No one knows about it. It's where this really rare element comes from that everyone wants. And they are very intent on just keeping everything in there. They only ever leave this place to go make, like, some public appearances. No one really knows what Wakanda is or where it is. They're just like, oh, we just got these people that come here from it. And then you've got the story of this person who is an outsider who had a father who was like, he was a prince, wasn't he? He was like wasn't he like T'Challa's uncle, right?
Yeah.
Killmonger's dad, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, you had like this outsider who's seen the world how it is and sees how, like, and he's not so much justified in what he does, but like the reason that he does the stuff is because he sees what Wakanda could do for the rest of the world. He sees like how it could change. Granted, he has kind of a twisted version of how it could change, but he's like, you guys got all this cool technology here, all these cool like societal advancements, and you keep it to yourselves. And then he comes in there, does his whole hostile takeover. I loved that story, and thinking about it, I do see how there are some similarities with Shang-Chi, but I still really liked that story and feel like even if there are those similarities there, Black Panther did it better.
Yeah. Now, when I say that, like the audiences sort of affected this film, the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes is 79%.
It went down.
What?
Which
It
put
went
Black
down.
Panther like on the list of like audience scores. Black Panther is number 24 on audience scores for Rotten Tomatoes, and user score for Black Panther was 6.3,
Out of 10?
which is number 28.
Out of 32? What? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No.
The only things that loses to Black Panther in terms of user score on Metacritic were Hawkeye, What If, Falcon and Winter Soldier, and Captain Marvel.
No, you can't be lower than Captain
Man.
Marvel. You can't be lower than Captain Marvel.
No. Black Panther beats those. Black Panther beats those.
Yeah, take a walk. Take a walk, Michael. I know this is some bullshit.
I'm telling you, I did my research.
Yeah.
I have done my
I
research.
believe your research.
No,
I'm just
no,
saying that
yeah.
people are dumb.
Like, what is wrong with people? They're drinking the hater Kool-Aid, obviously.
But no, those were the only four that Black Panther beat in terms of user score.
No.
That's no. The Academy is a lie. People are dumb.
Yeah, man.
I already have no faith in the Academy because of Boss Baby winning over a silent voice, but that's a whole nother rant.
Boss
But-
Baby winning anything is
Right.
a loss. God.
But no, I think the only thing that really like keeps this one like on the lower end of top 10, it's still a great movie. With if you thought that like Spider-Man: Homecoming or something was like one of the films where like it's more meant to be like played for laughs or something like that, or even Thor Ragnarok, Black Panther is the exact opposite, where the themes are richer. It's just a better movie. I feel like just overall, like the themes are rich. The filmmaking as a whole is fantastic. So I feel like this makes it for one of the most like thematically rich films in the MCU, and probably one of the more mature films in the franchise. The only thing holding it back for me, I mentioned this earlier, is the CGI. Which is something I shouldn't be saying about a superhero movie that's, so, in this day and age especially, is sort of relying on great CGI to make movies look believable. But on the same argument, I can't necessarily blame the editors for the result of this film, because apparently from what I hear, they were filming the whole final battle sequence, I think like in October of 2017. And when the editors got it, it wasn't until like December for them to start working on it. So they had a 6 to 8 week gap in between them getting the footage and the film's release to edit the final battle. Which is probably what made it weak, in my opinion.
Shame. How'd they let that happen? Jeez.
Right.
I don't know.
But yeah, man, I had this really, really high. As you can see, number 2. I love this movie. I adore it. I never even thought we would ever get a Black Panther movie. Of course, with the MCU, I knew it would be a matter of time, and like everything was falling in line for this to be like the best thing Marvel put out. And it's like I can't say it's the best. I know there are some flaws with the movie, but like for people to just be hating on this film just because it's popular, like no. Like as you said, the story in this is like some of the most personal, richest, stories we've gotten from the MCU, man. Like it is a complex story for Marvel, and you know, I think this is also still a very important movie, when it comes to the Black community because, like, I'm trying not to make this political, but it's just like we haven't seen like a big budget mainstream movie like this where, the Black community is being portrayed like they are, you know, they're like high in status. They're kings. They're queens. They have some of the most important resources in the world. Like we're used to seeing a lot of Black films where they're like, mid class, lower class, minorities, whatever, slavery films, whatever. But it's just nice to see that, they're able to break that stereotype. And while I can't say is this one of the best Black films ever made, no, it's not. I do agree that this movie does get overhyped a lot, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's still a very well made film. And for Ryan Coogler, this is the first big budget film he's done, after he did Creed, and for this to be like his first like superhero film in the Marvel film, he did an excellent job. And everyone in the cast was excellent. Everyone. I had no problems with anyone in this movie. It is such a star-studded cast. Having one of the best villains in the MCU, Michael B. Jordan as Killmonger. Praise him all day. So compelling. So multi-layered. Chadwick Boseman, the great Chadwick Boseman. Phenomenal job as T'Challa. Phenomenal job as Black Panther. Nobody can replace him. But it's like, even though I still want them to recast T'Challa, like, nothing can take away from what Chadwick Boseman brought to that character. And it's like, and now, a bunch of, little kids that look like us, they have a role model to look to as far as superhero-wise. So that's why I want the character to continue so we don't forget about him. But it's nice that we finally have something out there where, little kids, they can look up to someone that actually looks like them now. Because there's not a lot of Black superheroes that are, given enough attention in the media. And I like that it's opened the door for stuff like that. We're going to get Blade. We're going to get other Black heroes in DC, hopefully. But, this really helped open a lot of doors for people. So that's why it personally holds a special place in my heart personally. But outside of that, I think it's a great movie. And literally, like you said, the only problem I have with this film, yeah, the CGI could have been better in places.
Yeah.
So, literally, that's
I don't like your war rhinos.
The war rhinos. And like that fall when they're going in the subway, they reminded me a lot of a shot in Spider-Man 3 when Venom and Spider-Man were falling.
We're falling from the constructed building or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
And they actually play like sort of like the same role too. Killmonger, Black Panther, and Venom and Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I felt like I was actually watching Spider-Man 3 for a second. I was like,
I'm
gonna
hot
go over
flashes.
here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're sort of moving into no territory in that regard. But yeah, even with like just the choreography itself, like they tried to make the choreography to look like it would have been suitable for that film, but it just didn't work out well with the amount of time that the editors got. So
Yeah,
we
I'm
ended up
hoping
getting with
it's
a very-
improved.
We end up with a very lackluster final battle.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like the final battle was like horrible or anything. Like it was still like directed to the best of its ability. It still was entertaining. It's just like, there are some things with the CGI that was kind of spotty, and like you could kind of tell it. I hope in Wakanda Forever it's better, but there's still some like drama going on behind scenes, so I don't know how it's gonna turn out. But
Listen,
hopefully,
pray right now that they actually have some crap going on. Like, they actually get their crap together in Black Panther Wakanda Forever, because I legit want this movie to be good.
I want it to be better than the first film, but like,
Oh, it's not going to be better than the first film, but I
Yeah, I
want it
don't
to be.
think it
I want
will.
it to be at least top half of the MCU. If I can get top half, then that's a win. If it's bottom half, though, y'all are messing up. That's all I'm gonna say.
oh boy, I'm the first to tell you.
But okay. Assuming that we have no more thoughts on Black Panther, we're about good to move on to oh boy, one of my personal favorites.
Uh oh. We said "oh boy" first, so I think I know what you mean.
I wish that this film was higher, but I can accept this film being top 10. Let's talk about Captain America: Civil War.
Can we not?
God, come on, dude. This
Hey,
movie
you
is
know
so
what?
good.
You know what? I actually have this at number 4.
I have this number 3. If Endgame and Infinity War did not exist, this film would be my number 1.
27.
I know, I know, you privileged mother.
I'm the privileged motherfucker. You're just talking about Black Panther, and you accusing me for being the privileged.
But no. Okay, so I have this at number 3 on my list, and it's been like super high on my list ever since. And one of the main reasons why is because one of the best things about the Marvel Cinematic Universe and what they're able to do is they're able to tell standalone stories and interweave multiple franchises in the same film. They come off of successes of The Winter Soldier, and they also come off of Avengers: Age of Ultron, and they take this film to set up what. Let's look at the list of stuff that they set up after Civil War. They set up Black Panther. They set up Avengers: Infinity War. They set up Ant-Man and the Wasp. They set up frickin' something else I'm missing. Spider-Man: Homecoming. They're able to take a standalone story, because it feels like as much as we want to say that this is Avengers 2.5, it feels like the extension of the origin story of Steve Rogers, because we are mostly looking at this film from his side of the spectrum, from his perspective, while still making all of these other Avengers important to this part of the film.
I mean, it is called Captain America: Civil War.
Right. Like, I mean, you could have called this like Avengers Civil War or something, but like, it's mainly meant to be a Captain America origin story, and this film succeeds in that. And I actually really like Captain America in this film, because we get to see Captain America actually trying to get what he wants out of life, which is his way of trying to like fit into this reality that he so well had to invest in, which isn't from the 40s. Like, this isn't the 1940s. This is a different time that we're living in, and this is sort of Captain America trying to fit into that franchise while having to add his own flavor in the mix. He wants to make sure that he's as important as everybody else is. And sure, maybe there's a few missteps when it comes to like creating such an incredible villain with a plan that actually like sort of makes sense, But this also was the same year that Batman vs Superman came out, and that villain sort of had the same issue with Lex Luthor. Zemo tried to plan all of this together, assuming that everything sort of like fell into place, which is not particularly an amazing thing to do for a villain, but it's not the worst thing that we've seen. I do think that this villain, for what they're trying to do with him, does make somewhat of an impact, and definitely moves our Avengers into a different world, like how the Avengers are currently in right now, even in Phase 4. You know, we don't even have the Avengers anymore because I heard that they're not going to be doing any more Avengers films. But, like...
I don't believe them.
I don't believe them either, but, like... This film basically sort of, like, sets up the foundation of what's to come, not just for the rest of the Infinity Saga, but for the rest of the future of the MCU as well. While also maintaining to tell a standalone story about Steve Rogers. And I know how much you don't like Tony Stark in this movie, Dwayne, but I actually am okay with this version of Tony Stark. It's nice to see this banter between two titans, between these two major characters, because we've been so invested in these characters for so long. Ever since we see them meet up for the first time in the first Avengers, we see their banter in that film, and we're asking ourselves, okay, we need to see these two fight. We need to see this happen. We get that from Civil War, and not only do we get that, we get one of the best action sequences in the MCU, in my opinion, which is the airport battle, as well as a very personal final battle sequence, which I know may not make sense to you all that much, Dwayne, but, well, in terms of, like, how it's set up, but the fact that they made it, like, so personal between two characters that really want to care for each other, and now they can't, that's just the perfect setup for these guys for Infinity War. You don't need to show these characters until Infinity War now. You know, we have their setup. So, I don't know, this movie's great. I'm more than willing to turn this on after we're done talking about the MCU. Honestly, I would turn this movie on right now. It's just a great movie that beats out a lot of films. And again, if Endgame and Infinity War didn't exist, this film would be number one for me. I'm just saying, if we didn't get the Thanos duology, Civil War would be number one. That's all I got to say.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you see a lot of great things about it. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead to what you think.
No, I was just gonna say that pretty much the same thing. Like, I guess the only thing I can really say is kind of just tagging off of the Tony Stark stuff, which is just that, you know, in Ultron, you see, like, he gets knocked off his high horse. Like, you know, Ultron turned out to be a complete and utter failure, so it makes sense that he would sign the Accords, and then they have this big duel with each other. But that's pretty much all I can really add on.
Yeah, you can really see that Tony Stark is really this sort of, like, government-ish kind of guy. He's really wanting to sort of fall under, like, government rules, whereas Captain America is wanting, like, the dissolution violation of civil rights and what we stand for, and so then you have these two very opposing views just sort of branching off in their own teams. So.
Okay, so I'm going to try not to yell this time.
So why does this movie suck?
Okay, so...
Let me hear this bullshit again.
I just had to hear your bullshit, so you know, it is what it is. So okay, I understand what you're saying about, you know, how personal, you know, the rivalry and like the conflict is between Cap and Iron Man, and there are glimpses of it in this movie that I almost found compelling. The stuff with the Sokovia Accords on paper, you know, it can actually be a very personal and, you know, like very complex story for this movie. And I'm not one of those people that are expecting them to do a carbon copy from the comics. I pretty much abandoned that hope a long time ago. But once again, I have to ask, did they think this was the best way to adapt this story? And my answer is no. Um, okay, so the whole thing with the Sokovia Accords, it feels slapped together. A lot of things in this movie felt slapped together. But so the one thing that's going to trigger Thunderbolt Ross and Shield to tell the Avengers to sign these accords is Wanda blew up a side of a building. That was the final straw. After all the other shit that's been happening in the previous movies that's more cataclysmic, Wanda blowing up a side of a building where there was minimal casualties, that's the final straw. Okay. All right
Minimal
then.
casualties?
Yes, minimal compared to all the other shit that they did in the previous movies. That was a little boo boo compared to what they've done before. But that's nitpicking. That's nitpicking. But you're just
I,
adding on top. That's adding on top of the other shit that happens in the movie. But okay, Iron Man's motivation to sign the Accords, I'm sorry, I think is BS. So you're taking personal some random lady coming up to you and being like, "My son died in the fight with Ultron. Where were you?" Bitch, they were the ones saving your ass from being incinerated by Ultron. Be a little more grateful. I'm sorry that your son was lost in that battle, but a lot worse could have happened to you. But he took that so much to heart, where he's like, okay, now I'm going to take into account my actions, even though I wasn't taking into account my actions up until this point. I created a murdering psychopathic robot without thinking of any, bad repercussions to happen from that. He just seems very hypocritical doing that in the movie. I don't have a problem with them signing the Accords because this is similar stuff we've seen from the comics. But I'm saying they're taking breadcrumbs as motivations, and it's like they're assuming us. We're going to tie the loose ends ourselves without them actually explaining thoroughly why people are making decisions as they are. Um, I wasn't fully convinced on who's on Team Iron Man and who's on Team Captain America. There's a couple of them that it just felt thrown in there, like Hawkeye. What the fuck? You're going to put your family in danger because you want to help Cap. Why? Why would you do that? That's not enough of a motivation for you to come out of retirement, put your family in danger because Captain America asked you to, and then you're just gonna bring Ant-Man in out of nowhere. Huh? What? Oh, he's there. Okay, great. That's cool. And then Spider-Man. Okay, Spider-Man, probably the most thrown together character in this movie. Now, he was one of the best parts. Tom Holland was really good in the movie, but Lily, out of nowhere, Tom Holland's Spider-Man doesn't question at all why Iron Man is recruiting him. Like, he's just gonna go along with what he says. This is what I don't like about Spider-Man. They make him so naive in the MCU, such a fanboy to Iron Man and Cap, that he doesn't even, it feels like he doesn't think for himself. I'm not saying that he completely doesn't think for himself, but it seems like he's just like going along with whatever Iron Man and whatever they're doing. When the Spider-Man I know would question everything that he's getting himself into. This is why I don't like him being a fanboy to the Avengers, because he wouldn't be, so easily to just go somewhere with Iron Man. So that really was a problem with me. The airport battle you said was one of the most entertaining fight scenes in the MCU. I agree. It was very entertaining. It was fun to watch. But that whole scene was totally inconsistent with everything that they were setting up in that film, because it was jokes, jokes, jokes for 30%, at least 30% of that fight. When up until that point, everyone was very serious, and now you want to do some random banter. So that kind of ruined it a little bit for me, even though I enjoyed the scene. It was entertaining, but it's like, we did not need jokes in this fight scene. It's supposed to be very serious. And then, okay. Now, that ending thing with, okay, Zemo, one of the worst villains I've ever seen in a Marvel film. I hated him. He was terrible. You cut him out of the movie. nothing would change because everything was happening naturally for Cap and Iron Man to be against each other. They didn't need Zemo in this film. They didn't need him to set off stuff. Stuff was already happening. And plus, most of his plans, if not all of his plans, are based totally on coincidence. Or I'm hoping this thing will align perfectly when I want it to. Like, I'm hoping that Iron Man and Cap will follow the clues so they can go all the way to this base, like in the middle of the ocean, whatever, and I can show them random footage of Bucky killing Iron Man's parents. There may be a possibility that he doesn't follow all the clues and he'll go off and do his own thing, but I'm praying to God that he'll put 2 and 2 together and he'll find me here. No. 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 And no. And then the biggest thing that was BS. I still don't like this. I hate this. This is completely out of character for Iron Man. So when Zemo shows him the footage of Bucky, he's just gonna go murdering. He's gonna go off and be a murdering psychopath. He's just gonna throw all logic out the window and be like, even though he knew from the beginning that he was under mind control, that something was up with his head, and he completely forgets about that and is like, I'm gonna kill Bucky now. And Cap, if you get in my way, I'm gonna kill you too. And then here's another thing. Why would Cap keep that information from him? Why? Okay, are they the best of friends? No, but they're teammates. They're allies. And that's something very important that he should know about his parents. Right? That should be very important to him. And then why would he keep that information? Because up until that point, he thought he was dead. Until Winter Soldier. Why would he keep that information from him? No reason at all. Just to cause more conflict out of nowhere. Like, this movie just felt so artificial when it comes to motivations. Like, I don't have a problem with Cap and Iron Man having a rivalry because it feels like that's something that they were building up until this point. But the way they decided to execute in this movie, everything just feels very thrown together. Very thrown together. The only character in this movie where his progression felt the most natural from start to finish, T'Challa's Black Panther. Everything that he went through in the movie, I'm like, okay, that was great. That's good. I understand his motivations. I understand why he does this stuff. I follow him throughout this journey, and he goes through a character arc, but at the end, he changes his ways. Everything with him felt natural. But everyone else, no. I'm sorry. I tried watching this, man. I tried giving this a shot. I watched this recently. I think last year I watched it recently, and the problems just still keep coming up. And I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love this movie, and please keep loving it. Don't let me ruin your fun. But it's really overrated. It's really overrated. I think people are just still having rose-colored glasses because Spider-Man and Black Panther and Ant-Man and the airport battle is fun. Having all these characters together, they're just enjoying that stuff. But when we start peeling the onions of how the plot doesn't make any sense, and they're just shoehorning stuff into the story, that's when stuff starts falling apart for me. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
See, for the people in the chat, for those of you who've been watching either my channel or DL Vince's channel, and we talk about, like, we have our creative differences on, like, The Last Jedi or something, and we have we are on, like, the most opposite ends of that. How we were sort of, like, opposite ends on, like, Eternals earlier. Nothing will compare to our opinions on Civil War.
Oh yeah, it is always a fight.
Nothing will compare to our opposing views on Civil War. No. One of us loves it and one of us hates it. You should probably it's as easy as finding out 2 + 2 is 4 on who likes it more than the other.
And it's like, and we're looking at the other person being like, he's saying 2 + 2 = 11 because if you put 2 ones together. But yeah, man, I really tried. I watched this movie so many times, and I've tried to love it. I really did, but it's just, I don't know.
Here, listen. Maybe I'll do to you whatever I did with you for The Last Jedi, where we watch it together, and I'll try to give you, like, a different perspective on the film because You definitely need that.
Maybe.
Maybe.
And that's what I'll do for you guys for Eternals, because I know I can point out good stuff for y'all.
Hey, listen, I'll concede and I'll try to do the same thing. Like you try to show me the Eternals in a different light because I think Eternals is just trash. Like thematically, like what is it supposed to accomplish? Like, oh, our heroes are just bound to suck. Damn it. But anyway, Mike, do you have any more like further notes on Civil War? I know you really didn't say all that much, but like, is there anything more to say on it? You put it at number 4.
Yeah, the only real issue I have with it is, like I touched on earlier, placement. I would have much rather had Spider-Man Homecoming than this, with like a slight difference in story, just to give that character a proper introduction.
Honestly, yeah, because it's like this was right after Age of Ultron, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was 2 movies after Age of Ultron.
Well, timeline-wise.
Oh, timeline-wise? Yeah, I think it's still 2 movies after Age of Ultron. Because it was Age of Ultron, it was then Ant-Man, and then Civil War.
Yeah, because I think it would have been the Spider-Man stuff would have felt more natural in Civil War if we actually, had a movie with him before. So it's like we already know he's like established or whatever. But
though we can't necessarily say the same thing about Black Panther because how Civil War ended is sort of how Black Panther was set up.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Black Panther was the only one that he actually felt natural in the movie. Like it almost felt like he's a third main character with Cap and Iron Man. Like this was his movie as well.
Yeah. But anyway, let's not shy away from Captain America yet. Number 7 is Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Now this is a great movie.
This regardless of what you say about any of the Captain America movies, this one is a good one.
Yes.
It is a great movie. However, I do have it ranked towards the 20s.
Yeah,
that's too low.
Yeah,
that's too low. That's too low. And this is number 6 for me.
I think this is also number 6 for me. Yeah, this is also number 6 for me. BiGb, you had this at 22.
I did. That's not
and
to
you
say
still
that do. Right. And that's not to say that I hate the movie or anything. It's once again one of those cases similar to Shang-Chi where it was just I love those other movies more. But no, I mean, overall I do like it. I didn't like it as much as the first Captain America, which is, it's like right below that for me. But
see, that surprises me.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I preferred the origin story of Captain America more than I did the story between him and Winter Soldier, and like, I think it's just because I like having like those older stories that are like told in like a different time or anything like that more than the stuff that's told in modern day, and I think it's also because like I watched Winter Soldier directly after the first Captain America, which is like a huge tonal shift. Like, you've got this one that's like this huge war zone, you got people like having like these fights or whatever. And then you have like a lot of like it's much more like sophisticated kind of era, I guess. Like everyone's a lot more proper with each other. And then you cut to like modern day immediately after. And it's just like all these fist fights going back and forth, shields being thrown, people getting tossed off helicarriers and stuff like that. And it's like, like I think that's part of why it's ranked below that for me is because when I watched it, it was like directly after, directly after watching the first Captain America. Because I didn't watch it in theaters. I watched it actually on Disney Plus. So I was like going through a marathon and just watched Captain America and then Winter Soldier and then.
So I have a question for you. As someone who loved Wonder Woman 1984, did the tonal shift affect you there? Because from going from World War I to like the 80s and stuff.
It did. So I will say I didn't like 1984 as much as the first Wonder Woman. And there were issues with that film. I mean, kind of to just briefly touch on it, I didn't like the whole, your boy's alive. It's he's
in someone's body. In someone's body.
Right. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion. I could definitely I could talk for a little while on that film. But no, I mean,
I'll
like
set up a DC ranking.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. A lot of those are going to be low, but unless they're animated films, a lot of those are going to be low.
Damn.
Gonna be
Okay.
completely honest with you, but
All right.
no, it was a similar feeling there with like that tonal shift where it's like, because I feel like Hollywood approaches movies like both in action and in setting differently depending on if it's like told during like that World War I, World War II era versus modern day. When it's modern day, it's a lot more of like the tight camera angles, fist fights, camera shaking, all that. When it's like the World War II stuff, it's a lot more like it's stable. There's a lot more wide shots or medium shots, and everything just seems to be a lot more calmer, you know. But that being said, I liked the film. It's just, I didn't like it as much as the first one. I think it's just because I prefer how they film those ones that take place in those other eras.
So if Captain America and the Winter Soldier is number 22 on your list, and you still say it's a good movie, that would mean that your standards for the MCU are pretty low.
No, that's me setting a pretty high bar. The only
Pretty low
movie
bar.
that the only movies that are low on my list that I actually don't like are Dark World and Eternals. Besides that, those movies I do like them by like Marvel standards. Like I think they're still good movies. It's just by Marvel standards, I think these other ones
Okay.
are better.
All right. Well, for me and DL Vince, we both put this at number 6, and probably for good reason too. Uh, Captain America: and the Winter Soldier, the whole vibe in this film is, this film is meant to be a political thriller, which fits just so perfectly for Captain America specifically to fall under that category, because like he's probably like the most like political guy of the Avengers, probably, right? I mean, I would say so. Like to give him like, yeah, let's just toss in the Russo's brothers and give him a political thriller, and also we
Yeah.
have Winter Soldier. Just go bananas with it, and they blew this movie out of the water.
Yeah. Where'd they come from? Parks and Rec?
Oh,
Like,
Russo brothers? I have no idea.
I think that's where they came from. They were doing, they were like directors from Parks and Rec or whatever, and they gave them Captain America. I'm like, damn. They become a staple in Marvel Studios ever since. But
Uh,
Uh,
Trying to see who directed it.
Television. I don't see Parks and Rec.
I know they are. I know they came from TV somehow. I thought it was Parks and Rec. It was like a more
Let's see.
well
The
known.
first thing that they directed together was Pieces,
Directors.
unreleased theatrically in the United States. And then they had Welcome to Collinwood, You, Me, and Dupree,
Oh,
and then Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I don't see their names on Parks and Rec. They might have
Oh.
been, but I don't know. I don't see it.
Okay, I may have gotten that wrong. I thought they were from like a famous TV show or whatever. But like they weren't big names before this, regardless. So, you know, Kevin Feige got some talent and was like, "Hey, I want you to direct this Captain America movie," and they directed the hell out of this movie. To
They
me,
really did.
yeah, and I just wondered what went wrong after that. But but like,
Wrong?
dude, wrong. But
Wrong?
wrong.
Wrong?
Wrong. We'll get to
Wrong?
that. Well, I already started with Civil War, but we'll get to the other stuff later. But so to me, this is one of the best comic book sequels ever made. They pretty much took most of the stuff that they established in the first movie and they built upon it. And I understand what Mike's coming from, where it's like totally, like structurally, like he prefers the stuff from World War I, which but like what I did appreciate about it is that it did feel different from the first movie, but at the same time it still felt consistent with the development that they did with Captain America, him being in modern day now, and them having to deal with new political stuff and like a new era from where he used to be. Like I thought that was a really interesting dynamic they gave to him. It's something that helped keep it fresh. And it's like it addresses some it addresses some things that, I feel are some things that are relevant today and, today's society as far as politics and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, like being a thriller, like really, I really like that they went a different feel with this movie. Um, and man, I never thought I would enjoy a Captain America movie this much because, as I said before the first two movies, I was like, this is the cheesiest character I've ever seen. There's no way
Yep.
this could work in live action. And now we're here, and I'm like, Winter Soldier is like one of the best comic book films I have seen. I was blown away when I first watched this in the theater, and I still am really impressed today watching it recently. And I thought the Winter Soldier and Alexander Pierce, they both were really great villains. And just adding on top of the friendship and the dynamic between Bucky and Rogers, that was really good. Um, but yeah, man, and the action now for people that know me, the one thing I can't stand in movies is shaky cam and close-ups and quick edits. But the way the Russo brothers directed action in this movie, yeah, there was a little bit of shaky cam here, but like it actually worked well with the structure of how they did the editing with the fights. It actually didn't feel frantic. You actually saw what was going on, and it helped build the intensity in the fights. Because there was some bare bone knuckle brawls in here, like you're on the edge of your seat the entire time, and I just really appreciated that. Really liked that a lot. But yeah, man, I thought it was great. When you talk about some of the great comic films out there, one of the great sequels out there, I know a lot of people want to talk about the Spider-Man 2s, the X-Men 2s, Dark Knights. Winter Soldier should be up there as well.
Yeah. It's actually interesting to notice that, like, Alexander Pierce, Robert Redford, like
Robert Redford?
people, like of all people, just like throw in Robert Redford, just add a little gravitas to the film, because like, what harm is he gonna do to a Marvel movie?
Oh, he's just going to elevate it, man. Who thought they would have Robert Redford in a Captain America movie?
Of all films.
Jeez. So good.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys are really hitting the nail on this one, like hitting the nail in the coffin for this one. I really don't have anything else to expand on this other than, it's just it's just a great movie to just pop in every once in a while whenever you just need to, like, if you're ever feeling like you ever need to see Winter Soldier, just see Winter Soldier, because you're gonna feel more satisfied after watching it than before you started watching it. And if you haven't seen Winter Soldier yet, what the hell are you doing?
What do you do with your life?
It's on Disney Plus right now.
I didn't see it.
It's a good watch. Definitely. It's probably a better watch than Falcon and Winter Soldier, whatever the hell that was.
Yeah, not even competition.
I'm still waiting for the day that someone's like, man, I like Falcon and Winter Soldier better than Winter Soldier.
Shut your mouth. Shut your damn mouth.
That's when we all do the famous meme of everybody sitting in the crowd, and they all do face palm at the same time. Just. But yeah, let's move on to our next major topic here. This one, I am actually disappointed that this movie is not in the top 5. Like, this movie has every right to be in the top 5, and the fact that it doesn't even make it,
Oh boy.
it disappoints me to this day. Avengers Infinity War.
That's that low?
It did not make top 5. And it's because of the critics.
Which number is this?
Number 6.
Actually, no, that's where I have it.
I have this at number 1. This is my favorite. Dwayne with his cracked ass list.
I have this at 19.
His cracked ass list. Get the fuck out of here. This is the best film in the MCU. After 10 years of build-up to Thanos and to where Tony Stark started in the MCU, the Russo brothers and Kevin Feige finally cracked the code in making a CGI character like Thanos be so threatening, yet so relatable. By far the best villain in the MCU. And it's interesting to see this film as not just an Avengers film, but a Thanos origin story in some regard. Because here it kind of acts like Thanos is sort of like the main character of this story. And to see him go on this adventure, as we would call it, like Thanos' adventure, going on his hunt for the Infinity Stones, you're afraid of him. Like, you feel the fear in him getting, with every new stone that he gets, you're always like lean forward in your seat, just making sure that he doesn't get these stones, because what happens when he does? He gonna snap his fingers and he's gonna win. Fortunately enough, by the end of the film, the Russo brothers had the guts to make this villain beat the Avengers. And they actually made us see what it's like for the Avengers to lose in a situation like this. So when Thanos snaps his fingers and we see all of our fan favorites start to dust away, first it was Winter Soldier, and then Black Panther, Groot, Scarlet Witch, Falcon, and then, Mantis, Drax, Star-Lord, Doctor Strange, and then Spider-Man. You see all these characters disappear one by one. Your heart drops lower with every hero we lose. And this film makes you feel like what it's like to lose in a situation like this. And I've never felt this satisfied after coming out of a theater. Even after, like, feeling so confused about everything that's been happening, like, the film ends with Thanos just staring off into the gardens, and then the film cuts to black, and then it's end credits. I had never reacted so well to a movie this massive since The Force Awakens, or even The Last Jedi, even. Like, this is, like, Star Wars quality entertainment for me. Which, y'all probably should know me by now. I'm probably the biggest, like, Star Wars guy of us all, probably, right now. And the fact that the quality of Infinity War could match that of The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi for me, this film, it is incredible, to say the least. It is amazing. If you haven't seen Infinity War, it's on Disney+. It is a must-see on your list. There may be a few films that you might need to see before this film for obvious reasons. But it is incredible. If it wasn't incredible, I would not have this currently, right now, at my disposal. This would not be here if this film was a flop. Dude, this film is everything that I wanted from a Marvel movie. It feels like I'm walking into a blockbuster. As opposed to, it doesn't just feel like forced fan service. It just feels like action sequence after action sequence. It feels like I'm excited to watch a blockbuster. And that's what this movie was. So this is by far number one for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I would still say that this is definitely a must-see. There are films that I like better than it that we'll get into. One of them that we've already gotten into was Black Panther. That one's rated higher for it than it for me. I do agree. Like, it's like a culmination of, like, or a build-up of, like, it is the climax of a 10-year-long, franchise at that point. It's definitely one of my favorites of the Marvel films, both Infinity War and Endgame. But, like, even though it, like, hits all those, like, high marks, all those ticks, there's still just, like, certain things that films, like, for me, like, that films like Black Panther, Civil War, or even Iron Man 2 do for me that Infinity War just doesn't. Yeah, I said it.
The fact that Iron Man 2 is higher on his list than
I said
Infinity
it.
War and Civil War combined
I said it.
is ridiculous.
I have said it. I've spoken.
It's
I
also
feel like I feel like he needs to say it again because I'm still in disbelief that it came out of his mouth. Like that didn't come out. Of his mouth.
it's also higher than another movie that we haven't gone over, and it's in our top 5.
Mm-hmm.
It should be pretty obvious as to what it is, but
Mm-hmm.
okay. Now,
So
so
what if that other movie that hasn't been mentioned would be number 2, but what if exists? Anyways,
Ah.
so BiGb has us at number 6. That doesn't piss me off as much as DL Vince. What were you smoking recently?
That good shit. But
What kind of good shit was it? What shit did you smoke that made you think Infinity War is number 19?
okay, so
that's what I don't understand. But go ahead.
okay. All right, well, where do I start with this? So I have similar issues with this as I do with Endgame. So I feel like I'm going to also be repeating stuff for Endgame
boy.
as well. But okay, so yes, this is a culmination of 10 years of movies building up all these characters. They're all in the same movie. The build up to one of the biggest villains in the MCU, Thanos. They gave it to us. You know, most of the heroes fighting together, even though they're separate. Like it felt like a culmination. It felt like a payoff to everything that we've seen up until that point. So yes, from an entertainment value, it is so entertaining to watch. It is so fun seeing all these superheroes together. Like, and seeing Thanos actually throw down with the Black Order, it's some really cool stuff. But this is not a movie. This is not a movie. This is a this is an anniversary special. This is fans. No, you said this wasn't fan service? No. This movie was nothing but fan service. This is fan service the movie. It didn't feel like a film because there was no this is not a coherent narrative going on throughout this entire movie. I'm telling you right now. I could not get over the plot holes in this movie. There are plot holes, plot holes, plot holes, plot holes, plot holes every fucking where. And I know people want to give Endgame shit for the time stuff, the time travel, whatever. But the reason why you have the BS time travel in Endgame is because Infinity War have you end off on stuff that was contrived. That's why. So people want to point fingers at Endgame. No, Infinity War is the one that caused all the problems. I'm sorry, most of them actually. The Russo brothers lost their goddamn mind with this film. Now, these movies are more entertaining than Civil War. So don't get me wrong. I like these more than Civil War. But do I think these are good movies? They're fun. They're entertaining. But for me to say that they're good means that the plot makes sense from start to finish, and it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. And the more I watch it, the more I'm starting to pick holes with it. And this has come from someone who saw the movie for the first time in the theater, was hyped as much as everyone. No! Don't you take off those headphones. You're gonna hear every word I'm saying. When I first watched this movie in the theater, I didn't shed a tear. I didn't cry. I stopped. I fucking sobbed. Because I was in the feels. I was in the emotions. There was a bunch of twists and turns going around. They were doing stuff that I haven't seen in a Marvel film before. It got me by the throat and was like, What you about to say? What you about to say? What you about to say?
No,
That's what
nothing.
I thought.
I was putting on chapstick.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Anyway, but yeah, I was in the feels
It's
just
just
as
right
everyone
here.
else. And you guys remember when we first did our ranking on my channel, this was number 2. It was that high. You know, only because Black Panther was higher. But I'm sorry. The more I'm watching this movie, the more I'm seeing the inconsistencies in the plot holes, and the power scaling makes no goddamn sense. It makes no sense. So I don't want to list all the plot holes in this because we'll be in here for 3 hours. But please explain to me please explain to me why Thanos nerfs Hulk within 5 minutes. And then he doesn't come back again. He doesn't come back ever again.
So I didn't well, no, go ahead.
Yeah. You remember the marketing where we see him in Wakanda?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Not in the movie, motherfucker.
I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't come back. I do understand why he just got rocked by Thanos at that point, but, you know.
This is what I call the cinematic massacre of the Hulk. Happened in this movie and in Endgame. Didn't like what they did with him in Endgame either. But, no. If you wanted to take him out of the movie, fine. But there's no reason why he couldn't come back in Wakanda. That made me mad. Why would Hulk be scared of anybody? No, that's not the Hulk. He wouldn't be afraid to come out. Oh, because he got rocked a little bit. No, that will make him angrier. But no, he's a coward. And was like, no, I'm not coming out. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. No. And then, okay, here's another thing. Doctor Strange can create portals, right? He can teleport to different places, correct? When they're going off in the ship, and Ebony Maw's capturing him, right? And Doctor Strange asks him, can you get us home? Can you get us home? By steering the ship. Bitch! Can't you teleport them back home? Why are you depending on Iron Man to pilot the ship?
Hang on. Hold on. Doctor Strange can't do that because he's not that experienced. The Ancient One.
Sorcerer Supreme. He's the Sorcerer Supreme, and he doesn't know how to teleport him back to Earth.
No,
he doesn't know how to teleport everyone back to Earth.
Wong can do that.
Surrender, Steven. You just think about where you want to go, and you can teleport to wherever you want. Surrender,
Wong can
Steven.
do that. Wong can do that. Steven cannot. He couldn't even do that in Spider-Man. Well, I guess he could do it in Spider-Man No Way Home because he was experienced at that point.
No. Because he's been teleporting all over the goddamn place up until that point, and now you're telling me he can't teleport back home because he's not experienced enough, even though he's the goddamn Sorcerer Supreme. The Sorcerer Supreme. He just has to think about where he wants to go, and he creates a portal to where he wants to go. Why is that so hard?
Well, he also wants to sympathize with other people. Like, he wants to sympathize with Tony Stark. He wants to make sure that they're on the same page.
Oh, no. No. It's clear they're not on the same page. And if you're all about protecting the stone and doing whatever it takes to protect their realm, he's being like, okay, forget your plan. We're teleporting everybody right now. Wait a minute. Let's go back to this for a second. Thor Ragnarok. Did he teleport Thor and Loki back to their realm?
Okay, but he needed a piece of Thor's hair.
He needed a piece of Thor's hair to teleport them back to... How did he teleport Thor back to the Sanctum Sanctorum for the first time? How did he do that? Because he was in a completely different realm up until that point. How did he teleport Thor there? Okay, here's another thing. Thanos is a fucking idiot in this movie. He's a fucking idiot. You have the most powerful object in the multiverse where you can create anything out of thin air. Anything. With your mind. You just have to use your mind to create it. His whole motivation is that there are a lack of resources on his planet, and that led to his planet dying with the civilization. And you think the only way to save the universe is by wiping out half of civilization. This is why I love the T'Challa Star-Lord episode so much, because it was addressing things that I was thinking the entire time. Didn't anybody talk to him about other methods to help save civilization in the universe? This is what you came up with? You can create resources out of your ass! And you thought the best way to save humanity is by wiping half of them out! You are God! You are fucking God! You can create anything, and that is your plan! You are a dumb ass! Motherfucker! And then what makes him even more stupid is that he has one of the most powerful objects in the world. Why doesn't he kill anyone that's against him? Why doesn't he kill the Guardians when they first see him? Why doesn't he kill all the other Avengers that tries to get the gauntlet out of him on Titan? He's playing with his food.
Exactly. He's taunting them with his powers. And
Why?
And also don't forget, the more stones that he gets, technically the weaker he becomes. So the less control of the stones he has.
Whoa. Wait a minute. You're telling me the more stones he has, the weaker he becomes.
The more powerful he becomes, but physically he becomes weaker.
Where was that established?
It didn't need to be established. It was sort of brought up in Endgame.
Established?
It didn't need to be. We knew that the stones had power. We knew the stones had power, and we've seen what it happened to Bruce Banner and Tony Stark in Endgame.
But we haven't gotten to that point yet, did we? We haven't gotten to that
It drained their
point.
life force. It just didn't happen to drain Thanos's.
It just so happens not to trade Thanos.
Well, because he only had all of the stones for like 30 seconds.
I think it was implied that it did because of how, one, the effect that it had on him whenever he took a stone, and then also because of people throughout the movie saying, no one's been able to wield more than one stone. Yeah.
Right, because like when you see every time he put in a stone, he always goes like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's him powering up. I'm just kidding. But yeah, getting an orgasm from the stones. But anyway, and people should know. I know people were all in the emotions and the feels, but the moment he got the red the what was it what's the red stone?
That's the reality stone.
Reality stone. As soon as he got the reality stone, it was already over. It was already over. No matter what they were gonna do, they weren't gonna stop Thanos. And then the moment they got the time stone, yep, everyone is dead. Everyone is fucking gone. Okay. And then I talked about power-ups. I mean power levels. Power levels. So Thanos, before he has any stones in his hand, able to nerf the Hulk.
No, he had the power stone.
Oh, he had the power stone.
He had the power. No, he didn't even use it. He didn't even use it.
He didn't even need it.
Exactly. So hold on a minute. So you're gonna nerf Hulk before you have all the stones. You only have one, right? One or two. Okay.
Right, because Thanos was physically fine with only one stone.
But Iron Man is able to get in a physical confrontation with Thanos and cut him? So wait a minute. So
because Iron Man had the tools
is
to
more
stand
powerful
up to
than
him.
the Hulk. You're saying Iron Man is more powerful than the Hulk.
No, I'm not saying that Iron Man is more powerful.
No, that's what the
than Hulk.
movie's saying. That's what the movie is telling me.
No, I'm saying that Iron Man had more defensive capabilities than the Hulk did. Iron Man was able to defend himself against Thanos, even if he took about as long as Hulk did in their fights.
Oh, no. And then, wait a minute. How is Captain America able to... He has most of the stones at this point. How is Cap able to hold back Thanos and his gauntlet? That should not happen.
That's
That
only
should
hinting
not
at him
happen.
being worthy.
Worthy. That doesn't have anything
Oh,
to do
the
with
hammer.
gauntlet.
Well, I was gonna say, wasn't it implied that when they made him a like super soldier, that it was like powered by one of the stones or something?
Actually, I think it was. Was it? Yeah, wasn't he powered by the Tesseract or something?
I think so. I don't remember for sure, but there was
But-
something like that.
But
Or
wait,
was it
Red
just the
Skull
super
had the
soldier serum?
Tesseract. Red Skull had the Tesseract.
There was something. It had something to do with when he became a soldier. I don't remember.
I don't know. It's
I don't know.
whether it's here nor there. But I'm sorry. There's just inconsistency. Oh, wait a minute. The biggest BS of this movie. The biggest BS that I could not get over, and it causes problems with Endgame. The 1 million possibilities crap
Oh,
that Doctor Strange does. AKA get out of jail free card. We can make up any shit that we want with Endgame because we're gonna make up this bullshit reason of we can't try the other possibilities that logically makes more sense because they already tried it already and it failed. No. And you're telling me he doesn't know how to teleport back home, but he knows how to do that with the time stone? What? No. And somebody should have knocked out Star-Lord when he was about to punch Thanos in the face. Why didn't somebody knock his ass out?
That should have been a thing. I will agree on that.
You're creating tension out of nowhere when it's unnecessary. Or it's kind of already it's pointless because Thanos is already too powerful than everybody else. So so for making us believe that they might possibly stop Thanos. No, they won't. They're already done. The moment he got 3 stones, everyone is done. But when he got the time stone, definitely it was like, it's over. It's over. You're in the end quarter, and it's 47-6. You're done. You're fucking done. No, bruh. Thanos is a fucking moron. I can't do this. You could have done it. 20 million things. And now, seeing everyone dusted at the end, it kind of ruined it for me because they're going to come back. When they dusted off Black Panther, when they dusted off Doctor Strange, when they dusted off Spider-Man, and they just came into the MCU, you're telling me they're done? After Infinity War, they're done? No, they're not. You know why? Because there's another movie coming out. And you already ruined it. We already knew it was part 2. Endgame is Infinity War part 2, and you're tricking us thinking it's a completely different movie when it's not. So yeah, they're gonna come back.
They did say at the end of the movie that Thanos was coming back.
Yes. Now, they could have got me a little bit more if the original Avengers dusted off. Then it can leave some sort of mystery being like, will they come back or will they not? Or are they leaving it for the new generation of Avengers? That could have been more interesting for Endgame if the new characters introduced was the main focus of Endgame. But now knowing that the new characters that they introduced, that you're trying to start franchises with, already dusted off, they're going to come back. So, yeah. But that's part 1 of my rant. We haven't got to Endgame yet.
Oh boy.
I was gonna say, god damn. Even after all that, Infinity War is still the best of the MCU. Just saying.
I mean, if that's how everyone feels, that's fine.
Hey, so I'm still gonna put this film on repeat probably because I would watch this film until the day I die.
I mean,
Honest to God.
it's turn your brain off rewatchability. I would watch this numerous times if I just want to see the
It's
Avengers
not
fight.
turn your brain off. It's entertainment with brain power.
With brain power? You cannot tell me Thanos is brain power, bro. You cannot tell me that, man. This is why they should just have villains be evil for the sake of evil. It's okay. They tried too hard to make Thanos a sympathetic character. We didn't need that. Josh Brolin was great. I thought he was great as Thanos. The motion capture was really good. It looked like he was real. So I'll give it that. But nope, was not a fan of how he was written.
Alright.
I
All right, let's. We're moving into our top 5 now.
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn.
Let's. I don't even know. Let's talk about number 5 being Guardians of the Galaxy. Now, originally, when I had, before I had BiGb's list turned into me, originally Guardians was number 3. Which means the main reason why Guardians is 2 spots lower than that is because of BiGb. So, BiGb, where did you place this film?
23. 23.
20.
Wait. I didn't hear that correctly the first time. I thought he said 3, but wait.
No, 23.
23.
23! 23? I have Hawkeye at 23! What is the meaning of this? I don't want to hear nothing about my Civil War and Infinity War stuff. He put Guardians of the Galaxy at
I'm still harping at you for your Civil War and Infinity War. That's never gonna end. But Guardians at 23.
23.
I have this at 8.
I have this at 8.
Oh, okay. So we're in the same ballpark for once.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been it would have been higher without the Disney Plus series, but no, I liked the film. I don't hate it really, but like even like
this is what he's been saying about every film that that appears higher on this list, but is low on his.
Right. Though I'm not a big fan of Chris Pratt. I'm not a big fan of like his acting or
that's fair.
Him as a person. The other cast surrounding the other
nice little fun fact you want to throw in there.
Right. Doesn't change my rating.
He was homeless. Like I don't like him as a person. You know he was homeless.
Still don't like him. Still don't change my rating, but okay.
Right. I liked the cast surrounding him. I liked the different characters that were also present there. Drax, Groot, Rocket, Gamora. I liked them. The film did get a few chuckles out of me and everything because it definitely seems like that movie was meant to be more of like kind of a campy, like, you get a few chuckles a minute, and then it wasn't really meant to be too serious of a movie, especially with how it ended. But I think my main problem with it was the fact that it was too comedic. Like it was like. It seemed like it wanted you to take things seriously, but also laugh at it. You had the main villain, which I honestly forget his name. I keep forgetting it every time.
Ronan the Accuser.
Ronan. Thank you. This is a villain that you're trying to take seriously. They've got Thanos really getting some screen time here, and it's like you're really supposed to be taking a lot of this seriously, and then it like cuts back to the Guardians, and it's like, joke here, joke there. Occasionally might be a little more serious. There's a little bit of a romance plot here, but joking, and then because of how the film wants you to take it seriously but also laugh is also kind of why I have a little bit of a problem with how they defeat Ronan, or at least how it starts off. Which, oh my god, man. And then there was like, I didn't have too much of a problem with how they like, this power stone, we're gonna like disperse the power between us, but it also just felt too much like power of friendship saves the day or something, but that was, those are my main problems with it.
Okay.
But, yeah.
See, I think the idea of like them having like You were saying how the movie is like too funny. I
Yeah, it's not so much that it's too funny, it's that it wants you to take it seriously, but also like it's trying to be a comedy.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The Guardians themselves are meant to be like these like every character is meant to be like a comic relief at some point. These are goofy characters.
Right, right. And I have no problem with them being comic relief. What I had a problem with was the movie wanting you to take it seriously while also having that comedy there.
Well, I
Like,
think
like not so much while having that comedy there, but also while trying to overall be a comedy. Like it was really wanting you to be afraid of Ronan. It was really wanting you to be afraid of Thanos, and it was wanting you to like take everything surrounding this seriously. And but there were some characters in there like Yandu who were wanting you to take everything seriously. But then it's like the characters aren't really taking anything seriously.
well, they wanted you to take I don't know if it's necessarily like they wanted you to take Ronan seriously because he was played off as like this character that's meant to be just like this childish person that's like coming up to be, mainly like a bad guy type role. Who's trying to like prove his worth to Thanos. But like he knows that he wants to beat Thanos. Like he has this
Right.
dreaded hate for the guy. And so by the time we started seeing him being serious, I guess, was when he implants the Power Stone in his staff. That's when he started being serious, like serious. Everything else before that, he kind of played off like, when you pose him to Thanos, like you remember, like whenever you see him on screen, you remember comparing him to Thanos, and it's just like, yeah, good luck trying to beat these goofy characters. Like it's meant to be just like this goofy movie while having that sense of like, you care about these characters. Right? You care about
Right.
as much as you don't really like Star-Lord, you still sympathize with him. Like you could still
Right.
like get behind him. You can get behind Gamora, you can get behind Drax, you can get behind Rocket and Groot. You can get upset to high hell over a tree dying.
Right, right, and yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I do like the film. I mean, I definitely have it higher than like Eternals, Captain Marvel, Ant-Man and Wasp,
I
Dark
sure
World,
as hell hope
Iron Man
so.
3. Yeah, so like I do like
Not
the
that far.
film.
Not that far.
It's let's see, compared to Eternals, it is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about nine spots ahead of it.
That's not far enough.
But yeah, man. So going into this, I was really worried, just like everyone else.
So was I.
Before this, I was not a James Gunn fan at all. I haven't liked anything that he's done up until that. I did not like him writing the Scooby Doo movies. And they're the one movie I saw from him, Super, I thought was horrible, absolutely horrible.
Oh, the
And
Scooby-Doo
then
movies were so good though.
y'all can enjoy them, but I just thought there's some problems.
I keep forgetting
But-
that Sam Raimi didn't do those films because it looks like something that Sam Raimi would produce.
Yeah, no, it felt so James Gunn, in my opinion. He didn't even direct them. It was with Raha Gosno. I think that's the director's name.
I have
But
no idea.
whoever. But and then going into this, like you're gonna make a movie about a talking raccoon in a talking tree, and the tree only says 3 words. I thought this was going to be the first flop of Marvel. I'm like, they've lost their mind. They have scraped the bottom of the barrel. This is going to crash and burn. No one gives a shit about these characters. Nobody knows who these people are. But man, this movie was so good. It was such a fun time. Man, and it felt different from all the other Marvel stuff we've been getting up to this point. Like it didn't rely on Easter eggs for other movies. It wasn't trying to set up other things. But if you knew about the lore, but like it only enhanced it a little bit. Like the Thanos stuff, like you didn't really need to know that much about Thanos and all the other stuff for it to enjoy. And honestly, the Thanos we got in Guardians, I wish that was the Thanos we got in future movies, but that's neither here nor there. But I loved all the characters. I personally thought Chris Pratt was great. I didn't know anything about Chris Pratt before the movie. I haven't watched what shows was he in? Like
Parks and Rec.
so he was the guy in Parks and Rec.
No,
But,
no, I liked him in Parks and Rec.
yeah, but yeah, I haven't watched that show, so this is the first time seeing him in anything, and I thought he was really good. Bradley Cooper voicing Rocket, awesome. Rocket is probably one of
for me, actually.
such a curveball, man. Like I'm like, what? But Rocket ends up being one of my favorite characters in the MCU. Same thing with Groot. Groot fucking worked. Vin Diesel was Groot. Man, they made me care for this damn tree. It was so cool. And Dave Bautista, I was also worried about him, because I'm a wrestling fan and I've seen him in WWE and stuff like that. And this is, him wanting to be more of an actor now. I think he's becoming a better actor now, seeing him in other things after this. But yeah, I was really worried about him. But he worked really well as Drax. He played to his strengths in the movie. And like, yeah, he had his comedic moments, but he took his character seriously. That's what really worked about him in the first movie that I feel like it was lacking in future movies that he's in. And of course, Zoe Saldana as Gamora was really good as well. But yeah, I just really liked everyone. Like they had really great chemistry. I liked the music choices in the movie. Yondu was really good. The only weak point about the movie for me, I'll admit, there was some corny, convenient stuff with how they defeated Ronan in the end. I agree with you; it was a little too much with the "Ooh, child, dance off." Like, no, that's a little too much. And Ronan, very bland villain, very very bland. They were trying to give him some motivations, but he just felt one note. He's slightly better than Malekith, but that's not saying a lot. And they brought him back in Captain Marvel, and they still did nothing with him. What a shame. But yeah, really liked it. Oh, Nebula was really good too. I like Nebula as well.
You ready for this?
What?
I think Ronan is a better villain than Ego was.
No, he's not. No, you can't say that with a straight face, and you can't give me a convincing reason why. You can't give me a reason why that makes sense. You can't give me a reason why. Please tell me. How is Ronan better than Ego? Please tell me.
Now, hear me out. Ronan is better than Ego to me, not because Ronan is the better villain, but because Ego is the worser character.
No, I told you it didn't make sense. I told you he couldn't give me a reason that made sense. He couldn't give me a reason that made sense. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I think that Ronan is better than Ego, not because Ronan was a great villain, because he's not. I just didn't like how Ego was played in Guardians Volume 2. Like, the way that they executed him. The fact that they gave it to Kurt Russell, too. You could have given this role to basically anybody that could have played that character. And the way that they revealed him as the villain, first of all, it was pretty blatantly obvious. Second of all, the way that they brought him in as the villain, or the way that they showed him as the villain, he, out of the blue, just tells Star-Lord, yeah, it's a shame I had to put a tumor in her head. That was the first turnoff. The second turnoff was after he got shot multiple times, he turns into this David Hasselhoff knockoff. Like, what's the point of this? Like, it's too ridiculous and out of the blue for me to actually call him such a great villain, especially considering that he's able to, like, be a planet without having to mind control people. Because if he could mind control everybody, his planet wouldn't blow up at all.
Okay, I don't disagree with you on some of the points, but you have yet to tell me why he's a worse villain than Ronan.
Because what's his motive? What was
Ego's motive?
Ego's motive? Like,
He saw
Ronan's
he saw like a potential utopia, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Like he was chasing after his
for what
like,
use? Like, at least when I see Ronan, I see him as like someone being inspired by like some urban legend, as like
Some
there's-
urban legend.
or whatever. You know what I mean? Where,
Right,
like,
right.
there was a
I know
guy
what you
where
mean,
like
but-
he had the Power Stone, and he had the staff, and he was able to conquer and like blow up a planet or something. And Ronan wanted to be like that next kind of person.
I think like the reason for Ego to keep going after what he was going, it's more or less because he just thought that he could make the universe a better place, at least from what he was outlining. Like he was just like, oh, people are primitive. They need, X, Y, and Z, direction, become a part of the hive mind and all that.
But like again, like for like why? You fell in love with a
stop the
woman
universe
and
being
then
better.
end up killing her
Because it was
after
distracting
giving
him from his
birth to
mission.
his son. Like,
It's just another end to justify his means. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, because his
Not
whole
his
thing was
world.
like she was. Yeah, because his whole thing
His
was
world, not his world.
his whole thing was she had to go because she was distracting me from my mission.
Yes, which is taking over planets. You know.
no, he
What
he,
makes-
he was a planet.
Right,
Yes,
but he wanted
and he-
to take all the planets.
All the planets to make him more powerful.
That's like it's like the blandest way
It's
to like create
like-
this villain. My 5-year-old nephew could make this character.
What makes
Well,
this
'cause
any
I mean,
better
like,
than
his whole
Thanos?
thing-
What makes
his
this
whole
any better
thing-
than Thanos? Because his motivations is just as bland.
Nah.
Well, because I mean,
Yeah, it is.
we could
Ego's
talk about
whole
that for
thing-
hours too.
Well, because I mean, Ego's whole thing is like.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about, if we're gonna talk
He
about
wants to wipe
Thanos,
out half the universe, even though he create resources out of his ass.
I'll save my talk on Thanos for Endgame, honestly. But
Yeah,
that's-
I wanna hear
I
what
will
he has
too.
to say.
I will too. Mike, what were you
Oh.
gonna say earlier?
No. I mean, I was gonna say like Ego's whole thing is like it's every hive mind ever. He is a hive mind, and his whole thing is like being a hive mind, wanting to expand, wanting to have more organisms, more things under their control, a part of the singularity.
Ronan is like, my
Something
people
my
have been
5-year-old nephew
oppressed.
could make.
Ronan's motivation is my people have been oppressed by their people for some reason that they never reveal. But I want revenge over the Nova planet because they wronged my people, and I want the power so I can take over their land for some reason because my people were oppressed. You stand accused.
I will say there that Ego does have some flaws with his writing, a lot of flaws.
I'm not saying
but-
Ego doesn't have flaws
Yeah,
with writing either.
yeah,
He does have
yeah.
flaws, but he's more fleshed out as a villain than Ronan is, in my opinion. At least in
Okay,
mine.
I would say that Ego is probably more fleshed out as a character, but not as a villain. It's two different things. There's one thing to be fleshed out as a character and buying
I see
into
what you
his
mean.
relationship with Star-Lord. I guess, buy that. I guess, again. But
see what
him
you
as a villain, the fact that they revealed it just moments before the third act, too. They made us wait this long, and it was so obvious that he was the villain. Like, I don't know.
I guess.
At least
you know,
with Ronan, you knew that he was the villain, and they played him off as the villain throughout the whole movie. They didn't make you act like you were stupid and watching this buffoon act like, yeah, oh, I'm all of a sudden just a good guy wanting to get a promotion at the Thanos community, and all of a sudden, oh, I have the Power Stone? Fuck you, Thanos! No. Because, like, Guardians 1 would suck then. You know?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, it wouldn't
At
suck,
least-
but like, you know,
At least with
Ronan would be a
Ego-
worse character.
Yeah, at least like with Ego, like I see why he's playing it off because he's like he's so powerful as a celestial. He's like no one could really touch me and no one could really stop me even if even if they wanted to. So like I'm just going to I'm going to give him this information. It's not like he can stop me. It's like he's going to fulfill his destiny one way or the other. Similar to how I felt about Zod and Man of Steel. It's like, yeah, he could, give it off nicely that, yeah, I'm going to terraform your planet, but you know, but you can't stop me because I'm a highly trained Kryptonian warrior and I have an army behind me. You have nothing. You weren't trained by this at all. So I'm going to tell you this is going to happen and you're going to comply one way or the other. If you get in my way, I'm going to stop you. Same thing with Ego. Like, this is going to happen. You're going to do this for me. One way or the other, you're going to comply. You're not going to stop me. So.
Now, see, say the same thing about Thanos. Because Thanos is basically the same way.
Yeah, that you could compare him to being a Hitler character.
You could say the same thing about Thanos.
But they're going out of his way to make it seem like he's not that bad of a guy, and he's a very intelligent person. Like
the Black Order did.
Yeah, and they're idiots too for thinking that that his plan is foolproof. It's not. Once again, when he has all that power, and like they're making it out like he's not a bad guy. At least for Ronan and Ego, they're bad guys. Like they're not trying to be good people. They're not trying to,
Ego tried like the first 2 acts of the movie being a good guy. The fuck do you mean?
No, I think that's more of a finesse. He's trying to finesse. Because it's Kurt Russell.
He played off the first 2 acts of Guardians Volume 2 to make sure that people knew that, oh yeah, I'm the good guy, when it was so bluntly obvious that he wasn't. And then he reveals at the, moments before Act 3, yeah, by the way, I killed your mom.
So it's kind of insulting that they're building up Thanos to being like he's one of the biggest terrorists in the entire galaxy. But no, he's good. He's actually good the entire time, even though he did mass genocide up to that point. But your motivation is you want to save humanity. You want to save you. Say it again.
They don't play him off as a good guy, though.
Yeah, but it's insulting that his motivations is coming off like he is a good guy. He wants to save humanity. But he wants to commit mass genocide by doing so, even though you have the most powerful object in the galaxy where you can create anything.
Exactly. A small price to pay for salvation.
Oh, look at him. He's about to be a Thanos himself, ladies and gentlemen.
The line is right there.
No.
They don't play off Thanos as a good guy. They play off Thanos as someone that you could try to understand more as who they are as a character.
I could try to understand if he's like, oh, the other resources didn't work, so the other methods didn't work, so I have to resort to this. No, he did not have to resort to that. Just saying. Ego had to resort to what he did.
But he did.
Idiot. But Ego is like, I have to do this or I'm going to die. I have to take over all these planets because that's my life force. I have to do this to stay alive, But, anyway, we can get to this. We can get to this fight all day with Thanos, but, we haven't got to anything yet.
I'm just saying, I think just, as a villain, I think Ronan sort of, accomplishes his role as a villain better than Ego does. Just because, at least they played off, early on that, yeah, Ronan is a villain. Whereas they try to play Ego as, yeah, we're going to make you think he's a good guy, but really, we're going to, at the end of the day, we're going to try and pull a fast one on you and say, aha, he's a villain. Nah, that didn't work for me.
But that's when I already have Star-Lord in my grasp. I already got him halfway into my control, so it's like, yeah,
exactly.
I'll lay it on you now because I already have you under my grasp. So
yeah,
you can't
see if you guys can one of these things just doesn't belong here.
I mean, you knew from the get-go something was off, so it's like
exactly.
That didn't bother me. I don't know, it didn't bother me.
Oh my god. Okay, moving on
anyway, Ronan's a great villain. Ronan's a fantastic villain.
No, he's not. He's just a better villain than Ego is.
No, we agree to disagree.
Oh my god. Okay, moving on to number 4. This is probably one that we're probably not going to disagree much on because this one was sort of like a game changer to a lot of people, and it stands to reason as to why it's probably top 5 for quite a long time. The Avengers, 2012's The Avengers.
Okay.
This is
Disagree. No, I'm
the only. This is the
Disagree,
only
it's horrible.
good. This is the only good Joss Whedon film.
Actually, yes. Yeah, because
The
I didn't
only
like.
good one.
Yeah, because I'm a Firefly fan and I didn't like Serenity, so.
It was a fantastic film because it was like, you had all that build up throughout the Iron Man films.
You get
through-
Thor in the mix. You get
Yep,
Hulk,
Thor,
Captain America.
Hulk. So it was like you had all these post credit scenes of like Nick Fury like coming up to people and be like, "Hey, I want to talk to you about this initiative," and like handing over a folder. And then we're like, "Oh, when are the Avengers gonna show up?" And then it finally happens.
Yep. And
And
I
the
was
fact that
over
they
here
showed-
being like,
the fact that they showed it off. The fact that they showed it off in a preview after the Captain America: The First Avenger credits, that just built up all the hype right there.
Yeah, when they had the whole thing with him waking up in modern day.
No, it was the post credit scene where they showed a scene
Oh.
of Captain America in the gym.
Yep.
It was like a scene from the Avengers, and then they go into preview for Avengers.
Yep.
Yep. And I was going into this, I thought this was never going to happen. There's no way they're going to do this. And like when they were even building it up, I'm like, this is not going to work. There's no way this is going to work. You have all these different characters. Like they all have different personalities, different like world building. Like one is cosmic, one is technology based, one's a science experiment, one's a man at a time. How are you gonna make all this coherent and everyone have their equal amount of time to shine? And like, but it worked. They did it. They fucking did it. And
This is how you
comic
do it,
movies.
DC.
What was that?
Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's all I'm gonna say. But hey, this movie changed the landscape of comic book films, man.
He ain't
like,
wrong. I'm just.
I'm just saying, don't look at Justice League. Fuck that shit. Fuck that 2017 bullshit. No, what came out in 2021, Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's how you do it. But anyway, before that, you had this. This is how you do an ensemble film. As we said, how they built up these characters with all their standalone movies, and in the culminating to this, everyone felt exactly how they were in their movies. And they were actually a little bit better than their movies, I would say. Like, everyone had their equal amount of time to shine. Everyone felt natural. Whenever they were interacting with each other, it's really good stuff. Even though I don't like Joss Whedon, what I can say is that he knew how to write dialogue for these characters. He knew the right amount of this gave him the right interactions with each other. And man, they had a great villain too with Loki. Loki is actually the Loki that we wanted to see from the first Thor movie. He's in his prime in this film. Man, it was just a fun ride, man. This movie was fun, bruh. Like, it was you had to set things up in the beginning. Things were just a little bit slow because they had to build the pieces. But it's like, as the movie went on, it was just a roller coaster ride, man. And Mark Ruffalo is the Hulk. This is how you do the Hulk. This is how you do the Hulk. Fuck all that shit they did after Age of Ultron. This is how you do it. And I'm one of those people that I wish they brought Mark Ruffalo back, but I mean, I wish they brought Edward Norton back.
Just to say, wait a minute.
Like,
No,
wait,
no.
who?
No, sorry. I wish they did bring Mark Ruffalo back.
Yeah, we need
be
to
in
bring
the
Mark
Avengers.
Ruffalo back to redo the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, we do now. But
Probably.
but yeah, part of me wished that they brought Edward Norton back. But when Mark Ruffalo came in, he did a great job as Bruce Banner, and his Hulk was great. So it was fine with me. Black Widow was actually great in the movie because I didn't like her that much in Iron Man 2, but she was actually great. Yeah. Hawkeye was pretty good, even though most of the movie he was mind controlled, but in the ending fight he was really good as well. Yeah, Thor was great. Iron Man was great. Captain America was great. The only thing is his suit was a little cheesy. Cap's suit was a little cheesy, but
It was meant
still
to
it was
be.
yeah, it was fine. It was clearly fine. To me, this is my favorite Avengers film up until this point. This is my favorite Avengers film. I know it's gonna trigger people. I already trigger people with Infinity War, so we're already there. But like to this day, this is my favorite Avengers film because the story was simple. You know, I didn't feel like there was too much going on, and for me, like this did set the foundation for most comic book films going forward. Um, and I thought the Loki was really great as a villain. Probably the best Avengers villain we've got right now. But another trigger, but he was consistent. At least he was consistent. He was more consistent with what Thanos was. I will say that up front. Um, but yeah, to me, like the Avengers, yeah, one of my favorite films. Love the movie, absolutely love it. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I can stand behind. I can actually believe in the fact that like the Avengers could be someone's like favorite Avengers film because it is a pretty monumental film. It definitely shaped how we can. It can show us that we can bring in multiple franchises and not make it feel overcrowded. This was the film that sort of like kicked off that sort of like trend. And then after that, we move on to like Avengers Age of Ultron and then Captain America Civil War and then the Infinity War duology. Like they just get bigger from there to the point where now we're starting to get into standalone films like Spider-Man No Way Home and Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness where we're getting more than just the title character
right.
in their
I feel
films
like
as like a primary option.
right, and I feel like you watch the first Avengers, like even though yeah, it'll enhance your experience if you saw the previous movies, but it's like I feel like you can watch the first Avengers film and you'll be just fine.
Honestly, yeah, I was actually just about to say, like, I was gonna say, like, there's, like, if I were to give somebody, like, if someone were to go in to watch, like, Avengers Infinity War, since a lot of people want to talk about, like, Infinity War and whatnot, if they told me to give them 3 movies to watch before Avengers Infinity War, my 3 movies would be The Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Captain America Civil War. And that's it.
okay, yeah,
Basically. And then, like, if you want to throw in, like, 1 or 2 more movies in there just to get more connected with some of your favorite characters and whatnot, if you want to see Guardians 2 or, like, another Captain America movie or an Iron Man film or Thor Ragnarok or Black Panther, whichever, Spider-Man, whichever, you could do that if you want to, but, like, those would be, like, the 3 main films that I would give to somebody before watching Infinity War. And, yeah, Avengers is one of them. I would say that would be the first film you watch. Because like it just sets up like basically who these characters are, like almost better than their respective films, maybe with the exception of Iron Man.
yeah, yep.
But yeah, so like to me, I actually do have this at number 4, mainly because it is such an important film in our time now, to the point where multiple directors have tried to make their own version of the Avengers just better in the director himself, and they all just can't find the mark for it. We tried doing it with Justice League both times, and it just doesn't compare to the monumental success of the first Avengers. Like, it's just so important to us in our time that we actually have this film. Like, it's pretty hard to remember how important this film was, especially in this day and age, considering that we have Infinity War and Endgame, which are, to me, probably better than the original Avengers. But, like, this is still a really important movie to us for very good reasons. So, it's definitely in my top 5 for sure.
Number 3 for me.
I think I actually do have this at number 4.
I have it in my top 10. It's number 9.
And that's not a bad placement. Honestly, I'd probably accept that, personally. Okay, kiddies. It's time for our top 3. the three leaders of the MCU currently.
I'm sure all three of our lists are exactly the same as far as top three. We all are on the same page when it comes to top three.
Well, we'll see. But before we get to number 3, we have 3 films left. Did we anticipate all 3 of these films to be in the top 3?
Probably
Or
not,
any of these
considering
films
that
in the top 3?
I anticipate one of them to be in the top 3
Okay.
because the other 2 we've already gone over.
I didn't. I don't know.
Which films were you not expecting? Like, which films appeared lower or higher than you expected the most?
Well,
Let me see which ones were already been.
Like, which one surprised you the most?
well, let me look at the thing real quick.
Actually, I'm not surprised that one's there. I was gonna say Iron Man. I'm not surprised that the first one's up there.
Yeah, not surprised either.
What else?
I honestly thought I thought Infinity War was gonna be maybe. I'm
and
not
Endgame.
sure. Endgame, yeah. Ah, yeah.
Not too surprised that one's up there.
Yeah, Spider-Man. I kind of expected that.
Oh, yeah. That
I
one's,
honestly wasn't expecting Spider-Man No Way Home to be as high as it is, actually.
What?
If I'm being quite honest, because we'll get into my thoughts when we talk about Spider-Man.
Okay.
And speaking of Spider-Man, number 3 is... I'm just kidding. It's Avengers Endgame at number 3.
Oh boy.
So, I said that I was going to talk about Thanos when Endgame came out.
Yeah, part 2. Let's go.
So, here's my thing, all right? I don't like how they did Thanos. I understand that they wanted to make him a more relatable and humanized villain. I get that. But, in the comics, his whole thing is he's collecting the stones and he's destroying half the population, all to appease death, which is like this female that he's like in love. Like, the whole thing is that he's basically a simp. Like, it's just
He really is.
And you got, I would say you only got somewhat close to that in this towards the end when he's fighting off Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor, but you only got close to that in the sense that he suddenly out of nowhere suddenly became this bloodthirsty, I'm just gonna kill everything kind of guy, which is the kind of person that he is. They didn't bring it to the extent that he is in the comics, but like it was closer to how he is in the comics. Do I like how they suddenly made him into that? No, he should have still been on his I'm gonna eliminate half the population for the benefit of the universe. But
which is
like,
bullshit already, but
right. But he should have stayed on that. Like, it was like, because of that sudden character change, I preferred the old Thanos that got decapitated at the beginning of this movie. Because then you go to the Thanos from like 2012, and he's sitting there like,
2014.
Well, 2014. He's like, I could just destroy everything and just rebuild. No big deal. And it's like and on top of that,
suddenly he had a change of heart.
On top of that, though, he's straight up said that he's not doing it for the benefit of the universe anymore. He's doing it because it's personal, because it would feel good, because he would enjoy it, which is like that is how he is in the comics. But for them to suddenly
that's
make
why
that
I liked
change,
it a little bit more. But that's
right. I did like that. But I didn't like how it was a sudden just 180 from how he is in the MCU. If like they need to make a decision. He's either one way or the other, and they seem to just want to play footsies with that, which is like that film is on my list. That is number 7.
This is number 2 for me.
20.
I also didn't like the time travel stuff or Because anytime you introduce time travel into a franchise, things get real funky.
Yeah,
Like
things
there's
get real
always,
funky.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Especially
I wasn't a
considering,
huge fan of the time travel, the way that was handled
well,
in the film.
right. Especially considering the whole like TVA thing, things that are in Loki. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I would have much rather, and I would have been fine with it, if they were like, "Hey, those characters are just gone. That's just it. Like because the stones are gone, that's it."
And here's the problem. Here's the Is that beef?
You've been on call for 7 hours.
It
I'm
is.
kind of checking on you all.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, we
The
have.
hell? Who
Oh,
are you?
I'm only jumping in for a moment. I'm just saying hello.
Oh, hi.
All right.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, good. I'm sorry I didn't finish the list on time, and I just hope you
Who-
boys are well.
Who
And
the hell are you?
I'm no one.
I don't see your webcam. Get off my call.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll see you later.
Watch me on YouTube.
All right.
All right. But yeah, no.
But that's the problem, because if you're saying that, we just got Black Panther,
Right,
Spider-Man, and
and-
Doctor Strange.
mhm,
So
and
I
that
told
is
you,
the
wouldn't that
problem.
make sense if
Yes.
the original Avengers got dusted off and the
Yes.
new characters were the new
Yes.
Avengers? Yes, that's
and
just
yeah,
that.
and absolutely, it would have made more
Yeah.
sense if they would have done that. If their plan was to destroy the stones from the get-go, which obviously it was, if their plan was to do that, then they should have been like, okay, the original Avengers are gone, and now we're left with these characters who just got introduced into the MCU, and maybe some of the old characters from early on in the MCU. But because of how they introduced I already had a problem with the time travel, but because of how they introduced the TVA, they really shouldn't have messed with time travel.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Because now this creates that whole plot hole or plot convenience of like, the Avengers should have been arrested and been a part of the Loki series.
Now, was it cool? Absolutely, it was cool. I loved seeing this huge battle at the end with all the, Avengers versus all of Thanos' army. That was very cool. The whole moment with Captain America, that was very cool.
The last hour of Endgame is the best MCU movie.
Right. And the last part where Cap gets to go back in time and everything, that was cool too. I just don't like that they did time travel.
Yeah, I'm not glad that they did it, but like it's nice how they were able to like get creative and like play it off.
Plus, we knew that they were going to do time travel in the first place because
Yeah,
the
we
actors
did.
were leaking that all over
It was
the
so
place.
obvious.
Yeah.
It was
They were
so
like, man, time
obvious.
travel is going to be a huge role in this, and I was like, oh.
It was just
no.
as obvious to us as it was figuring out that this was just Infinity War Part 2. And there was no
Yeah.
reason to change the subtitle.
No fucking reason. Like, they're trying to trick us, be like, oh, it's a completely different movie. No, it's not. No, it's
Everyone
not.
knew the second that they saw the Avengers title because it was you weren't going to have an Avengers movie and not try to conclude everything.
Yeah, address
Right.
what fucking happened in the first
Yeah,
movie.
it wasn't going to be like Avengers movie. Oh, there's this dude on Earth who's doing X, Y, and Z. Oh, well, I guess we'll focus on that. No.
No, seriously, what did they think was that different for them to rename the movie? Like, what was so different
Because
about it?
Only
Changed
half the
everything.
characters in this movie exist.
Okay. What?
It's like they weren't fooling anybody either with like, oh, of course these characters were coming back.
Nothing matters.
Mm-hmm.
And
It was
Loki's
just- it was
back
just-
after he just
yeah.
died in Infinity War. He's back.
It was just
Nothing
a matter-
matters.
Right. It was just a matter of how these characters were going to come back. Now, was I expecting Gamora to come back? No, I wasn't until they did until they said that they were going to do time travel. But
I fucking hated that. I fucking
yeah,
hated that.
yeah. Was I expecting Black Widow to die? No, I was not expecting Black Widow to die. But
And thus came Black Widow, the movie.
right, and I was not expecting them to announce a Black Widow movie after, and I was also not expecting them to completely expel Scarlett Johansson upon, messing with her money from that movie. But that's a whole other
Well,
thing.
if okay, yeah, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiated. They negotiated she was going to get this profit because it was going to be released in theaters. Blah blah blah. You mess with contracts, that's a no.
Right.
That's a
The thing that they didn't disclose to her was that they were also going to simultaneously release it on streaming services, which would not be a part of her her earnings.
Yeah. Did you not learn from HBO Max?
Right.
Man,
That's
oh
like
my
that was
God.
that was like what their first theatrical release that they put on there. So like no one was expecting that was gonna happen,
Yeah.
and then they turn around and make No Way Home a theater exclusive.
Well, Sony wasn't going to go for that. Sony's like don't you even try to put
Right.
this
Don't
in
you mess with our boy
streaming.
Tom Hardy? Don't you mess with our boy Tom?
Black Widow was actually the only Disney Plus film that was simultaneously released in theaters and on Disney Plus. Everything else was just theaters.
Yes. Which is even more reason for Scarlett to get mad, but that's a whole nother story.
Mhm. Yep. But okay, so I like this slightly more than Infinity War, slightly, and that's
No, you
mainly-
liked it less.
I liked it less.
I don't know. Actually, honestly, I don't know.
You ranked
Because,
Infinity
like-
War higher.
Oh, I didn't. Wait, what? That's a mistake. Sorry, that was a mistake.
It wasn't a mistake on my end.
They
I
need to
meant for
switch
that.
places, but actually, I don't even know. I don't know because they go back and forth for me. What I like better in this film is the character moments. The character moments in this film is great. The emotional payoffs, I think they're absolutely beautiful. Seeing, the stuff with Tony and Pepper, beautiful. The stuff with God and his daughter, when he reunites with his daughter and she's grown up, hit me in the feels.
Yeah.
Tony has a daughter in this movie. I'm like, oh, that got me in the feels.
Mhm.
Seeing Nebula vulnerable, like that was so beautiful. Like you have great moments like that. Just payoffs like that. The closure that Tony has with his father, with Howard. So that was so
choked
nice
me
as
up.
well.
That one choked me up.
Peggy and Cap at the end. Oh my gosh. Steve actually, going back and like he's growing old and stuff like that, and he actually
first dance.
yes, he lives a happy life. That was nice.
He gets the happy ending.
Happy, very happy. So
Still
those
should have been
character
called
moments-
Infinity War Part 2.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
But like, outside of that, yeah, I don't like the time travel stuff either. That
I
stuff is
think
just
I think the thing, kind of touching on what you're saying, like things that got everybody in the crowd. I think the thing that really got everybody was, all right, they decapitated Thanos, cut to black, 5, long pause.
years.
Whoa.
Pause. Later. I'm like, what the fuck is going on now?
That was actually a rumor that the film was actually going to do that, so I kind of had an idea that they were going to do
I had
that already.
no idea on that. I walked in the theater and I saw 5. I was like, okay, what, days, months, years? Whoa, wait a minute.
Hold on a second. But yeah, man, it's like that's the thing. The movie gets you in the feel so much, like similar with Infinity War. You get caught in your feelings, and you just ignore the plot points and stuff that doesn't quite add up, But it's whatever. But yeah, the time travel stuff. So it was contrived. It was contrived. And did the movie need to be 3 hours? Now, I mean, the pacing wasn't bad in this movie. It went pretty quickly for a 3-hour film, but like for a big chunk of this movie was them doing the greatest hits from the MCU with the time travel. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
And it's just like, again, I'm asking questions that I feel the character should have thought of from the beginning, and they just brush it off again, which is annoying. Like Rhodey brings up, why don't you go back in time and just kill Thanos as a baby? And then they do this bullshit time thick explanations like, you can't change your past with your future because this will happen and that happen. You got to put your behind in your past. I'm like, what? You're making no goddamn sense. But okay, we're gonna do the long contrived way because we need a movie. But like, yeah, the Thanos stuff, I get why it bothered you. Like, it is kind of inconsistent with how he was in Infinity War, but I didn't like how he was written in Infinity War. So him trying to be more evil, I'm like, okay, that's fine, that's whatever. Okay, now let's talk about this. The greatest scene in the MCU, the fight with everybody at the end. Okay, so once again, when I was in the theater, I wasn't crying. I wasn't shedding a tear. I was bawling. It was everybody was working together for the first time. All the characters in the MCU together fighting. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. What would have made it even better is it? Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. But like, what would have made it even more perfect is if the X-Men and the Fantastic Four were there. But anyway, if we can't have it, that's fine. But still, all right. That whole scene was sloppy. Sloppy! Sloppy! First of all, the whole scene is lit dark. Can't see shit. And then you just zipping past a bunch of stuff happening, and it's like, it feels so discombobulated. Like, we don't really focus on stuff happening that much. Like, they pick moments here and there, but everyone didn't get their moment to shine. We talked about earlier how Drax was motivated to get revenge against Thanos. He gets no payoff with that whatsoever. And then, this is not the Gamora. We talked about the Gamora earlier. This is not the Gamora from Infinity War that we were emotionally invested in. This is another Gamora from another timeline that doesn't know anything about Star-Lord or any of the Guardians. So, the motivation there is gone. Ant-Man, okay, he punches one of those robot things, whatever. Okay, that's cool, and that's it. That's fucking it. I don't remember anything else that happened. Oh, Hulk didn't come back. Still gone. Professor Hulk, lame ass.
This is an absolute win.
Lame ass Professor Hulk, bitch ass. I can't. What the fuck?
I think the thing that pissed me off more in Avengers Endgame was not necessarily Professor Hulk, but it was the big Thorbowski.
I actually was fine with that because
I hated it.
I was fine with that because it made Thor. I like it when they make characters seem more human. When it fits for them. Like, Thor's biggest failure was not aiming for the head, and he took that to heart and just let himself go.
Okay, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. We've already gotten another character that's gone through sort of like the same process as Thor has. You ever heard of Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi?
Yeah,
he sort of goes through the same situation as, like, he tries to deal with, like, failure and whatnot. Right. They play off Luke's failure in The Last Jedi better than how Thor handles his failures in Endgame.
I think
Actually,
I would beg to differ, because the thing with Thor was that after he failed like that, he struggled with the thought of if he was even worthy. And Mjolnir didn't exist in his timeline anymore for him to see that. So he had, like, when he was back in that timeline, that was his opportunity to finally find out, oh, am I worthy? And then once he got that validation, that was his second wind. That was his rebound.
But once again, they're playing up Thor's depression for jokes, and that was a major problem.
That was yeah.
Yeah, for people that loved Ragnarok so much, they just brought that in here again. When we thought, he had a decent balance in Infinity War between the lighthearted stuff that he's doing and the Shakespearean stuff. Nope, they're just going full 180 with him being the big Thor Lebowski. Like, and I don't care. Oh, I know people, but Greek mythology, Thor was fat. This is not Greek mythology Thor. This is Marvel Thor, and he looks stupid with that fat ass belly. He looks stupid, and then he acted stupid as well. Like, he's supposed to be mourning right now, and he's just doing jokes. Why?
Now, yeah. Also, no, go ahead.
No, and I'm just saying, like, okay, yes, there was a couple of moments where he did have some earnest moments, but it was still overshadowed by the fact that he's drinking too much, or he likes to eat, or like when they're trying to do a plan with the time travel stuff, he's just losing it. Like I don't know. They could have handled his stuff better. Like why did
They could have.
Yeah, and I'll say before I forget, kind of a counterpoint to the whole runtime thing. I think it's better that they went with the 3-hour-long movie as opposed to, say, like how Star Wars tried to jam 2 movies worth of stuff into 2 hours. Rise of Skywalker. But,
Yeah, I was gonna say Rise of Skywalker was the only one that did that.
By the way, I do enjoy the Rise of Skywalker. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, and every person who enjoys the Rise of Skywalker is
If that's how you feel,
Rise of
Only a Sith
Skywalker
feels
was
an
just not
absolute.
good.
it was good, and y'all are just hating.
We hate with reason.
I'll give in to my anger on that one.
Yeah, we could do a debate another time, but
Yeah,
anyway.
Star Wars ranking.
Well, we already did that like 2 years ago.
Yeah, didn't we already do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did that already. Mike missed out
That's
on
right,
it.
yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway.
we are just about to move into our top 2 films.
Oh, hold on. Before we do that, I also want to mention the whole thing of them building up Captain Marvel to be so important in Infinity War. Well, actually, no, Endgame.
Man.
She doesn't do shit!
What was it, like 2 minutes of screen time?
2 minutes of screen time. She does her God mode thing for a second, and then he gets knocked the fuck out.
Well, because she shows up at the beginning of the movie and it's like, hey, where's Nick? Alright, I gotta go back. Galaxy needs me.
Yep, and then she comes back and takes out an entire ship, and
Comes back
takes
5 years later.
takes the gauntlet and gets knocked out by Thanos with the Power Stone, and that's it. So she was so important, huh? Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked. Bitch ass. Anyway.
Anyway, yeah, we have just about moved into our top 2 films, which neither of these movies are in my top 2. Obviously, because Infinity War and Endgame for me. But, like...
Yeah, neither of these are in my top 2 either.
I don't even remember.
both of these movies, like, only one of these movies probably only appears in my top 5. But really, I can really just sort of, like... The way that my list works is that, like, 5, 6, and 7, I could just sort of, like, rearrange however in any order, and they would work just fine. And these 2 are part of that 5, 6, or 7 for me. But I can understand, to some regard, why they could be up here. I'm just not going to waste any more time. We're going to go back to where it all began. Number 2, Iron Man.
Actually, technically, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 1 was the first MCU.
Okay, well, you know what? Get this anime weeb garbage off of my screen. I am done with it.
Actually, no. X-Men 1 is the first of the Marvel movies.
And you two, both of you, off my screen. But no, yeah, Iron Man, another one of those, like, important movies to us, because if Jon Favreau somehow didn't crack the code on this film, and if Robert Downey Jr. did not deliver on the promise of being a good Iron Man, we wouldn't have the MCU that we have currently today.
Yeah.
And I guess the only reason why that this film does make it up so high on this list is mainly because of how the audiences and critics receive this film. I only have this film, I think, at number 7 on my list. Because while I do think that this film does a lot of great things in, like, introducing a great character and, like, kickstarting a great franchise, it just doesn't do what I think would be as good as, like, say, the top 4 films. But again, this is, like, tied with, I think, Captain America the Winter Soldier and one other film that I'm not remembering right now. But those 3 films are in my 5, 6, and 7 for me. So really any of those 3 could go in any order for me. But Iron Man, it probably appeals to me the least out of those 3 films for me. But I think it's still a very well-made film. because as we're watching this film, we don't have to worry about the rest of the weight of the MCU on this film's shoulders, because this film is on everyone else's shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, this was on the shoulders of, like, let me go through the rest of this list, like Avengers Endgame and Infinity War. It was on the Avengers, Captain America Civil War, Shang-Chi sometimes, because even back during the first Iron Man, they were hinting at the Ten Rings. Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man Far From Home. You know, this film influences a lot of films on this list, even though that might be somewhat of a bad thing when it comes to, like, the villains in the future MCU. But what we got from this film in particular, it's a great movie with a great cast. And honestly, I'm not surprised to see it up here. I just don't really appeal to this film as much as everybody else does. That's why I don't really have that. That's why I wouldn't really put this in my top 5.
I mean, you know, I like the film. It's in my top 10. It is number 10. You know, people at Marvel, they, you know, made this film in a cave with a box of scraps. But but
But
no,
you're not
like,
wrong. That's literally how
right.
the film began.
Right. But no, I really like it. I'm glad that it was like the start of what the MCU is. And you know, thanks to this film as well as the films that followed, like I can't see anyone besides Robert Downey Jr. playing, you know, Iron Man, playing Tony Stark, you know.
Yeah, not even the person who played who voiced as not even the person who voiced as Iron Man in the What If series
Yeah, no,
could
not
really
even.
live up to that.
Yeah, like he started off like, you know, this was like this film you can tell that it's a little more scripted, but like as the films and as the series of films like in the MCU went on, like you could see more of Robert Downey Jr. just making the character his own, which was like,
Right.
you know, it was great to see like over the past.
And it just
You know,
fits
10
well
years
with
that he
who
was there.
Robert Downey Jr. is as a person, because Robert Downey Jr. just has incredible chemistry with everyone in this film.
Mm-hmm.
Even Terrence Howard. Don't know how you do that, but
It's Terrence Howard.
well,
You know, this just good old 2 + 2 = 5, and
But yeah, man, this is a great film. This is a great movie. And before this, I didn't care anything about Iron Man. I think I've said this with the
Right.
other characters as well, Captain America, Thor, and all this stuff. Like, I didn't give a crap about Iron Man. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Nobody cared about this character. And
but now we look
Man.
back 14 years later and everyone cares.
everyone cares, man. Robert Downey Jr. knocked it out of the park. Similar to like I don't see it's hard. It'll be hard to see someone else playing Iron Man as well as he did. And he was a he was a risk when they casted him
Yeah.
as Robert
He was.
when he cast him as Iron Man, because he had his own personal issues and stuff like that. John Favreau like rooted for him to be in this movie. And yeah, as you said, like the weight of not only that movie but like the future of Marvel, it was on Downey to
Yeah.
give a good performance, and he didn't give a good performance. He gave a fantastic performance. To me, this is one of my favorite performances of Iron Man. Is the first movie because, like as I said before, yes, he's a pompous, he's arrogant, he could be an asshole, but at the end of the day, he has a heart of gold. He cares about people. He does what's best for others. And I felt like it was the best in this movie, and I was invested in his growth from start to finish. Like even when he's when he's making his suits in his house, and like when he's in the cave with terrorists, like everything up until he becomes Iron Man is really cool. They made his suits really cool. Like if you read the comics or watch some of the animated shows, his suit looks so cheesy. He looked like the Tin Man. But these suits in these movie is so badass. When he's flying for the first time, it's some of the coolest stuff, man. It's so great. All the tech stuff that he does in this movie, they just made it really interesting. And I loved his relationship that he had with Pepper. and Rhodey. Terrence Howard, I thought he was really good. I did think Don Cheadle was better, but I did think Terrence Howard was pretty good in the movie. And I even thought Jeff Bridges was good as Obadiah. I didn't care for him that much when he became Ironmonger, but before that point, I thought he was really good as the villain. But yeah, man, like it's just so good to see, like, a Marvel film where it's like before they were even thinking about the bigger scope of the universe. Like this movie wasn't worried about setting up other films. This wasn't worried about putting in a whole bunch of Easter eggs and stuff like that. It was just worried about being a good film. It was worried about being a film first before setting up stuff for a universe. And I feel that's how you get some of the best comic book movies is. So that's what I personally really appreciate about the movie. And yeah, it did have its like over the top moments, but like it felt grounded at the same time. So that's another thing I really appreciated. Before we started getting over the top with nanotechnology and stuff like that, it was just really cool to see how he started out. He started out simple, so.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this film ends up playing out, especially after coming home from seeing like Avengers Endgame, where he is using nanotechnology and he powers up his last suit in the MCU, and we refer back to how he first made his suit, or how he made his first suit in this film. During the end credits for Avengers Endgame, you could hear a little bit of like metal clanking at the end of the credits, calling back to when Iron Man was making his first suit.
Yep.
Like that's how monumental this film really is to quite a few people. And quite a few, and by quite a few, I mean quite a lot of people.
It's such a shame that, like, I mean, even though, Deservedly So Dark Knight got a lot of publicity, but it's like this came out the same year as The Dark Knight, and it's like I feel like this movie got a little bit overshadowed by The Dark Knight. So
The Dark Knight came out about like 2 months after Iron Man, so Iron Man was able to like ground itself before The Dark Knight floored.
Right, but this is also like before Disney acquired Marvel, so this was just Marvel's budget.
Oh, this was way before Disney acquired Marvel.
So
yep, Paramount.
Yep.
Yeah, this was the Paramount days actually.
Yeah.
Not a very good time to reminisce in some regards. But this is definitely a good memory of us.
Well, honestly, like to this day, Phase 1 is still like probably my favorite phase, because I feel like it's the most consistent quality-wise, and it's just really interesting to see how these characters, came up, where everything was like felt more grounded, and it's like, it wasn't overly complicated, and they were able to take a little bit more risk than after, they were acquired by Disney, and they started doing more of the family-friendly comedic stuff, but
Yeah. But yeah, we have just about made it to the end of the list.
Yeah, 7 hours later.
Well, actually, almost 8 hours later. But
just as I thought, 8-hour stream, just as I predicted.
But yeah, for those of you who probably have been watching this entire time, you probably already know what it is. I may be a little bit surprised by this personally because, I think that this is a good movie at heart, but, I do have a little bit of issues with it here and there, but you know what? We're not going to let that interrupt our fan service towards the film. Spider-Man No Way Home at number 1.
Number 1 for me.
That is at number 3 for me.
Number 5 for me. I may be a little bit lower than a few other people, mainly because, this film does a lot of great things in terms of, like, bringing in villains from multiple franchises. Like, you get, Doc Ock, Green Goblin, and Sandman from Raimi's universe, and then you get Electro and Lizard from Mark Webb's universe interacting with MCU characters. Like, we almost thought that wasn't ever going to be a possibility to us. And also with the inclusion of, like, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield at, like, the middle section of the film, you kind of expected that they were going to be here. It was the worst kept secret in Hollywood history. Like, you knew they were going to come in, but you were still, like, jumping out of your seat every time someone came on screen. And I do think the way that those moments are played out, especially throughout Acts 2 and 3, where the villains and the heroes from other dimensions really mattered, I feel like those moments were really what made this film amazing. My only complaint is I wish that they put in that much effort into their first, like, half hour.
That's fair. I'll say that I loved this film because it's a celebration of 20 years worth of Spider-Man films. You know, I love who they were able to bring back. I'm sad about who they weren't able to bring back. My only real complaint is that when it came to this, you had 3 different directing styles. You had 3 different kinds of scores. You had 3 different sets of characters, but you stuck with the same.
Yeah, you only stuck with the one.
Well, no, not even that. You stuck with the same like MCU way of framing a movie. The way Sam Raimi framed and directed the his trilogy, where you had all these like really like sweeping angles. You had like all these different close-ups, shots that you see returning in Multiverse of Madness, who also has Danny Elfman doing the score for that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that again.
Yeah.
But you had like all these different cool like angles and everything. It was like this whole new charm that like Sam Raimi had with like those films that really worked for Spider-Man. And you even saw like some of that like unique way of directing, those unique like sweeping and slow-mo shots in the Amazing Spider-Man films.
Yeah, the Mark Webb. Yeah,
Mark Webb. Yep, Mark Webb's films. And but you with MCU Spider-Man, you just get a lot of these medium shots. Occasionally you get some sort of like little slow-mo thing. Occasionally you might get some slight pan in like a shot, but a lot of it is like medium shots, close-ups, shaky camera, shots, close-ups. And that was my only real complaint with that, is that I kind of wished that, even though it would have made it even a worse like a more worse kept secret, is I kind of wish that they would have brought in like Mark Webb and Sam Raimi to kind of help with direction, just to make this the best film that it could be, being a celebration of 20 years worth of Spider-Man related content. But
Yeah, I definitely see that. I get why they didn't do that, because like at the end of the day, yes, they're dealing with the Garfield stuff and Toby stuff, but it's like it's still a John Watts directed Spider-Man movie. It is still Tom Holland's film, so I don't think they wanted to completely like make the structure feel all over the place if they were trying to emulate direction styles from Raimi or Webb. So, but I still think for the most part there was enough homages from the older movies where it's like the characters from the other movies that still felt natural in this film.
absolutely.
I was going to say, I want to hear what Dwayne's thoughts on this, because originally you were all Mr. Not No Way Home over here.
I absolutely was. This is probably the most interesting journey I had for a comic book film, let alone a Marvel film. So going into this movie, I was poo-pooing all over it. Not so much because I thought the movie was going to suck, but the fact that the fan base was going fucking nuts for this movie, to the point where it was so annoying that I kept hearing theories after theory after theory about what's going to be in this film. And it didn't start with this movie. It started ever since WandaVision, when they were teasing multiverse stuff. So when this movie was going to come out, everybody was theorizing that, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield was going to come back, and Mephisto and all this other shit. And I'm like, can we just wait till the movie comes out? Like,
Right.
And it's like, you guys already know my frustrations with Tom Holland already, which Mike has similar issues with. Is like, Tom Holland doesn't feel like he actually came into his own as Spider-Man. He's defined by everything else going on in the MCU and the Avengers, and he doesn't feel like he's able to actually, develop himself as a character. So it's like, everything we've been talking about is like everything but Tom Holland. So I was concerned that okay, this movie's not going to feel like a Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. It's just going to be a fan service thing or whatever multiversal stuff they're trying to set up with this movie. So like that's not what I wanted from a Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. I was already sick of it at this point. So I'm like, I didn't want to hear any theories. I didn't want to hear anything about this movie until the movie comes out because I was really frustrated. I didn't even care about the possibility of Toby and Andrew coming back because I was just that frustrated. But I gotta say, this is probably my second favorite Spider-Man movie. The only reason it's not my favorite is because Into the Spider-Verse exists. But, man, this movie blew me away. I went a complete 180 with this film. And to me, the reason why it's number one on my list is, as Mike said, this is a celebration of 20 years of Spider-Man. And they treated everything with care. Everything. Toby's stuff, Andrew's stuff, even the criticisms that I had with Tom Holland's Spider-Man, most of all of them were addressed in this movie. Like, he actually feels like his own character now in this film. He actually goes through conflict. He actually goes through struggle. He's developing himself on his own with his characters. I mean, yes, they were helped with Toby and Andrew there, but they weren't reliant on them to make Tom Holland a better character. And even the criticisms that I had with Toby's movies and Andrew's movies, they also addressed in this movie. They made the Amazing Spider-Man movies better. You know, at least I felt so. They addressed the criticism with Electro and... Man, it's just like, I was just so blown away how much care John Watts took with all these different generations of Spider-Man. And they all felt important. And they all, like, elevated each other. Whenever these three Spider-Men were on screen, it was great. It was fantastic. Tobey Maguire looked great. Like, he's in his 40s right now, and he still looks really good. Andrew Garfield looks like he just came off the set of Amazing Spider-Man 2. If he was ready to do Amazing Spider-Man 3, I think he could do it. I think he could do it. Yeah, and just like, man, it felt like he never missed a beat. Like when he was talking about Gwen to Tom Holland's Spider-Man, like, bruh, still felt that, bruh. He had some of the best emotional moments in the movie. Andrew Garfield,
Honestly,
like, man, I was so happy with this movie. And even the villains they took so much care with the villains. And that was one thing I was worried about with them plucking them from different timelines. Like, how is this going to work? It freaking worked. And I know people think that, like, this, what they ended up doing with the, plot line, with the plot-wise with the villains of Spider-Man trying to save them and stuff like that, people may find that kind of sappy, or it's like, they want to see Spider-Man, fight the villains and that's it. But, like, it did something that, I felt captured the core essence of what Spider-Man is. He's not a vengeful character. He doesn't just fight people for the sake of fighting them. He actually brings the best out of people. He does his best to try to help. And they incorporated that with the villains. He actually is trying to help villains from other multiverses. These aren't even his villains, and he wants to help them. That's what Spider-Man is. I feel like this movie, I mean, other than Into the Spider-Verse, because I think that did it perfectly, but it encapsulated what Spider-Man was all about. Great power comes great responsibility. They gave Aunt May that, and I didn't expect that. I didn't expect them to kill Aunt May. That, oh my god, I was almost a wreck. I was like, oh god, that Aunt May is his Uncle Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, and the relationship between Peter and MJ, so great. Like, I mean, I loved the relationship with Gwen and Peter in the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I didn't like Kirsten Dunst in the Sam Raimi movies. I didn't like that at all. But like, yeah, I did like the stuff with with Gwen and Peter in the Amazing Spider-Man movies. But like the relationship with MJ and Peter in these movies, it's up there for me. It's up there for me now. And I was unsure about Zendaya at first, but dude, their relationship, they won me over. They won me over. It was great. Seeing and with Ned too, like their relationship, their friendship stuff, you felt that. And when they're embracing him after he lost Aunt May. I'm like, all this stuff, all this emotional stuff, so great. It was so great. It was so great. There wasn't a lot of action in this movie, but there didn't need to be because the character moments were so great. Some of the best character moments I've seen from a Spider-Man film. And Green Goblin.
Man,
Fucking
can we talk
owned
about
this
how
movie.
Green Goblin is the best MCU villain?
Jesus Christ. William Dafoe came in and be like, let me, I'm about to do my thing. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
So great.
People saying Thanos is the best MCU villain. Green Goblin.
Nah.
No.
Hold
Green Goblin, motherfucker.
Hold my green juice.
Yes.
Dude.
Bruh. Man, I could gush about this movie all day. Like, this is why it's #1 for me. Like, you know, adding on top, yes, they're adding on top of the legacy of the Spider-Man films in general, but it's just like I'm already connected to Spider-Man as a character. It's like he's one of my favorite Marvel superheroes. He's one of my favorite superheroes, and just seeing this whole celebration of 20 years and this being in the MCU, and they actually committed to the multiverse stuff that they were teasing all this whole time. They actually did it in this movie, and it felt natural. So, man, there's just a lot to love about this movie. I'm crazy about it. Like, even though I love Black Panther and like all the other stuff, like Spider-Man did a whole bunch of stuff that those films didn't do for me. Like, even though I loved them, like that's just what made No Way Home elevated that much for me. So.
Absolutely, and I mean, like I only gave my complaints, but this film, like it was the origin story that everyone wanted. Like it was, like, when the film ended, you felt like, oh, this is like the start of this actual Spider-Man, because it was like, he had his classic suit. He was in, oh my gosh. And,
that classic suit!
Yeah, and like from like people's like slightly high-res shots, it looks like he might have the Raimi logo on the back and the Amazing one on the front, and I was like, oh, that's actually great. But then you've got like him being in an apartment, he's all on his own, he's this anonymous masked superhero the way he should be. He's a lone wolf, which is like,
I think if I remember correctly, I think he's in the same apartment that Tobey Maguire is in his trilogy.
it's a similar looking
He looks similar, yeah.
It actually looks more similar to the one that he has in the PS4 game. But and that's another thing. They did take a lot of things from the PS4 game, which I think were a good thing, or was a good thing. For example, spoilers for the PS4 game. Okay, but Aunt May dying. That was that's something that doesn't really happen too much. There was a move that they took from the PS4 game, which I noticed, which was cool. And then the apartment, and also the classic suit looks very similar to the one in the PS4 game. So
it does.
Yeah.
And fucking Daredevil, they put Daredevil.
Yeah,
in this movie. Matt Murdock.
I remember because I think because I remember the theater erupting when Matt Murdock showed up.
Yeah, man.
Which was.
It was cool.
Golly.
But
he catches a brick when it crashes into the window. He just catches it. It's like,
it was like the second that Kane came down.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, kind of touching back on Aunt May's death, I remember everyone thinking that Happy Hogan was gonna be the one to die.
Yeah.
Because like the trailers were all like singling him out and everything, and it was like, oh my god, is Happy Hogan gonna die? Nope.
Oh, Doctor Strange was really good as well. I mean, I don't want to underplay him. Doctor Strange.
I do wish that we would have had a moment of Tobey Maguire interacting with the MCU J. Jonah Jameson. I do kind of wish we would have gotten that, but that's just a side thing.
Yeah. That would be...
But yeah, there you have it. That is the MCU ranking as it is. Finally, 8 hours later. DL Vince predicted it. DL Vince saw 30 million futures, and this was the one.
And it's not bullshit.
But yeah, so compared to my ranking and DL Vince's ranking and BiGb's ranking and all the other rankings from IMDB, Rotten Tomatoes, Metacritic, this is your mega ranking for the MCU. Now, like I said, I already did one of these like this for Star Wars. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that again. Probably not. But
Probably not.
I don't know. Maybe at some point down the line, I might do another one of these like towards the end of this year when we do maybe for like a DCEU ranking. I don't know. It might motivate me to actually watch any more of those films. But you know, because I haven't watched Wonder Woman 1984 yet, and I haven't watched Shazam. And I haven't watched Birds of Prey. I haven't watched a few things from DC EU recently. But yeah, you guys can see at the bottom of the screen of your YouTube screen, you could see our YouTube URLs. You could see mine on the top, DL Vince is in the middle, and BiGb's on the bottom. So go check us out on our YouTubes. Subscribe to all the channels. Give us some love. And, you know, turn on all notifications and ring the bell so you won't miss out on any of our content. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, be sure to give this stream a like, thumbs up in the chat. Let us know in the comments what you guys think of the MCU. If you guys are up for the challenge, where do you stand on all 32 of these MCU projects? Let us know in the comments below. And you know, what are the things what do you guys have planned going on with your guys' channels?
So,
I mean,
you want to go?
Go ahead, Mike.
all right, I was gonna say I just upload archives of my streams. There is a link to my other channel where I upload a bunch of my voice acting content, but pretty much what I'm doing
I
now
think
is
you
just
also have
archive my
another
streams.
YouTube channel where you were solely going to do like Smash stuff, and then that ended up not really.
I mean, that's merged into this channel now. So.
Yeah.
But so I have been doing live streams reviewing all the theatrical releases of the Batman movies. So tomorrow, because I was supposed to do it yesterday as of this recording, but had internet issues. But the next one I'm doing is The Dark Knight. So yeah, for those of you who haven't seen, I did do reviews on the Adam West Batman movie. I did Batman 1989, Batman Returns, the animated movie, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, and I did Batman Begins. So yeah, Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises is left, and then when the Batman comes out with Robert Pattinson, we're gonna do a stream for that as well. And yeah, I was thinking about doing a DCU ranking myself, but I probably wait until Black Adam and Flash and Aquaman come out, maybe, so it'd be a little more girthy of a list. But we'll see how that goes. And
Yeah.
I plan to have these guys back on my channel so we could talk about the Book of Boba Fett as well.
Once I come around to seeing it.
Right. And I know I'm a bit behind on Marvel reviews as well because I'm trying to catch up to my reviews before Doctor Strange 2 comes out, so hopefully we can do that before it comes out.
Well, you have until
And-
May, so.
Yeah, so I have some time. But yeah, that's what's going on my channel.
Well, cool. If any of you guys in the chat are ever interested in anything we're doing lately, you know, be free to check us out. Like I said, our YouTube URLs are not only in the description below, but also on your screen right now. As for me, I'm sort of wanting to do a bit of a mix between, like, you know, I want to do more movie reviews and movie rankings, as well as merging my video game content on here, because I actually have, like, a few ideas on what I want to post as far as, like, Smash Ultimate content goes. And, like, even I wanted to bring back Let's Plays, because Kirby and the Forgotten Land is coming out next month. Actually, less than a month now, which I'm very excited about,
Yeah.
as well as Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga coming out on the 5th of April, which I might see the two of you on, hopefully, maybe.
You know,
so.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'll get it.
We'll see. Yet, and well, you know, my ass is getting it. So, but you know, there's also games like you know, Mario Strikers Battle League is coming out. You know, we just heard recent announcements that a new Pokemon generation is coming out later this year. So yeah, I got ideas going on for my channel, but really it's just a matter of like how much time do I have to do it, as I'm still currently working around my film school schedule, which is a bit of a pain. I currently just finished up filming for a dialogue film, which I am about 2 minutes into editing it so far. So I might be done editing it hopefully by next weekend. If I'm not, then probably the weekend after that, because I gotta get it done at some point. And then after that, I gotta start my thesis, which is gonna take up 2 whole semesters just trying to set up. So that's gonna be fun.
Good
But
boy.
but until that happens, that's it for us. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll see you guys in the future. Take care.
All right. I got something to listen to while I'm at work.
Right.
Nice 8 hours. Yep.
Right. Listen to this when I'm at work tomorrow. Yeah.
Heck,
Yeah, I know I want to do one at one point because I've got a review channel. I might be doing one for the Transformers for all Transformers shows and stuff. So
ooh, interesting.